A 70-year-old widow, pregnant for 10 years, finally gives birth. Unexpectedly, the one born was a good-for-nothing who had transmigrated. In a world with 3,000 physiques, he just had to inherit the most useless one, the ancient holy body. Heavenly shackles descended, foretelling that the boy would never be able to cultivate and become an immortal. Even with his memories from a past life, he was helpless against this waste protagonist opening. Fortunately, his grandfather was a kind man and didn't abandon him. He thought that even if the boy was a waste, with the June family status in the immortal domain, it wouldn't be hard to let the child live a life free of worries. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the sign-in system. A sign-in point has been detected at the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Do you wish to sign in immediately? Damn, as expected, all transmigrators get a system, a golden finger. Might as well give this old man a surprise. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 8-star rare reward. One perfected ancient holy body. The moment the voice fell, the heavens and earth trembled as strange phenomena occurred frequently. Along with the sound of shackles shattering one by one, figures emerged from the void and began to kneel directly before the child. The holy body's phenomenon. Myriad saints worship. My grandson has actually broken the restrictions and shown the bearing of a great emperor. And just as his grandfather was naming him Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family had quite a few enemies within the immortal domain. To be safe, his grandfather was about to seal Jun Xiaoyao's holy body fluctuations. Unexpectedly, this action angered the 18th generation ancestor, who was in secluded cultivation, right out of his coffin. Since when do the descendants of my Jun family need to hide what they do? Spread the word. If anyone dares to harm Xiaoyao, this old man doesn't mind coming out of seclusion to turn their world upside down. After this domineering declaration, the ancestor further announced that all of the Jun family's resources would be directed towards this child from now on, and he exceptionally bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao Sequence 0. Hearing this, his grandfather clearly couldn't sit still anymore. The Jun clan has over 10,000 members. Among them, only a mere 10 clansmen could be granted a sequence by the ancestor. Possessing a sequence meant one was qualified to compete for the position of family head, and only one person could stand above these 10 special existences. That was Sequence 0, exclusive to the successive family heads. Sign-in location has been refreshed. Host, please proceed to the Taiwan Ancient Stele to sign in. However, because Jun Xiaoyao was still in his infancy, this mission had to wait for 3 years. On this day, the now 3-year-old Jun Xiaoyao was listening to his grandfather's teachings. In cultivation, only after crossing the initial 5 levels of the physical body realm and the 5 levels of the divine treasury realm can one be qualified to enter the ranks of the truly strong. But hearing his grandfather say that with his physique, it would take 2 or 3 years to cross this threshold, Jun Xiaoyao was unconcerned and said that he felt like he could break through at any time. Then, with his grandfather's permission, he immediately began to circulate his energy. Unexpectedly, the advancement of his realm was so fast he couldn't stop at all. He only stopped after formally stepping into the divine treasury realm. After witnessing his grandson's monstrous performance with his own eyes, his grandfather was so happy he almost passed away. In his excitement, he offered to give Jun Xiaoyao any reward he wanted, and Xiaoyao's request was to visit the Taiwan Ancient Stele, the mission location the system gave him 3 years ago. Meanwhile, in front of the Taiwan Ancient Stele, used by the family to test physical strength, an extraordinary crowd had gathered. It turned out that Jun Linglong, from a branch family, was preparing to take the test. With one palm strike, ripples spread out. The number 150,000 Jin appeared before everyone's eyes. Just as people were marveling at her talent, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Jun Linglong, you claim to have a 7-aperture exquisite heart and are destined to become a saint. Compared to the last test, you've only increased your strength by 30,000 Jin. How embarrassing. But because Lan Qingyao was a follower of the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Linglong didn't want to bother with her and was about to turn and leave. I heard you rejected young Master Zhangjian's invitation. At this point, facing the silent Jun Linglong, Lan Qingyao became furious. But just as a fight was about to break out between the two, they were interrupted by a small child who had appeared before them at some unknown time. Congratulations, host! You have arrived at the sign-in location, the Taiwei Ancient Steel. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the 6-star reward. Hell-suppressing divine elephant power. Who are you, little brat? Do you even know where this is? Barging in like that? This noisy voice instantly made the child extremely displeased. You ask who I am? Jun Xiaoyao of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Any objections? The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly shocked. Even the extremely arrogant Lan Qingyao from just a moment ago had her head pushed down, forced to kneel and pay respects to Jun Xiaoyao and ask for forgiveness. And it was only at this moment that everyone truly witnessed the true appearance of the divine child who had caused a sensation in the Jun family. But Jun Xiaoyao was clearly not here to throw his weight around. The purpose of his trip was to sign in at the Taiwei Ancient Steel and test his physical strength while he was at it. As Jun Xiaoyao circulated his internal energy, the air pressure around him began to surge. The extremely terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone present to even breathe, as a small, delicate hand drew back to gather power. Using the reward just granted by the system, he threw a punch at the ancient steel. And it was just such an ordinary punch that actually caused the 1,000-year-old Taiwei ancient steel to instantly explode and be utterly destroyed. Seeing this, the one whose heart was shaken the most was none other than Xiaoyao's grandfather himself, because he never would have imagined that his grandson, having just broken through to the divine treasury realm, would immediately touch the threshold of the spirit sea realm. He really didn't know where this child's limits were. However, looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was blaming himself for breaking the steel, his grandfather was both exasperated and fond. He had long since thrown the damage to the treasured Taiwei ancient steel to the back of his mind, only thinking about hurrying back to explain the method of entering the spirit sea realm to his grandson. Just as they were about to leave, one of the girls, whom Xiaoyao had identified as a tigress, suddenly blocked the path of the grandfather and grandson, and facing the grandfather's immense pressure. Although the girl seemed to have difficulty bearing it, she held on. Disciple Jun Linglong wishes to serve the divine child as my master. Please allow me to become the divine child's attendant. These words immediately caused everyone present to gasp in shock, because not long ago, Jun Zhongjian, the 10th sequence, had personally extended an olive branch to her, only to be rejected. Now, she was taking the initiative to climb up. Wasn't this a slap in the face to young Master Zhongjian? At this moment, seeming to notice his grandson's confusion, the grandfather began to explain. Because Jun Linglong is from a branch family, her cultivation resources are pitifully few. So, if she wants to climb up, she must establish a connection with the main family. And compared to Lan Qingya, who was already following Jun Zhongjian, Jun Xiaoyao clearly had a better impression of Jun Linglong. Thus, this extremely mismatched master-servant duo was born, and Lan Qingya, feeling wronged, was naturally not going to let it go. So after seeing the grandfather and grandson off, she hurried to where Jun Zhongjian was in seclusion. That little brat named Jun Xiaoyao broke the Taiwei ancient steel and achieved the eternal extreme state. Even Jun Linglong chose to follow him. The moment her voice fell, a swift aura instantly rose. The next second, a handsome figure appeared before her. And at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was being interrogated by his grandfather. I didn't realize, you little brat. You're so young, yet you're already quite the flirt. Now that you have a pretty girl, you don't want your grandpa anymore? Seeing this, Xiaoyao hurriedly began to use his tried-and-true tactic of acting cute. Unexpectedly, he was rarely pushed away by his grandfather. I'm asking you, where did you learn the move you used to strike the Taiwei ancient steel just now? And Jun Xiaoyao naturally couldn't tell his grandfather that he got it from his system's golden finger. So he could only lie and say it was a fortuitous encounter he happened upon. Since Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old, his grandfather never thought he would lie. Putting the matter aside, his grandfather also informed Xiaoyao that the Jun family would hold a banquet for him when he turned 10. At that time, not only the immortal domain, but also many great clans and families would come to attend. And on that day, the Jun family will announce Jun Xiaoyao's identity as Sequence 0. Your era is about to begin. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new sign-in location. Please complete the sign-in at the 10-year-old banquet. This damn system is really awesome. It's set the next 7 years from now. How am I supposed to cultivate by signing in? Just then, Jun Linglong suddenly appeared behind him and said that young Master Jun Zhongjian was outside. This gave Xiaoyao, who was focused on studying the system, a scare. However, faced with Jun Linglong's reason, "You told me to treat this place as my home," Jun Xiaoyao. So he could only tell her to remember to knock in the future and casually asked who Jun Zhongjian was. "He is the young master that Lan Qingya follows. He is of the same clan as you, so he can be considered your clan brother." "Then may I ask who Lan Qingya is?" "She's that girl you just taught a lesson to." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao thought the visitor had ill intentions, but he didn't expect that when he went out to meet him. He found that Jun Zhongjian had actually tied up Lan Qingya and was here to offer a humble apology. But the transmigrated Jun Xiaoyao's mind was far beyond that of a 3-year-old, so he immediately saw that he wasn't here to apologize, but clearly to put him in his place. "Clan brother, are you planning to let her keep kneeling there?" Faced with Jun Xiaoyao's question, Jun Zhongjian wanted to say that as long as he received the divine child's forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao chose to tear down the pretense. "I have a characteristic. I never hold a grudge overnight. If someone provokes me, I'll hit them back on the spot. So you don't need to use the excuse of apologizing to me to satisfy your special fetish." These words instantly made Jun Zhongjian grind his teeth in anger. "In that case, there's no need to keep this idiot around." The moment his voice fell, a sharp aura shot out from his hand, and its target was aimed straight at Lan Qingya's face. Immediately after, the sound of an explosion was heard. When the smoke cleared, fortunately, Jun Linglong had acted in time to save Lan Qingya's life. "See that? This is the young Master Zhongjian you've been longing for." Just as Jun Zhongjian was about to strike again, he was suddenly stopped by Xiaoyao's words. "Clan brother, you have quite a temper, making a move directly in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Are you provoking me, clan brother?" These words instantly made Jun Zhongjian break out in a cold sweat. A misunderstanding. "Clan brother, you are the esteemed divine child of the Jun family. How would I dare to offend you?" However, before he could finish his words, Jun Xiaoyao instantly flipped the table. Gathering power in his right leg, he kicked directly at Jun Zhongjian. This sudden outburst left Jun Zhongjian stunned. But what shocked him even more was that Jun Xiaoyao's power was so terrifyingly immense. "Clan brother, I wasn't lying, was I? If someone offends me, I'll hit them back on the spot. The weather is nice today. Why don't we have a little spar right here?" Faced with such an arrogant attitude, one would think that even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wouldn't be able to stand it at this point. Immediately, Jun Zhongjian took out a token called the Yuan Tian Supreme Token as a wager, stating that if he lost, it would be yours. If he won, clan brother would only need to apologize. At this time, listening to Jun Linglong's voice transmission, Jun Xiaoyao learned that this token was rumored to be the key to opening the hidden treasury of an ancient powerhouse. Then, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly gave a wicked smile. "Clan brother is generous. Xiaoyao thanks you in advance." Is that damn voice really coming from a 3-year-old kid? A dignified, publicly acknowledged young genius of the family was being suppressed at every turn by a 3-year-old. But no one present felt surprised, only because that 3-year-old was the direct descendant of the direct line. The divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, who had alarmed the ancestors at birth and was exceptionally designated as the next head of the Jun family. At this moment, Jun Zhongjian, who was fighting him, also understood that he had to go all out. So for his very first move, he used his ultimate technique, the Purple Emperor Sword Art. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao just waved his hand casually. The sword was separated from the hand. Jun Zhongjian's self-proclaimed strongest attack was so easily neutralized. How should I put it? I feel like you, clan brother, are even weaker than I imagined. The moment his voice fell, accompanied by Jun Xiaoyao's casual kick. The next second, the explosive sound of a body colliding with a wall instantly spread out. As the smoke cleared, a large front tooth suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. And its owner was none other than the 10th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Zhongjian himself, who had been extremely arrogant just moments ago, but was now taught a lesson with a single kick. As for the Yuan-Tian Supreme token that was wagered, Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't hold back. "Thank you for your generosity, clan brother. I'll be taking this spoil of war." Key item detected. New sign-in location has been refreshed. Please complete the sign-in at the Yuan Tian Supreme Hidden Treasury. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward from a casual spar. At this time, Jun Linglong on the side was bandaging Lan Qingya's wound while comforting her. The young master, Zhang Jin you talk about all day treats you like dirt. A wise bird chooses its tree. I advise you not to be deceived by him anymore. However, Lan Qingya, who had just been abandoned by her master and almost lost her life, was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. I don't need your pity. You three with the surname June, I will definitely make you pay in the future. After saying this, she turned and left the scene in tears. You really have a way with words. No wonder she hates you. I'm telling you, sis, you really have a way with words. No wonder she hates you. I was just telling the truth. That if you get beaten up outside in the future for running your mouth, don't come looking for me. These words immediately made Jun Linglong start to doubt herself. Am I really that bad? The scene changes, and time quickly flashes forward 7 years. And this year was the year the Jun family was holding the 10-year-old birthday banquet for Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the streets and alleys were filled with laughter and joy. So this is the Jun family's divine island? It's so lively. It would be even better if I could meet some cute friends. For the past 3 years, in order for Jun Xiaoyao to achieve better improvement, he had been in secluded cultivation, and his daily food consisted entirely of spiritual pills and elixirs. At this moment, although he was just eating an ordinary apple, but compared to those bitter pills, the deliciousness of the apple made him want to linger. As he savored the aftertaste, he realized someone had appeared next to him. Say, what are you doing here? I am here on the family head's orders to capture a certain divine child who skipped his seclusion and bring him back to the palace. This affirmative answer immediately made Jun Xiaoyao give an awkward smile. Then, with a slightly dramatic turn of his head, the next second, he used his full strength and fled into the distance. And just as the master and servant were in hot pursuit of each other, a cry for help suddenly made Jun Xiaoyao stop in his tracks. Taking a closer look, he saw that it was a pretty little girl causing trouble. You were the one who hurt little Hui Hui first. What are you yelling for? At this time, as the number of onlookers grew, one of the old men wanted to use money as compensation to settle the matter. But unexpectedly, these words made the little girl even more furious. You actually take me for some kind of riffraff trying to extort you? He broke one of little Hui's legs, so I'll just break one of his. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao, who had witnessed the entire event, would naturally not stand by and do nothing. Daring to act so unruly on my Jun family's territory, you've got some nerve. Immediately, Xiaoyao suddenly took out a leftover fruit pit. Without any hesitation, he threw it directly at the little girl. But the little girl was clearly no pushover. Who's there? How dare you sneak attack me? But although the girl blocked the attack, the wet and sticky feeling of the hidden weapon she had just intercepted made her feel disgusted. Where did this ugly monster come from, daring to meddle in my business? Do you know who I am? However, facing the girl's questioning, Jun Xiaoyao didn't take it to heart at all, and he kept muttering under his breath that the girl was really ugly. Such a rude reply completely made the girl's cosmos explode. As she gathered her power, in a single leap, she was already by Jun Xiaoyao's side. But her furious strike was easily dodged by Jun Xiaoyao with a dip of his head. And from the force of the attack, Jun Xiaoyao also understood that the girl hadn't used her full strength. She probably didn't want to hurt him, just to vent her anger. Don't run, you ugly monster. Fight me for 300 rounds. You can't even catch me. How are you going to fight me? But looking at this pair of bickering lovebirds before her, Jun Linglong, standing on high, couldn't feel happy at all, because she saw the emblem on the girl's chest, which was clearly unique to the Jiang family of Qingzhou. If the two of them continued to cause a scene, and something happened, it wouldn't be good for either family. But in her heart, the desire to watch the show still outweighed her reason. So she decided to just ignore it and see which of the two peerless prodigies was stronger. At this time, inside the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao's 10-year-old banquet was underway. The first to enter the venue was the Jiang family of Qingzhou. The lavish gift list instantly made everyone's jaws drop. The people sent by the Jiang family this time were the divine Maiden Jiang Xingyi, who possessed the innate Tao fetus, and the esteemed pearl of the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli, who possessed the Yuanling Tao body. And looking at Jiang Luoli, who was pouting unhappily, everyone thought it was because of her childhood engagement to Jun Xiaoyao. It wasn't until her sister, Jiang Xingyi, spoke that they realized. Ran into a tough nut, didn't you? Let's see if you dare to run around recklessly next time. Oomph. If I ever catch that ugly monster, I'll definitely beat him up. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted the two sisters' conversation. Luoli, long time no see. Have you been well? Sorry, who are you? I am Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family. Before, in the Fallen Moon mystic realm, halfway through his sentence, unexpectedly, Jiang Luoli just said goodbye and chose to ignore him and walk forward. However, just as her sister was scolding Luoli for being impolite, Yi Xingyun actually smiled instead of getting angry. Luoli is so cute, even when she's scowling. How can I ever free myself? The scene changes, and the hall instantly falls silent. Everyone, you've traveled thousands of miles to attend my grandson's 10-year-old banquet. This old man thanks you. The moment his voice fell, Xiaoyao's grandfather clearly noticed several unfriendly gazes. The Jun family's 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian. The 7th sequence, Jun Xiaohuang. The 5th sequence, Jun Wanjie. As well as the Yi family's Yi Xingyun, whose gaze was fixed on a certain spot, and the naturally cute girl from the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli. Just then, as the crowd was clamoring to see the protagonist of the banquet, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, his grandfather, was about to speak up and explain awkwardly. As the roof was suddenly blown open, a playful voice reached everyone's ears. Thank you all for attending my 10th birthday banquet. I hope you can all accept this show-off entrance of mine. In fact, after Jun Xiaoyao appeared, Jiang Luoli had already noticed something, because apart from his face, his clothes, style, and height were almost identical to that person's. And as the protagonist, Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect to meet her here either. So when faced with Jiang Luoli's public inquiry about his identity, not wanting the banquet to be ruined, he could only choose to deny it. And to cover it up, he even added a bit of acting. And looking at Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face, for a moment, Jiang Luoli actually believed his words, while also revealing a love-struck expression. Seeing this, his grandfather, surprised, suddenly slapped Jun Xiaoyao on the butt. You're something else, kid. You've already hooked up with her before I could even introduce you. This is the Jiang family's treasured pearl, Miss Luoli. She is the very person from the arranged marriage I told you about, your fiancé. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them cried out in shock at the same time. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao never imagined that even as a revered divine child, he couldn't escape the fate of an arranged marriage. Immediately after, he had a sudden idea. If he could find a way to make the girl hate him, he could break off the engagement. Just then, Jiang Luoli was seen reaching her delicate hand into her sleeve. The next second, she actually took out a spirit pill and placed it in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. This is a spirit pill refined from the water of the fountain of youth. Eat it quickly. Promise me you'll keep this face and not grow up. Otherwise, you won't be cute anymore. These love-struck words couldn't help but make Jun Xiaoyao feel a wave of embarrassment. He immediately became even more determined to call off this marriage. After searching through the crowd, his gaze quickly locked onto Jun Linglong. With a slight raise of his small hand, he began transmitting his voice through hand signs. You, hurry up and jump out. Just say that we've already pledged our lives to each other. After it's done, you can name your price. However, even though Jun Linglong was surprised that the normally stingy divine child was offering a high price, she still chose to refuse decisively. I still want to leave this place alive, so don't cause trouble. And just as Jun Xiaoyao was feeling frustrated, the crowd in the hall had already begun to congratulate the two. Just then, with the sound of a table being slammed, a savior arrived. I do not agree to this marriage. This was simply the most heavenly sound. Afterward, news of the duel between the Jun family's divine child and the Yi family's young master quickly spread. Only one person remained calm and composed, as if no one else was around. I heard you came out of seclusion specifically to attend the divine child's 10th birthday banquet. After all, I'm also very curious about the person who defeated you at the age of 3. This sarcastic reply instantly caused Jun Zhangjian's face to darken. But compared to Jun Xiaohuang, he was more concerned about the person before him, because he couldn't understand at all why this martial arts fanatic was also here. The scene changes to the field outside the banquet hall. Before the referee could even finish announcing the rules of the match, the challenger, Yi Xingyun, had already taken his stance. The moment he heard begin, his figure shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. The speed was so fast that even Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Even the spectators on the side were praising that the Yi family's stellar king body truly lived up to its reputation. But unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao chose to face it head-on, and with just one move, he skillfully neutralized the force of Yi Xingyun's left hand. Then, as Yi Xingyun's right fist attacked again, he dodged the attack again with a flash to the side. The exchange of offense and defense continued like this for some time. Only then did both sides stop and separate. And at this moment, the most shocked person was none other than Yi Xingyun himself, because he knew that, to outsiders, it looked like Jun Xiaoyao was on the defensive, forced to dodge. But in reality, he couldn't touch Jun Xiaoyao at all. But with his beloved watching from the side, how could he just give up? He then gritted his teeth. In an instant, wisps of blue aura rose from his body. An ancient mark slowly appeared on his forehead. The next second, Yi Xingyun roared out the 4 words, "Star True Body." This brilliant scene made Jun Xiaoyao sigh that the power of love was truly something. But Yi Xingyun's attack didn't give him any time to ponder. Under the immense, tearing force, Jun Xiaoyao belatedly realized, "Crap, I think I've overdone it." The boy, in order to fight for mating rights, used a fatal blow against his love rival. The scorching flames almost completely enveloped the enemy. But the love rival was not flustered at all, and even revealed a strange smile. It was because all of this was already within his control, and the golden spiritual energy emanating from Jun Xiaoyao's body couldn't help but startle everyone present. But because the ancient holy body had become useless since ancient times, everyone mistakenly thought that Jun Xiaoyao reaching this point was the end of his rope. Sure enough, when the two clashed head-on, with a muffled thud, the final result was Jun Xiaoyao's crushing defeat at the hands of Yi Xingyun. Watching Jun Xiaoyao fall from the sky, Yi Xingyun, the one who cast the technique, had a look of confusion. Even the referee, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's miserable state of spitting blood, couldn't help but complain that he shouldn't have been so ruthless to a 10-year-old child. However, at this moment, perhaps only Yi Xingyun knew how wronged he was, because just now when they clashed, Jun Xiaoyao actually had time to wink at him, and just as he was feeling confused, he didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to suddenly withdraw his power, thus creating the illusion of being defeated. The most infuriating part was that Jun Xiaoyao was still acting. "Please don't blame young Master Yi. His strength is superior. I truly admit defeat. My aptitude is dull. I dare not hold back the beautiful young lady's future. So, let's just cancel this engagement." As soon as he said this, those with sharp minds immediately guessed his intention. But the female protagonist, Jiang Luoli, didn't want to grant his wish. "It's okay, Brother Xiaoyao. Even if the ancient holy body is useless, I will never leave your side." Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from not far away. "Is this the so-called strongest physique of ancient times? You can't even beat a tiny firefly, and you dare call yourself the human race's holy body?" These few people of unknown origin momentarily stunned Jun Xiaoyao. But his grandfather recognized them as people from the immemorial dragon tribe. At this moment, Lan Qingyao was suddenly grabbed and violently slammed onto the ground. "I deigned to come here because you said there was an ancient holy body that broke through its shackles. Since the information is false, you can go die." And the cause of this matter traces back to 3 months ago. At that time, the ancestral dragon nest, an enemy force of the Jun family, was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Congratulations, Lord Dragonchild, on successfully fusing with the dragon essence. But facing the compliments, the protagonist, Long Hao Yin, was dismissive. He stated that his elder brother had already fused with 3 dragon essences, and that he would surely surpass him one day. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted everyone's chat, getting complacent after fusing with just 1 dragon essence. Little do you know, the neighboring Jun family has produced a divine child worthy of worship by the 10,000 saints. How ridiculous! As soon as the voice fell, the girl was captured and thrown to the ground. And the person who came was none other than Lan Qingya, who had betrayed the Jun family out of jealousy towards her clansmen. Looking at Long Hao Yin's excited and jealous face, Lan Qingya was glad she had truly found the right person. The scene returns to the front of the Jun family's Heavenly Emperor Palace Hall. Looking at that extremely arrogant face, Jun Xiaoyao was clearly no longer willing to pretend to be weak. I say, buddy, detaining our disciple on our Jun family's territory. What's her deal? And at this moment, the most uncomfortable person was none other than Lan Qingya's former master, Jun Zhongjian. If this traitor causing a scene at the Divine Child's banquet is investigated, I'm afraid I won't even be able to keep my status as the 10th sequence. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't thinking that far ahead. After ordering Jun Linglong to take Lan Qingya away, he took the initiative to bring up how his father, Jun Wuhui, had once hand-torn a dragon tribe supreme being. After skinning him and pulling out his tendons, the dragon tribe has regarded our Jun family as a mortal enemy. But if you want revenge, just come for me. Bullying a woman is utterly disgusting. No wonder you haven't been able to stand tall all these years and are looked down upon by others. Just then, along with the two words, how insolent, coming from above, two of Long Haoyan's servants appeared before Jun Xiaoyao in the blink of an eye. However, there was no need for Jun Xiaoyao to act at all. As two sharp auras erupted from behind him, they directly blasted the two servants, sending them flying backward. This is the Jun family. It's not your place, you bunch of country bumpkins, to run wild here. The foreign powerhouse sounds the horn of attack. The Jun family's sequences deliver a devastating blow with crushing force. The gap between geniuses of the same young generation is actually this huge. Is my Jun family someone that any random nobody can provoke? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd gasped in amazement. The ones who acted were only the Jun family's 10th and 7th sequences. The foundation of an ancient family was clearly on full display at this moment, and watching his subordinates being so easily defeated, the dragon child of the ancestral dragon nest, hovering on the edge of fury, suddenly raised his palm slightly. As the 10th sequence, Jun Zhongjian's pupils instantly dilated. A fierce aura struck his body in the blink of an eye. But even though Jun Zhongjian recognized this move as the dragon tribe's great divine ability, the dragon's severing hand, the power gap between them was too vast, and the result could only be him being blasted back by a single blow. And seeing that Long Haoyan actually intended to kill him, the 7th sequence, Jun Xuehuang, wanted to intervene. Unexpectedly, Long Haoyan directly shifted his anger onto her. His speed was so fast that Jun Xuehuang had no time to react at all. Just then, a small foot secretly gathered power. Suddenly, a figure teleported in front of Jun Xuehuang, blocking the fatal blow. And what surprised Long Haoyan even more was that the small figure did it with just one hand, because he was none other than the Jun family's Sequence 0, the Heavenly Emperor Palace's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was seen first glancing at Long Haoyan. Immediately after, his palm instantly exerted force. The next second, to Long Haoyan's shock, he was sent flying backward by a direct punch. But after taking the attack head-on, he wasn't angry and instead laughed. This is getting interesting. This is a true ancient holy body that has broken its shackles. Clan brother, clan sister, you two step back. This little brother is here for me. As soon as his voice fell, the two wanted to persuade him otherwise. Unexpectedly, the commotion here had alerted his grandfather. Today is this kid's 10th birthday banquet. Just let him personally liven things up for the great clans from all 4 directions. Immediately, the scene became briefly calm. Then, accompanied by 2 faint sounds of wind, the sound of the explosion from their clash instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace. Following that, seeing the rapid exchange of attacks between the two, Yi Xingyan couldn't help but wonder if the Jun Xiaoyao who had just fought him was the real deal. Young master, don't blink, watch closely. The ones who truly contend at the peak of an era are not prodigies like you, but monsters. And right now, what's in front of you is a monster. A generation's prodigy stages a monster showdown. Powerful battle aura transformed into sharp swords, tearing the sky. The aftershocks of the battle spared no one present. But at a certain moment, it all dissipated. The reason was this azure barrier before them. It turned out that the grandfather, fearing their battle would affect the innocent, had specially cast a spell to form a protective shield. On one hand, it protected the audience, and on the other, it allowed the combatants to go all out and fight freely. When the smoke cleared, 2 small figures came into view. You seem very happy. Aren't you here to get revenge on me? I can't be bothered with the grudges of the previous generation. My reason for being happy is simple. to finally get to fight a human race's holy body that has broken the shackles of the heavenly Tao. How could that not be exciting? As soon as his voice fell, a light suddenly flashed around Long Hao Ian's body. As his aura was released, several faint dragon roars could be heard. How about you take this move of mine? True dragon heaven-trapping art. And seeing his opponent going all out, Jun Xiaoyao also rarely began to get a little serious. Forming hand seals, an ancient incantation came from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. In an instant, even his grandfather's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous expression. Yin and Yang, with the one Yang, unify the forms of all things. With the grand mystery, control the qi, condensing it into blades to form divine weapons. At this moment, watching the countless golden light swords condense, everyone finally realized that this move was the Jun family's secret technique, the warfare art. And in that brief moment of daze, the two in the center of the battlefield had already begun to charge at each other with their respective ultimate techniques. Countless golden lights were seen slipping through the cracks and pouring into the divine dragon's body. The next second, with a crisp sound, Long Hao Ian's full power attack was thus turned into nothing. Moreover, Long Hao Ian didn't even have time to react. The warfare art that broke the divine dragon, under Jun Xiaoyao's control, was like a sharp arrow that pierced through Long Hao Ian's defense in the blink of an eye, instantly engulfing him. A moment later, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Long Hao Ian was thus crushed head-on with devastating force. But from his eyes, a dark glint seemed to be constantly flickering. But clearly, Jun Xiaoyao did not notice this. He was seen first turning around, after waving his fist. The next second, he actually pointed smugly at the Jun family members. His attitude clearly meant, hurry up and praise me, praise me. You brat, don't get carried away. However, before his grandfather could finish speaking, his pupils instantly widened in anger. Where the light shone, Long Hao Ian, who had already been declared defeated, suddenly appeared behind Jun Xiaoyao to launch a sneak attack. Hearing the commotion, Jun Xiaoyao had just turned his head back, when a mist of blood instantly scattered in the silent air. Facing the fatal blow, Jun Xiaoyao not only escaped unscathed in a thrilling dodge, but this sneak attack also aroused Xiaoyao's killing intent. What the hell are you doing? As soon as his voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao delivered a flying kick to Long Hao Ian. But to his surprise, even though this blow hit Long Hao Ian's head, he didn't move an inch. Immediately after, a light suddenly flashed from Long Hao Ian's chest. The next second, his aura surged, and he actually broke through his realm, stepping into the Divine Bridge realm. At this time, although Jun Xiaoyao had a look of confusion, there were some sharp-eyed people who saw what was happening. This dragon child is forcefully activating his dragon essence to break through to the Divine Bridge realm. I'm afraid this will only make his foundation unstable, doing more harm than good. But at this moment, Long Hao Ian was already like a different person. The moment he stopped releasing his aura, he charged straight towards Jun Xiaoyao without any hesitation. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao also noticed something was wrong. After dodging Long Hao Ian's reckless charge, he indeed found the source of the problem. He saw that Long Hao Ian's body was wrapped in layers of spiritual energy threads. It was obvious that someone was secretly controlling him, and that person's position should be in the sky. Immediately after, a sharp aura condensed into a lightning spear in his hand. The moment it formed, he threw it directly at the sky. But what he didn't expect was that this once invincible move, the moment it reached its target, was directly crushed into nothingness. And what gave him an even bigger headache was the now unconscious Long Hao Ian was like a madman, only capable of chasing after Jun Xiaoyao and charging recklessly. Hey, wake up! What kind of ancestral dragon nest dragon child are you? Being controlled like a puppet, and seeing that verbal stimulation was useless, Jun Xiaoyao even thought of headbutting him, hoping to knock Long Hao Ian back to his senses. However, this headbutt unexpectedly knocked out the system. Triggered sign-in location, 10th birthday banquet. Does the host wish to sign in? Damn it, if this crappy system didn't show up now, I would have thought it was dead. At this point, as Jun Xiaoyao chose to press the sign-in button, a reward page titled Supreme Bone popped up. The Supreme Bone, as its name suggests, is formed from the bone of a supreme being. The holder can use supreme-level great divine abilities across realms, unlocking supreme-level great divine ability, God's calamity light. And as the system's notification sound faded, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from Jun Xiaoyao's body. Holy crap, could this be the Supreme Bone? The Jun family is truly full of monsters. It's too terrifying. When did this kid get a Supreme Bone? However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao paid no attention to everyone's surprise. He just thought of what Jun Linglong had once told him. The so-called supreme beings are those immortal and indestructible existences who stand at the peak of the ancient immortal domain. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head thoughtfully. At the end of his line of sight, a faint image of an ancient giant dragon appeared in his eyes. So you're the dragon tribe's supreme being. You want to kill me, but can't bring yourself to do it personally. So you use a junior as a plaything. I've long heard that my old man once hand-torn a dragon tribe supreme being. Today, I, Jun Xiaoyao, will inherit my father's legacy. I will exterminate you, this big, sneaky loach, right here. And as Jun Xiaoyao pointed to the sky, that ray of divine light directly enveloped the entire divine dragon. So much so that the crowd below could even hear the sound of the light burning the dragon scales. Then, amidst a wave of astonishment, the figure of the Nether Dragon Supreme, a peak expert of the ancestral dragon nest, was actually forced out by Jun Xiaoyao. But at this moment, he ignored the crowd's adulation and just looked at the sky. Coward, you finally come out. First, you came to the Jun family to stir up trouble. Then you used underhanded tactics against me. Now you think you can just leave after saying a few light words? What nerve you have? Following that, facing the Nether Dragon Supreme's slightly arrogant question, what do you want? A light instantly flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Today, I will follow in my father's footsteps and slaughter you, this Nether Dragon, right here. These contemptuous words instantly made the Nether Dragon Supreme's eyes widen in anger. The next second, the aura of a supreme expert erupted in an instant. Some of the weaker individuals could not withstand the pressure and crouched on the ground. In contrast, the direct target of the pressure stood as firm as ever. His unfazed gaze even made everyone present wonder if he was really only 10 years old. Even the Nether Dragon Supreme sighed inwardly that this kid could withstand the dragon's pressure with the strength of the true spirit realm. At this moment, the Jun family's fifth sequence, Jun Wanjia, took a light step forward. Lightning flickered in his hand, ready to strike. Unexpectedly, his grandfather behind him patted his shoulder and shook his head. The meaning was clear. It wasn't his turn to act. Because his grandfather had already sensed a terrifying might emanating from the back mountain of the Jun family estate. And that voice was all too familiar to every Jun family disciple present. As the main target, the Nether Dragon Supreme also smelled the scent of danger. However, the moment he saw the beam of energy, it was already too late. That energy chain, like a sharp blade, struck the Nether Dragon Supreme head-on in the blink of an eye. Brilliant lightning flashed continuously around his body. One of the Nether Dragon Supreme's arms was severed from his body and fell onto the plaza. This lightning-fast strike left everyone present completely stunned. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of power could so easily sever the arm of a supreme. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't think that much. He just thoughtfully turned his head toward the 18th ancestor. At this time, the Jun family's 18th ancestor was holding Long Haoyan by the neck with one hand. He calmly faced the sky and said, "You could have left safely with this little brat, but you chose to make a move in the Jun family's territory. Yun Shibel, stop. You dare kill him? Not just him, you too." Seeing that the ancestor had developed killing intent, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to speak up and stop him, but he was a step too late. With a crisp crack, he froze on the spot. Seeing the dragon tribe's dragon child killed, the Nether Dragon Supreme was overcome with rage. He roared furiously as he charged towards the ancestor. "You madman, are you trying to start an immortal war between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family?" But the ancestor ignored his threat. With a wave of his large hand, he actually cut the true body of the Nether Dragon Supreme in half at the waist. A moment later, only scattered remains were left on the ground. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. The ancestor actually ordered his grandfather to roast this black dragon to serve the guests. Then, he announced the purpose of the banquet in front of everyone. My June family has 10 sequences, each one a peerless prodigy. But above these 10 sequences, there is one more position. That is the future head of the June family. The divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, who has been granted sequence 0. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao ignored the crowd's surprise and just stared at the ancestor. The ancestor seemed to understand something. He threw the body of Long Haotian in his hand in front of him. He stated, "This kid still has unrefined dragon essence in his body. Take it out and absorb it yourself. It will be of great benefit to you. Come see me after the banquet is over." People say dragon meat in the heavens, donkey meat on earth. But when it was actually time to eat, no one could bring themselves to take a bite, especially since they were eating the flesh of a quasi-supreme expert of the dragon tribe. At this moment, the Jun family was serving the guests with the flesh and blood of the just-slain Nether Dragon Supreme. But as the Jun family's 7th sequence, Jun Wanjia's mind wasn't on this. However, when he found the clan leader, before he could even speak, he was rebuffed. "Are you trying to ask if Jun Xiaoyao has ever participated in the sequence competition?" I can give you a clear answer. No. His sequence 0 was personally designated by the ancestor when he was born. This might seem unfair to you all. That's why the ancestor allows you to challenge Xiaoyao for his sequence at any time. He will absolutely not interfere. After hearing the explanation, Jun Wanjia first thought for a moment. Then he pretended to have some business and left the banquet hall. This act was appreciated by the clan leader. If he had challenged Xiaoyao at the banquet now, the Jun family would have lost a great deal of face. At this moment, the clan leader suddenly thought of something and asked his subordinate where Xiaoyao was now. And upon hearing that Xiaoyao was preparing to refine the dragon essence, he was going to break through from the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm in one go, he knew well the dangers of crossing a major realm. The clan leader immediately ordered his men to find Jun Xiaoyao and make him stop that crazy act at once. The scene changes to a tall building deep within the Jun family estate. Yun Suao scientifically hinted Longho tennis eshes to Yunling Long. Burned. Find a place here and help me bury him. You seem to be very unhappy about this matter. From your perspective, I should indeed be happy. Defeating the rising star of a rival family. Withstanding the pressure of a supreme who is realms higher than myself, bringing honor to the family. Human life in this world is really cheap. Hearing this, Jun Linglong originally wanted to comfort Xiaoyao. She was about to say that this world is naturally one where the strong prey on the weak. Since he dared to come here and cause trouble, he should have been prepared to be sacrificed, so why should the divine child mind? But after hearing Jun Xiaoyao mutter, "Then what's the difference between us and beasts?" Jun Linglong smiled faintly. "The way you think about things is simply not like someone from this world. But if you are dissatisfied with the laws of this world, then you must become the supreme above supremes, the one and only great emperor under heaven. Only then will you have the power to change the laws." As soon as her voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly laughed out loud. He thought to himself, whether it's reincarnation or the system, there must be a reason for obtaining all of this. In the heavens above, the earth below, and the 3,000 worlds. Only when I become the great emperor can I be truly free. At this moment, a faint aura spread out from within Jun Xiaoyao's body. For a moment, it caused Jun Linglong's pupils to dilate instantly, because in her mind, she saw a scene she couldn't dare to imagine. It was the grown-up Jun Xiaoyao, receiving the worship and prostration of tens of thousands. The name of the heavenly emperor resounded throughout the entire universe. As a slight stinging pain brought Jun Linglong back to reality, she understood that this was a future scene glimpsed by her 7-aperture exquisite heart. In other words, the divine child might really become the sovereign in the future. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't thinking that much. He found an empty space, and the dragon essence appeared in his hand. The ancient holy body triggers a lightning tribulation every time it breaks through a major realm. You should leave first to avoid being affected. Remember to find me a new set of clothes. As soon as his voice fell, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. And as the dragon essence was slowly drawn out and absorbed in Xiaoyao's hand, the crowd in the distance saw a terrifying scene. Even the clan leader who had just arrived could only stare with wide eyes. because at this moment, the lightning tribulation had completely enveloped Jun Xiaoyao's small body. He held up one hand to the sky, directly confronting the swift lightning. Looking down on the firmament, there is only my Jun family's divine child. At 10 years old, I can already touch the heavenly Tao. 100,000 lightning tribulations shall forge my immortal holy body. Intense energy fluctuations spread out in an instant. Those with sharp eyes recognize from the golden spiritual energy that it must be the Jun family's divine child undergoing the tribulation of the ancient holy body. At this moment, as Jun Xiaoyao, having completed the tribulation, slowly raised his head, his revealed face had shed its former childishness, becoming more resolute and upright. Looking at the lingering power of the lightning tribulation before him, which seemed unwilling to disperse, Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened and raised his palm. The next second, he actually shattered the tribulation cloud with a single palm strike. This shocking scene made everyone present's jaws drop. They all lamented that this era of great contention was probably going to become the stage for the Jun family's divine child alone. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was not so optimistic, because most of the power of the lightning tribulation and the energy in the dragon essence had been absorbed by the Supreme Bone. As a result, his strength was still one step away from the divine bridge realm. Right now, to advance quickly, he could only seek heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nourish the Supreme Bone. Then, he looked at Jun Linglong, who had just arrived. He informed her that after the banquet, he would leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace to travel and train. Go and find some worthy places to visit immediately. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the ancestor's residence. At the same time, within the ancestral dragon nest, a supreme being was roaring in anger at the void. Do you really think my ancestral dragon nest is some roadside weed that anyone could trample on? At this moment, a person beside him let out a helpless sigh. Jun Sherbal is a notorious madman in the Jun family. It's too difficult to get revenge on him. But at the same time, someone else suggested, since he dared to kill our ancestral dragon nest dragon child and a dragon tribe supreme, why can't we kill one of his Jun family sequences? I imagine that Jun family's divine child is also about to reach the age to go out and train. The day our Long Out Yin comes out of seclusion, he will surely sweep through the younger generation of the immortal domain. At that time, won't killing a mere Jun family divine child be as easy as lifting a hand? The scene changes to the end of the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet. Just as young master Yi boarded his flying vessel to leave, his steward asked him about his gains from this trip. The Jun family's divine child possesses both the ancient holy body and the supreme bone, two supreme physiques. His cultivation is far superior to mine. Yet, he wasn't arrogant because of it and even treated me with courtesy. I'm truly a piece of trash. At this moment, the steward looked at his somewhat dejected young master and thought his Tao heart had been shattered. It wasn't until he heard his following words that he felt relieved. I am not qualified to be a stumbling block on his path to emperorship, but some things must be fought for by oneself. The road ahead has just begun. Who can predict who will win and who will lose in the end? They say the affection between grandparents and grandchildren is natural. So, what would it be like if there were 18 generations between them? Just like the Jun family's 18th ancestor. Watching his grandson's body transform after absorbing the dragon essence. The more he looked, the more he loved him. Then, on a whim, he asked Jun Xiaoyao, if you become the Heavenly Emperor many years from now, what will you do? If I become the Heavenly Emperor, I will certainly suppress enemies and maintain world peace. But being so conventional, every Heavenly Emperor has done the same. Isn't that too boring? At this moment, looking at the ancestor's slightly puzzled gaze, a series of audacious words came directly from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. When I am the Heavenly Emperor, I will create a new era that will shake the past and present, surpassing everyone's imagination. Everyone will have a mobile phone and internet. Mortals will also be able to touch the stars and fully enjoy the thrill of flying freely in the universe. The first part was fine. The baseless words that followed left the ancestor completely baffled. But knowing his grandson had great ambitions, he didn't think too much about it. He came to Jun Xiaoyao's side and asked if he wanted to learn the immortal slaying sword art. Is it the sword art you use to kill the Nether Dragon Supreme with one strike? The sword is the king of all weapons. The sword arts in the ancient immortal domain are as vast as the sea. Those at the pinnacle are known to the world as the 5 great divine arts. My June family's immortal slaying sword art is one of them. But because its power is so immense, learning it is extremely difficult. That's why this immortal slaying sword art is not open to ordinary clan members, lest they waste decades of their lives. Now that you are about to go out and roam the world, consider this sword art my gift to you as a trump card. As soon as his voice fell, just as an excited Jun Xiaoyao was about to bow to the ancestor poured cold water on him again. Although I promised you could go out and explore after learning the first form, you must remember that from now on, you must learn to solve problems yourself. This old man will not help you again unless it's absolutely necessary. The scene shifts to outside the Jun family's warehouse several days later. At this moment, the servants were repeatedly praising the person inside the warehouse. As expected of the divine child's handmaiden, Miss Linglong finished half a year's worth of our work in just a few days, truly amazing. However, Jun Linglong, who was inside, had no time to pay attention to the praise from outside, because while organizing the inventory, she found a letter. To my dear friend Linglong, my father is gravely ill and was unable to attend the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet. The Jun family is a supreme ancient family. I implore you to grant us a stalk of the undying herb to save my country's ruler and its countless people. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom is willing to repay you with the kingdom itself. Seeing this, Jun Linglong remembered a beautiful figure from her childhood. It was obvious this letter was not written to the divine child, but to her. Just then, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Jun family estate. She immediately turned to look. The source of the pressure, illuminated by the sunlight, was precisely where the divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, was in seclusion. The appearance of the immortal slaying sword art attracted countless experts to watch. The clan leader initially thought it was the ancestor emerging, but a discerning eye could see that the moves of this sword art were still immature. It must have been created by that monster who learned the immortal slaying sword art in just 3 months. At this moment, in the Jun family's ancestral land, the 18th ancestor of the Jun family was staring blankly at the scene before him. As the smoke cleared, a voice reached his ears. "Ancestor, is my immortal's fall form considered passable?" This teasing scene made the ancestor suddenly burst into laughter. It took this old man a full year to comprehend this immortal's fall form. "I didn't expect you, kid. Ha ha ha." He then slapped his chest fiercely. Looking at his grandson Jun Xiaoyao with admiration and doting affection, he loudly declared with heroic spirit, "Go! It's time to create an era that belongs to you." The scene changes, and Jun Xiaoyao has left the Jun family's ancestral land. After 3 months in seclusion, he breathed in the taste of freedom in the air. He couldn't help but think of the place he asked little Ling Zi to find before his seclusion, wondering if she had found it. Just as he was about to go find his grandfather to say goodbye, he found that his grandfather had already come to him. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's puzzled look, his grandfather rolled his eyes at him. "Stop looking, you brat. You caused such a huge commotion. As the clan leader of the Jun family, how could I not come and see?" Later, upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had already learned the first form of the immortal slaying sword art, he sighed with emotion but was also very puzzled. "You brat, you grew up on my side. How come I never discovered you had a supreme bone hidden in you?" Hearing his, he said that because the child possessed 2 types of supreme physiques, the cultivation effort required must be doubled, especially the desolate ancient holy body, after the phenomenon of 10,000 saints paying homage appeared when the child was born. Within it also lies a hidden heterodox phenomenon that has not yet awakened and requires the child to realize on their own in order to open it. But we know where it can help the child quickly realize the heterodox phenomenon of the second Eucharist. At this moment, seeing grandfather suddenly sell his life dearly, Quan Chu Dao hastily deployed the pleading move that had worked 100 times before with grandfather. Grandfather's funny antics directly pushed him aside. He asked, "Dower, have you ever heard of the divine martial dynasty before?" that is a peak-level force of the immortal divine dynasty. Although its founder was the Pangu Great Emperor, our Kun family has also produced a Chitian Great Emperor before. In this Great Emperor Ban, Wu possessed the ancient desolate holy body. It is rumored that deep within the imperial palace of the Ban Wu divine dynasty, there exists a Ban Wu mausoleum that may be related to him. But that secret realm seemed not to open outward. However, if you are absolutely determined to enter, the grandfather, for the sake of his grandchild's future, stormed in fiercely this once, which was not without merit. This scene of banter could not help but make Jun Xiaodao sigh with emotion. The Jun family's old ancestors, this domineering aura was indeed passed down through the bloodline. Immediately promise to grandfather not to worry. Wait until after the training schedule. There will definitely be an opportunity to visit the divine martial table tide to investigate once. But shortly after the grandfather and grandson finished their dialogue, the system's voice transmission came through. Unfortunately, the location shown by the system for the Heavenly Origin Supreme Secret Treasury and the Cosmic Disk were both places that Kun Xiao Dao could not reach in half a moment at that time. At this moment, Xiao Dao's eyes suddenly widened. Looking in that direction, he only saw a delicate silhouette standing silently in the pavilion, gazing off into the distance. "Oh, you won't be waiting for me, will you? I am his attendant. Of course I should be here waiting." But Quan Lin Lung's respectful response like that made Quan Chu Dao tremble all over. He expressed, "Don't be like that. You're giving me goosebumps. If there's something, just say it directly." At this moment, only Quan Lin Lung could be seen presenting a simple bamboo outfit. Then suddenly he knelt down with Quan Xiao Dao. But Chu Dao originally wanted to scold her for not kneeling so suddenly without restraint. However, upon seeing the bamboo slip, she decided to first take a quick look. Immediately, the names of the places Chu Tuak Ko Kwak and an immortal medicine tree suddenly appeared before his eyes. This made Chu Dao both surprised and delighted, because after fulfilling the requests of Quan Lin Lung, unexpectedly, there was still a surprise triggering the signing mission to the system at the royal palace of Chu Tuak Ancient Kingdom. The 88-year-old king was seriously ill, his life hanging by a thread like a candle flickering in the wind. Only those who obtain the immortal elixir can escape death in this life. Yet looking at the princess, she worries about this all day. The king originally wanted to give up his life so that the princess could be liberated. Unexpectedly, today the elixir of immortality finally has a clue. At this moment, after hearing the report from the young lady, the Tanlong Ancient Kingdom's imperial prince, His Highness, who was waiting in the heavenly palace, became so angry that the marquis of Chu's chi and blood surged, nearly causing him to faint. Seeing this, Princess Bai Nok Ni hurriedly comforted the prince consort not to be angry. She expressed that she had a way to deal with him and told him to rest assured. Not long after, the screens switched to the reception hall, looking at Bai Yuegni respectfully performing a salute to him. Tanlong Ancient Kingdom's crown prince, Xiao Chun couldn't help but sigh. "You've maintained such a distance between us. It's been just a few days since we last met, yet you've become quite haggard." After finishing speaking, he also didn't forget to express the purpose of this trip, to reassure her and wait until the day of their grand wedding. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom intended to present an immortality elixir as a betrothal gift. As soon as his words ended, Bai Yuer's adoptive mother could only pretend to smile in return. In her heart, she only hoped that by then he wouldn't regret it. Even after seeing Xiao Chen off, Bai Yuer's personal handmaiden couldn't help but start complaining. His Majesty was clearly poisoned in the secret realm along with the Green Dragon King. Yet they're using this to blackmail Her Highness into a marriage alliance. How shameless. Hearing this, Bai Yuer, fearing the walls had ears, quickly told Aju to shut her mouth. But at the same time, she also understood that if the marriage alliance succeeded, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would be put in a completely passive position. The foundation passed down by their ancestors would sooner or later be swallowed up by the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom. And just as she was worrying about this, a report suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Report, Your Highness. The Jun family. The Jun family has finally replied." Seeing this, Bai Yuer hurriedly opened the jade slip. Jun Linglong's handwriting on it made her instantly overjoyed. "This is great. Father King is saved." The scene shifts to the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was staring blankly ahead. His indecisiveness was on full display, prompting the old woman to complain to Jun Linglong. "Miss, what is the little divine child doing?" With the divine child status, he should be riding the nine-dragon imperial carriage. Why is he choosing from among these strange beasts? Just then, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly came to Jun Linglong's side. He asked her about that person named by Yuer, who said she was willing to repay with her kingdom if she obtained the elixir of immortality. Does that mean submitting to me and becoming a vassal force of mine? As soon as he finished speaking, after Jun Linglong gave an affirmative reply, she also explained that in fact, every sequence in the Jun family has their own subordinate forces. Even the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, has the ancient sword sect that takes orders from him. Although the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's power has declined in recent years, that princess by Yuer possesses the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and can be considered a prodigy of her generation. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly grinned. He teased Jun Linglong. "You're not just pleading for your little friend, are you?" At this, the usually expressionless Jun Linglong immediately changed her tune and started acting pitiful. She expressed, "How would Linglong dare? Linglong is absolutely devoted to the divine child. How could I cheat the divine child out of his elixir of immortality for a mere outsider? All right, stop acting. I was just joking. However, I really don't want to accept any riff-raff under my command. Whether the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is worthy of this elixir of immortality needs to be verified with my own eyes." And listening to Jun Xiaoyao's unconventional thoughts, Jun Linglong was feeling that her initial risk in acknowledging him as her master was truly a great decision. But she was suddenly left speechless again by Jun Xiaoyao's bizarre behavior. After some deep thought, Jun Xiaoyao actually chose an alpaca as his mount, insisting on riding it to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. "Oh, am I not worthy?" Not long after, in the Jun family's dungeon, hearing the sound of the cell door opening, Lan Qingya had clearly already prepared for death. She stated that she had only one request: "Give me a quick death." However, Jun Linglong completely ignored her words and simply announced the punishment the divine child had decreed for her. "Lan Qingya, you colluded with outsiders to bring disaster to the Jun family. The divine child sentences you to kneel outside the heavenly emperor palace for a year to reflect on your mistakes. After a year, the grievances will be cleared and you'll be expelled from the Jun family. If you still harbor resentment, you may challenge the divine child at any time. But if you still do not repent and continue to collude with outsiders against the Jun family, then the divine child will flatten any force you collude with and then kill you with his own hands." Meanwhile, upon hearing of this matter, the grandfather was worried about Jun Xiaoyao's soft-heartedness. But a clan elder expressed a different opinion. Rather than being soft-hearted, it's more like in this era where hegemony rules the world. He wants to walk the kingly way of making all people submit through virtue. But in this world, how many can truly achieve the willing submission of all people? The scene shifts to the palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom a few days later. Seeing her dear friend Jun Linglong had truly arrived as promised, the overjoyed Princess Yuer excitedly expressed again and again. As expected, in the end, you have to rely on your sisters. You can't rely on men at all. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jun Linglong poured a basin of cold water on her head. She stated that the Qilin elixir of immortality exists, but it's not in her hands. My master said he wants to see with his own eyes if this country is worthy of him taking out the elixir. That's why he didn't come with me. At this, hearing Jun Linglong's description made Princess Yuer exclaim with emotion. "My goodness, your master? What kind of monster could make a prodigy like you follow him so willingly?" At these words, thinking of the divine child's usual demeanor, Jun Linglong couldn't help but give a wry smile. She said, "You'll just have to find out when you meet him." At this time, in a tavern in the imperial city, seeing that all the wine had been served, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but let out a sigh. "This wine is good wine. It would be even better if it weren't for these noisy guys. I wanted the best food and wine you have here, and you fob us off with this garbage. Don't you know who we are?" Seeing the waiter who didn't make a sound despite crying from the pain, the man's resentment grew, and he let out a wicked smile. Just as he was about to snap his neck, his action was suddenly stopped by someone. "What? Does the Vermilion Bird Envoy want to spoil my brother's fun too? No, I just feel that the Green Dragon Envoy needn't get angry over such a lowly servant. If this tavern isn't good enough, I'll find you a better one. Just then, the Green Dragon Envoy threw the waiter onto the ground like a piece of trash. He stated that this time, he would spare him for the Vermilion Bird Envoy's sake. After speaking, he turned and left the tavern with a flourish. Everything that had just happened was taken in by Jun Xiaoyao. But what surprised him was that the Vermilion Bird Envoy kindly took the waiter's hand, while giving him several coins. He also comforted him, "Take this money for now. Just endure a little longer, and everything will pass." This strange scene immediately piqued Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity. He quickly seized the opportunity when another waiter was serving dishes. He asked, "Who were those people just now? They're so arrogant in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Capital. Doesn't your king do anything about it?" Then, listening to the waiter's account, he learned that the Vermilion Bird King had explored a secret realm with the Green Dragon King some years ago. Unfortunately, he was injured by a snake demon and was so severely poisoned that he became bedridden. Only the Qilin elixir of immortality can cure him. Coincidentally, the Green Dragon King has an elixir of immortality in his possession, but the condition is a marriage alliance with the Vermilion Bird Princess. And those people, just now, were the subordinates of the first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom, who came for the marriage alliance. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly smiled and said, "That elixir of immortality is priceless. Do you really think the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom would be willing to part with it?" However, the waiter didn't seem to care about that. At this moment, he only knew that since the princess was enduring humiliation, it was their duty to do the same. And seeing Jun Xiaoyao's confused gaze, the waiter clearly understood that he was an outsider. He quickly explained that the Vermilion Bird Princess is a symbol of faith in their eyes, because the princess possesses the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. As long as the divine fire is not extinguished, the Vermilion Bird will not perish. Therefore, Her Highness the Princess is the symbol of faith for us citizens of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao roughly understood the current situation of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Soon after, he arrived at the princess's chambers. The moment the two guards spotted him, they were just about to attack with a thunderous roar. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. In the next second, his body was already dozens of meters past the two of them. Seeing this, the two men understood that an expert of this caliber was not someone they could handle. They immediately shouted loudly for the Imperial Guard to come and help. "Who goes there? State your name." "Jun family of Huangzhou, Yun Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, the two men from before were completely stunned, but they still resisted their fear and said, "Even if you are a noble from the Jun family, you cannot trespass in the princess's chambers." This indomitable spirit immediately raised Jun Xiaoyao's opinion of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom by a few more points. Just then, as the Vermilion Bird Princess rushed over, a terrified face appeared in everyone's sight. "It's over. I rushed over as soon as I sensed the aura, but I was still too late. Just a moment ago, Princess Yuer of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was thinking about her best friend, Jun Linglong's introduction. My young master, although young, has a strange personality. He won't look favorably on you just because we are friends. If I speak up, it will only increase his dislike. Therefore, to get the elixir of immortality from him, you can only rely on yourself to earn it." However, the current situation made Princess Yuter break out in a cold sweat, because Jun Xiaoyao had arrived uninvited. By the time she received the news and came to greet him, the palace guards had already surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. This scared Princess Yuer so much that she quickly cupped her hands. With her noble status, she publicly apologized to Jun Xiaoyao. But Jun Xiaoyao was completely unimpressed. He said, "You must be the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Then you should know why I am here. But you didn't even inform your subordinates beforehand. It seems you don't welcome my arrival." After speaking, Jun Xiaoyao was about to turn around. Unexpectedly, Princess Yuer knelt down directly. "Young master, please stay. Please punish me for my offense. I only ask that you can give me a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao turned back. As spiritual light flickered in his palm, he directly lifted Yuer up from a distance. With a snap of his fingers, Jun Linglong appeared by his side. He sat down on a chair and then laid down the terms. "You are a princess. How improper to kneel in public. Since it has come to this, I will give you a chance. You have the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to convince me to stay." At this, Yu first swallowed. Then she quickly organized her words and said, "The Huazhou region is vast, spanning 3,000 li. Its land is vast, and its resources are abundant. All of it is the territory of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. If the young master is willing to grant a stock of the elixir of immortality to save the king's life, these hundreds of millions of citizens, including the royal family, are willing to serve you loyally and die 10,000 deaths without regret." However, these words were met with a light laugh from Jun Xiaoyao. "The Huangzhou where my Jun family resides is 100 times larger than this place in land alone. Not to mention, the Daozhou next to Huangzhou is also under the Jun family's control. Why would I need your little Huazhou to serve me?" Hearing this, Yu subconsciously squeezed her arm. She said, "If the young master is willing to grant the elixir of immortality, I can take you as my master and be your slave for life." These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. But Jun Xiaoyao laughed out loud. "See little Linger behind me? This person has roamed the martial world for 23 years. She is proficient in everything from serving tea and washing clothes to murder, arson, robbery, and killing. She is my handmaiden. Do you think you can replace her? You young girls shouldn't think you can gain benefits by selling your bodies. Let me show you a clear path. The people of this country seem to respect you, their princess, very much. But I'm not sure if you are worthy of their respect. If the Vermilion Bird royal family is a bunch of trash that can't even protect its own people, why should I waste a precious elixir of immortality on you? In 3 days, I will leave this country. If you still can't make me change my mind by then, it means the elixir of immortality is not fated for you." After speaking, he turned and left the spot. On the way, seeing the silent Jun Linglong, Jun Xiaoyao was left speechless. He then took the initiative to break the silence, asking if she was blaming him for giving her little friend a hard time. "How would Linglong dare to go against your will? It's just that Linglong doesn't seem to remember committing murder or arson, nor have I ever robbed or killed." Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. He just said with a smile, "That said, I'm looking forward to seeing what method your friend will use to change my mind. I don't know, but what I do know is her personality is far more flamboyant than she is currently showing." As soon as the words fell, an old woman suddenly appeared behind the two. The newcomer was Granny Hua, who took care of Jun Linglong's daily life. "Miss, just now, that friend of yours went to see the first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom with a letter of annulment. WTF? What kind of plot development is this? Let's go. Hurry up and go watch the show." The timeline rewinds to a few hours earlier. At this moment, Princess Yu was holding the hand of the critically ill king, expressing her determination. "I don't know if doing that is right. Acting rashly might bring the danger of our kingdom's destruction to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." However, hearing his daughter's words, the old king didn't care that much and even gave her a shot of confidence. "If you really want to do it, then do it. Father believes in you. As long as the divine fire is not extinguished, the Vermilion Bird will not perish." And after the two finished talking, Yu soon went alone to the residence of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom's envoys. At this moment, the first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom was listening to Yu with a gloomy face. "I have brought the letter of annulment. From this day on, the marriage alliance between the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and the Green Dragon Kingdom is dissolved. Please return at once, your highness. I will not see you off. Are you humiliating me?" At this, hearing the first prince's angry words, Yu directly turned the tables on him. She said, "It seems you're the one who has been humiliating me and even the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. On the surface, you said you would offer the elixir of immortality as a betrothal gift to marry me. But the wedding date is set for 3 years later. Can my father king even last until that day? Your men humiliate my Vermilion Bird citizens daily. Have you ever done anything about it? If you're just trying to test my bottom line, then I'm telling you now, this is my bottom line." At this, the first prince, who had the annulment letter thrown in his face, laughed instead of getting angry. "Quite tough, aren't you? It's different when you have backing. I heard that a man in white broke into your chambers and then swaggered out the front gate. He must be your little lover. A woman like you has just become another person's plaything, trading your body for the elixir of immortality, willingly debasing yourself. You are indeed not qualified to enter the gates of our green dragon ancient kingdom. At this moment, during their confrontation, Jun Xiaoyao, who was hiding in the shadows, almost laughed out loud listening to the three of them talk. Then, just as he had hoped, Princess Yuer began her counterattack. I used to think you were just a refined-looking scoundrel. Now I feel from the bottom of my heart that you are pathetic. A man who can only rely on imagination and insults to salvage his pitiful self-esteem. As a man, isn't that quite pathetic? As soon as she finished speaking, the enraged first prince gathered his power behind him. In the next second, he swung his large hand, striking Princess Yuer's chest with a palm. The powerful force sent Yuer flying back several meters before she stopped. And when the first prince saw that Yuer chose not to resist, he already began to regret it inwardly. Then, as Jun Xiaoyao watched the show, a figure with a wicked smile appeared in everyone's sight. I have taken this palm from you. The ties between our two kingdoms are now settled. You're no longer welcome here. Please leave, Your Highness the First Prince. As soon as she finished speaking, the furious first prince roared by Yuer's name. Spiritual power flickered in his hand as he struck at by Yuer again. As Yuer took a defensive stance, preparing to receive the attack, an explosion was heard. When the smoke cleared, a shocking scene occurred. The first prince's attack was actually blocked with a single hand. I like your answer. You've convinced me. These words immediately made Princess Yuer ecstatic. However, the first prince, with a face full of confusion, asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the little lover you were talking about." Surprised? Unexpected, isn't it? Damn you, you adulterous pair. Azure Dragon Heaven-Shattering Fist. Sorry, but I get a little annoyed whenever I see the Dragon Clan now. At this, as Jun Xiaoyao's dragon-slaying hand struck the first prince head-on, a painful scream instantly echoed throughout the entire rear palace. No one expected that the dignified first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom would be defeated in one move, completely powerless to fight back. In her shock, Bai Yuer quickly turned her head to the side, asking Jun Linglong, "What is the young master's current cultivation level?" Xiao Chun is considered a renowned prodigy in the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom, yet he was defeated so easily. The young master is currently in the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. That's 2 entire major realms above you too. And the young master is only 10 years old. Although he looks quite big, that's the truth. The scene shifts to the center of the battlefield, facing such a powerful enemy. Xiao Chun threw his outer coat into the air as lightning constantly flashed around his body. His aura began to surge in just a few seconds. Dragon Chi infusion? It seems you've had some fortuitous encounters. And hearing Jun Xiaoyao's mocking words made Xiao Chun even more furious. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Throne Seal, demanding that Jun Xiaoyao kneel before him. "You think you're worthy of making me kneel?" After speaking, golden light instantly gathered in his palm. In the next second, as the true dragon heaven trapping art was called out, a golden dragon was seen with an overwhelmingly destructive force. It completely crushed Xiao Chen's attack and charged directly at his body. Then, without giving Xiao Chun any chance to react, the golden dragon's attack struck him head-on with the speed of lightning. But looking at Jun Xiaoyao's disdainful eyes, the final obsession of the first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom was completely ignited. However, Jun Xiaoyao saw that Xiao Chun still wanted to make a desperate struggle. His eyes narrowed, and he frowned slightly. In the next second, as he waved his palm downwards, countless sword shadows appeared before Xiao Chun with overwhelming force. He slightly bent his fingers, about to execute him on the spot, but he was stopped by a shout from Princess Yuer. This scene not only made Jun Xiaoyao extremely displeased, even Xiao Chun found it incredible, wondering if Bai Yuer was trying to save him. "Excuse me, I'll just interrupt. It might be a bit troublesome if he dies in the Vermilion Bird Palace. Can you throw him out before you kill him?" As soon as the words fell, while Xiao Chen's angry curses were heard, it made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. Then, spiritual light suddenly flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Immediately after, Xiao Chun was restrained and lifted into midair. On the other hand, even though Xiao Chun recognized this move as telekinesis, he was still powerless and could only be at his mercy. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's palm suddenly clenched tightly. The moment he yanked backward, a cyan dragon soul was pulled out from Xiao Chen's body by him. This must be the dragon Qi you're so proud of. Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family from the Imperial State. Remember this name. You're welcome to seek revenge on me anytime. After speaking, he swung his fist forcefully towards the distance. The first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom was thus flung away like a piece of trash. Seeing this, Princess Bayuer's face turned green. Only after hearing that Xiao Chan wasn't killed, but merely had his meridians crippled and turned into a waste, did she breathe a sigh of relief. After speaking, Jun Xiaoyao extracted the dragon's soul once more. He suddenly pushed it into Bayuer's body. The green dragon is of the wood element, and you are of the fire element. Wood fuels fire. This dragon Qi can help you break through to the true spirit realm. Take it. Hearing this, Bayuer was about to kowtow in thanks. But she was stopped by Jun Xiaoyao, who said not to thank him just yet. It wouldn't be too late to thank him after taking him to see her father. After speaking, he followed the joyfully leaping Bayuer towards the inner court of the imperial palace. The monarch dragged his exhausted body. After getting up and coughing a few times, he finally saw clearly the figure behind Her Highness Yuer. Listening to Yuer's introduction, the visitor was none other than the divine child of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. The monarch never would have imagined that the one coming to save him would be the Jun family's Sequence Zero, who had recently stood against the supreme Nether Dragon. Therefore, he didn't dare to show any neglect and, dragging his sick body, was about to pay his respects to Jun Xiaoyao. Unexpectedly, he was politely refused by Jun Xiaoyao. Monarch, there's no need for this. Let's dispense with the formalities. Your kingdom's princess has passed my test, so I will keep my promise. I will gift your excellency an elixir of immortality. At this moment, looking at the Qilin elixir of immortality, of which only a few could be found in the entire ancient immortal domain, Jun Xiaoyao brought out 4 stalks at once. This directly made the monarch refresh his understanding of the profound heritage of an ancient family. But Jun Xiaoyao laid out the harsh terms first, stating that if the monarch accepted the elixir of immortality, then from now on, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would submit to him, Jun Xiaoyao, and become his personal vassal. Hearing this, the monarch was clearly shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's words. His mind immediately started racing. After his gaze fell upon Princess Bayuer's nod, he knelt on both knees without hesitation. He performed a grand kowtow to Jun Xiaoyao. Thus, after the divine child Jun Xiaoyao left his clan, the first vassal state belonging to him was declared. The wind was bone-chilling, desolate, and bleak. On the other side of the screen, the first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom, just defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, was walking down the street, receiving the ridicule and curses of the common people. Every word was like a dagger stabbing his heart, so much so that he walked into the desolate wilderness. He finally couldn't control his inner impulse. He began to indiscriminately attack the large tree in front of him. He vented his emotions wantonly until the large tree was blasted to the ground. Just as a cry of shame and anger was about to escape, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Are all the descendants of my Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom as spineless as you? Just as Xiao Chan was looking around for the source of the voice, the necklace on his neck suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Immediately after, a powerful aura swept across the land. When the aura dissipated, a towering figure with dragon horns appeared before his eyes. What? Have my descendants already forgotten this old man? Recognizing his ancestor, Xiao Chun hurriedly bowed in respect. Then, hearing the ancestor's words of dissatisfaction with his recent actions, his blood rushed to his head, and he unexpectedly spoke arrogantly, questioning the ancestor in return. You are a powerhouse with one foot in the supreme realm. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao being so insolent, why didn't you act and kill him on the spot? Hearing this, although the Green Dragon ancestor was displeased, he still patiently explained to the future heir of the family before him. Let's not even mention that my current strength is less than 1/10 of my peak. Just his identity as Jun Xiaoyao, the divine child and Sequence Zero of the Jun family, is not something our Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom can afford to provoke. Not long ago, a June family ancestor just killed the supreme nether dragon, who was at the same realm as me. The June family produces madmen generation after generation. If I had listened to you and attacked him, the green dragon ancient kingdom would have been razed to the ground by the June family in no time. At this moment, looking at the dejected Shao Chun, the ancestor smiled slightly and praised Shao Chun as the son of providence of the green dragon ancient kingdom. This old man will naturally not stand by and do nothing. Asura sky dragon transformation, no destruction, no establishment. Today, I will impart the Azure Dragon Heaven Transformation art to you. As long as you master its cultivation, you will surely be able to repay the humiliation June Xiaoyao gave you today 100-fold. A few months later, the scene shifts to the inner court of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace. Looking at June Xiaoyao, who is sitting cross-legged in cultivation, Bayuer couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. She marveled that the divine child had reached the great perfection of the divine bridge realm in just a few short months. Such cultivation speed was truly sigh-worthy and enviable. However, June Linglong didn't think so. Perhaps only she knew that this cultivation speed was already considered slow for June Xiaoyao. Most of the time was probably wasted on the immortal sword art. Not long after, as June Xiaoyao's eyes slightly opened, June Linglong began to get to the point. I just received a message from a June family. It's a message from young Master Zhang Jian. As soon as her voice fell, a series of question marks slowly passed through June Xiaoyao's mind. Immediately after, a figure with thick, dark eyebrows appeared in his mind. And seeing June Xiaoyao nod, June Linglong then dared to open the secret order to inspect it. To the esteemed divine child, an anomaly has appeared in the southern Heaven Dao province, suffused with the aura of a supreme. If there are no surprises, it should be the emergence of the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove. This is to inform you. Respectfully, Zhang Jian. Hearing the overly respectful tone in the letter made June Xiaoyao feel a bit puzzled. It wasn't until he heard June Linglong's explanation that he had a sudden realization. It was probably because of the matter with Lan Qingya that June Zhangjian felt he owed June Xiaoyao a favor. Well, in that case, I'll accept my clan brother's goodwill. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Bayuer and asked about her father's condition, replying to the young master. After taking the elixir of immortality, father's body is fine. He is now using the elixir's medicinal effects to try and break through to the Saint Realm. Hearing this, June Xiaoyao didn't force Bayuer to follow him to the southern Heaven Dao province. He just instructed Yuer that if anything happened after he left, she could send a message to Linglong at any time. My June Xiaoyaos, people are absolutely not allowed to be bullied by others. This is Kuan province of the 3,000 Dao provinces, also known as a barren land where bandits run rampant. A forsaken land where demonic beasts scour the skies. The young man first set foot on this desolate land. The flying beasts filling the sky rustled the corners of his clothes. The moment his gaze swept over, it suddenly began to focus. As his arm pulled back to gather power, a surge of blue energy quickly converged in his palm. The next second, Shao Chun shouted the 5 words, Azure Sky, Dragon Tearing Hand. By the time it landed, the demonic beast had been split in 2, devoid of life. Not bad. To be able to cultivate the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art to the 4th level in just a few short months. His cultivation has even advanced to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Truly worthy of being the son of providence of my green dragon ancient kingdom. Hearing the praise, Shao Chan wanted to express his humility and thank the ancestor for the gift. But he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of horse hooves. Hee, where are you running, beauty? Within Kuan province, no one can escape the pursuit of us, the demon wolf bandits. At this moment, not far away, Shao Chun had also heard the bandits announce their name. And according to the ancestors' judgment, their leader's strength had already reached the Gi realm. And this realm was the next major realm after breaking through the Divine Bridge realm. Not understanding why this person with such strength would be a bandit, Shao Chun showed a look of contempt for the leader. But everyone present probably couldn't have imagined. If the beauty the bandits were chasing at this moment wasn't unable to use her cultivation, their heads might have long since parted from their bodies. Beauty, you'd better just come home with me obediently. As soon as the words fell, a figure descended from the sky, landing straight in front of the leader. This sudden scene startled everyone present. However, when Shao Chun revealed his young, inexperienced face. It made the bandits start laughing out loud. Where did this brat come from, daring to meddle in the affairs of our demon wolf gang? If you know what's good for you, scram, or else. However, before the leader could finish his words, Xiao Chen's fist had already arrived in front of him. Without even seeing when Xiao Chen made his move, the leader was sent flying by a punch, falling to the ground, his condition unknown. Seeing this, the remaining bandits wanted to attack him as a group. But as the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art was unleashed again, in just a single exchange, the area 5 meters around him was littered with corpses, completely devoid of life. After the series of moves, Xiao Chen finally noticed the person behind him. But he never expected that the person he had saved on a whim, hidden behind the thin veil, was a peerless face rarely seen in the world. Hearing that this woman could actually evade the detection of a supreme expert, she must have a great treasure protecting her, and her identity must be noble. Therefore, Xiao Chen immediately corrected his attitude. He invited the girl to travel the rest of the way with him to protect her, because Xiao Chen had just inherited his ancestors' peerless divine ability. They didn't need the girl to act at all when they encountered demonic beasts on the road. This also made the girl slowly accept this friend she had met by chance. At night, it was silent. Only the faint sound of a burning fire surrounded the two of them. As Xiao Chen handed the freshly roasted chicken leg to the girl, she removed her veil. The moment the girl revealed her true face, that peerless face, illuminated by the firelight, couldn't help but make Xiao Chen's expression change abruptly. This awkward scene also made the girl cover her mouth and giggle. When Xiao Chen came to his senses, he scratched his head in embarrassment, explaining that he was just reminded of his heartless fiancée and meant nothing else, asking for her understanding. And after the two opened their hearts and chatted for a few hours, the girl suddenly stood up in anger. It looked as if she was about to seek revenge for Xiao Chen against the so-called young master of the ancient family he mentioned. Then, hearing Xiao Chen's tactful refusal, she became even more furious. The next second, words that delighted Xiao Chen entered his ears. Xiao Chen, you remember this. I don't care who that scion of an ancient family is. If I find out that guy dares to continue bullying others with his power, Wu Mingwei, will definitely make him know what regret is. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was outwardly trying to calm Wu Mingwei down, but inwardly he was already blooming with joy. He secretly rejoiced that now, with the help of the eldest princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao, let's see how long you can remain smug. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who's cursing me behind my back? I've had enough. At this moment, as Jun Linglong's small mouth slightly opened, outside the flying chariot, which was comparable to a 9 dragons jade carriage, a huge and magnificent island came into view. For divine deer cried out in unison as a fierce wind arose. The Jun family's advance party was already prepared to welcome them. With a light step, Jun Xiaoyao slowly descended from the carriage. The disciples of the Jun family pay their respects to the divine child. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao clearly recognized the leader as Jun Zhongjian, the 10th sequence of the Jun family, with whom he had some past friction. But he acted as if he didn't remember their grudge, telling them there was no need for formalities. We are all disciples of the Jun family. No need to be so distant. Seeing this, tears almost welled up in Jun Zhongjian's eyes. Seizing the warm moment, he hurriedly began the introductions. This is the old Taoist of the Tao Extreme Heavenly Sect. As soon as the words fell, hearing the old Taoist's flattering words, Jun Xiaoyao also understood that this person's status must be above that of the Tao Extreme Heavenly Sect's sect master. He immediately didn't dare to be negligent and returned the courtesy. The old Taoist has already arranged a residence for the divine child. This way, please. But at this moment, he was in no mood to pay attention to the voices behind him. He learned from Jun Zhongjian that Jun Wanjie had also come from the Jun family to explore the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove. And that clan brother, known as the 5th sequence of the Jun family and possessing the Thunder Tribulation battle physique, was also the one most opposed to Jun Xiaoyao's status as Sequence 0. Meanwhile, in a guest room of the Tao Extreme Heavenly Sect, Jun Wanjie was sitting cross-legged, circulating his cultivation technique. Flashes of lightning flickered around his body, but couldn't harm him in the slightest. Just as the lightning shadow was about to explode, his eyes suddenly opened. It turned out that Jun Wanjia's follower, Haitu, had come to report intelligence. And upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had also arrived at the Dao Extreme Heavenly Sect, Jun Wanjia couldn't help but start complaining about how disgusting Jun Zhangjian's fawning was. Seeing this, Haitu quickly chimed in, saying, "How can a fledgling brat compare to you, my lord? No one is born to be high and mighty. Just watch. I will prove everything to the Jun family." On the other side, within the ancestral dragon nest in Hong province, a petite figure was seen walking towards the edge of a cliff. The moment she reached the edge, a massive, towering dragon shadow suddenly burst forth from the water. However, upon seeing the green dragon, the little girl was not afraid, but was instead exceptionally joyful. It turned out the little girl was the dragon maiden, Long Bichi, a descendant of the ancient Azure Dragon Emperor. The green dragon before her was her ancestor. The purpose of summoning Long Bichi this time was for her to go to the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove and retrieve the ancient dragon bone lost by their clan. And he specifically instructed her to be wary of Jun Xiaoyao. However, hearing this, Long Bichi didn't pay Jun Xiaoyao any mind at all. This caused the ancestor to let out a sigh, and he was just about to reprimand her. But Long Bichi gave the ancestor no chance. After bowing in farewell, she turned and left. The scene shifts to the other side. Similarly, due to the existence of his ancestor's sole possession, the first prince of the Green Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Chun, also learned of the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove. Retrieving the ancient dragon bone naturally became his most important task. He then did not hesitate. After bidding farewell to Princess Mingwei, he flew straight towards the Dao Extreme Heavenly Sect. Just as he mounted the flying bird, he suddenly turned back and called out to Mingwei, "One day, I will personally go to the Panwu Divine Dynasty to marry you. I, Xiao Chun, keep my word. I will never go back on it." After speaking, he coolly turned and sped off into the distance. But after hearing this, Wu Mingyue's face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh. What nonsense is this kid spouting? It's ultimately impossible between us. The boy had already yawned 500 times today. Waiting for the secret realm to open, he didn't dare to sleep and was about to finish all the tea. In his boredom, he was fortunate to have a maid's reminder, which gave him a sudden idea. "Young master, don't you want to learn the zither?" Coincidentally, Lady Xua Huang is also here this time. Why not ask her for some guidance? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao hurriedly turned his gaze to his clan sister, Jun Xua Huang. Seeing this, Xua Huang also expressed that she was indeed proficient in the zither. But compared to the talented ladies of the immortal dance zither sect, it was not worth mentioning. As soon as her voice fell, unexpectedly, the usually high and mighty divine child of the Jun family actually came right up to Xua Huang's side, revealing a fawning and cloying expression. It made everyone couldn't help but start to wonder, could it be that the divine child is usually a goofball and only gets serious during battles? However, Jun Linglong was already used to this. For now, she just kept her gaze on the tea on the table that was about to be finished. Not long after, the scene shifts to a tea house on the street. Faced with the shopkeeper's unusually enthusiastic sales attitude towards the customer, just as he was about to praise his tea to the heavens, Jun Linglong directly took out a stack of money, making him quickly shut his mouth. But just then, the tea was suddenly pressed down by a large hand. "Sorry, I'll take this 10,000-year-old clear heart spirit tea." After speaking, the person thought Jun Linglong would be annoyed by this and might even lash out at him. But unexpectedly, what he got in return was an extremely calm face. "Shopkeeper, can you tell me where else sells this kind of 10,000-year spirit tea? I'll take all the spirit tea on this street." Hearing this, Jun Linglong really couldn't hold back anymore. She directly bowed to the newcomer, a gesture as if attending a funeral, because she had already seen the shadow of a familiar acquaintance in the newcomer. To provoke a noble lady of the Jun family like this. "Are you tired of living?" As soon as the words fell, the newcomer's gaze shifted. The next second, he directly flashed and leaped 5 meters away. But Jun Zhangjian didn't chase him. He just reminded Jun Linglong, "This person is Jun Wanjia's follower, Haitu. Can't you see he's deliberately targeting you?" At this time, Haida had also clearly recognized the newcomer as the 10th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Zhangjian. He then couldn't help but start mocking. "I heard you got beaten up by Jun Xiaoyao because of that woman. Now you become his bootlicker. Looks like it's true, haha." After he finished speaking, Jun Zhangjian, in contrast, just sighed lightly. with a light shift of his feet before Haitu could even assume a defensive stance. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. A sharp blade rested on his neck. It made Haitu understand just how big the gap was between himself and the 10th sequence of the Jun family. And just as Jun Zhongjian was about to swing his treasured sword, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped him completely, rendering him immobile. You are at least the 10th sequence of the Jun family. Yet now you wag your tail at Jun Linglong like a dog. Since you're so willing to debase yourself, why not just give up your sequence status sooner rather than later? What do you think? Hearing Jun Wanji's provocative words, Jun Zhongjian couldn't help but roar at the sky. What exactly are you trying to do? As soon as his voice fell, Jun Wanji suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Immediately after, as his right hand lifted and several lightning shadows formed in an instant, a sentence also entered Jun Zhongjian's ears. What am I doing? Just teaching a worthless clan cousin a lesson. Is that reason enough? 100,000 volts forges the wrath of thunder. With a move like startling thunder, Jun Zhongjian dodged the fatal blow. Feeling the residual power of thunder in his body, Jun Zhongjian was inwardly shaken. Just one move of a secret thunder technique was so terrifyingly powerful. But as a fellow Jun family sequence member, Jun Zhongjian still braced himself. He looked up and shouted, "Jun Wanjia, do you want to start a fight within the clan?" However, all he got in return was a warning. Go back and tell Jun Xiaoyao to be more low-key in the future. As soon as the words fell, even Jun Wanji's subordinate, Haitu, came over to join in. Tell your divine child, my master is the pillar of the Jun family's new generation. After speaking, the two of them vanished on the spot. Seeing this, Jun Zhongjian finally breathed a sigh of relief, listening to Jun Linglong's inquiry. When he turned to look at Jun Linglong, his heart felt as if it was about to shatter. While I was getting beaten up, this woman was still buying tea for the divine child. But despite his thoughts, he sheathed his sword. He said he was fine, just that his body was still a bit numb. And when Jun Linglong asked if he wanted to tell the divine child about this, thinking that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely not let it go, Jun Zhongjian still suggested the two of them keep it quiet. The secret trove is about to open, so it's better not to have internal strife. Not long after, just as the two were returning to their residence, a strange noise suddenly came from inside the room. The extremely unpleasant sound made the two of them stop in their tracks for a long time. It wasn't until Jun Zhongjian couldn't help but ask Jun Linglong if she knew what that sound was. Jun Linglong guessed that the divine child might be practicing the zither. After opening the door, it was proven that Linglong indeed understood Jun Xiaoyao best. And seeing the two return, Jun Xiaoyao was about to show off that his zither skills were already showing results. The next second, his eyes narrowed slightly. Before the two could explain, he came before Jun Zhongjian and directly grabbed his arm. Who did you fight with? Jun Xiaoyao's question was not without reason, because with his strength, when he saw Jun Zhongjian return, he could see that the thunder power in his body had already seeped into his meridians. If not dealt with immediately, it would cause irreversible internal injuries. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and just told Jun Zhongjian to clench his teeth. Then a majestic force instantly surged into his body. As a residual thunder power was slowly expelled, Jun Zhongjian finally understood that if it weren't for the divine child, he might not have seen tomorrow's sun. Not long after, as Jun Xiaoyao used his spiritual energy to clear all of Jun Zhongjian's meridians. Before Jun Zhongjian could kowtow in thanks, Jun Xiaoyao's question came again. I'll ask you one last time. Think carefully before you answer. Who injured you? Meanwhile, on the other side, in Jun Wanji's residence, his underling Haidu was still sucking up and showing his loyalty. But just as Jun Wanji thought that if Jun Xiaoyao had any brains, he would choose to find him after the secret trove opened, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Yun Venyi's Plao. He directly took Haidu and broke through the window to escape outside. Outside, a huge golden palm had already arrived above the residence. The next second, it crushed the entire building with devastating force. Then, in a flash, before he could react at all, Jun Xiaoyao's hand was already pressed on the face of Jun Wanji's servant, Haitu. The next second, his aura exploded as he slammed him violently toward the ground. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. And what enraged Jun Wanjie even more were the words Jun Xiaoyao said next. "Don't worry, I just punish him a little, I didn't kill him. I'm sure with my clan brother's magnanimity, you won't blame me, right?" As soon as the words fell, lightning was already flashing around Jun Wanjie's body. The next second, he directly used his ultimate skill, the 8 Desolation's startling Thunder Palm, and blasted it straight at Jun Xiaoyao. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao merely raised his arms slowly. The moment their palms touched, a devastating force instantly erupted, directly sending Jun Wanjie flying backward. At this moment, Haitu's electric roar suddenly came from behind. As black mist spread, he actually tried to use a sacrificial evil art against Jun Xiaoyao. However, the fact was that before he could even make a move, as Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted to Haitu, in an instant, a golden energy chain directly pierced through Haida's body. Then, after Jun Xiaoyao shouted the 4 words Hell's Furnace, an irresistible suction force instantly pulled Haitu into the treasured artifact. This completely enraged the recovered Jun Wanjie. At this moment, the lightning seemed to be his weapon, to be commanded at will. "I cultivate the supreme Dharma body and possess the Thunder Tribulation battle body. I shall enact punishment on behalf of heaven and control all thunder tribulations. 8 thunders, forbidden annihilation. Desolate thunder god." But even facing such a thunderous strike, it only earned you two? From Jun Xiaoyao, myriad golden swords gathered, and in the blink of an eye, formed a giant golden dragon. After Jun Xiaoyao silently recited the 5 words True Dragon Traps Heaven Art, with a wave of his hand, the 2 attacks collided head-on. Jun Wanjie's pupils instantly widened in anger. His peerless technique, which he was, General Wanjie, suffered the attack and fell to the ground, his life and death unclear. "What gives you the confidence to dare provoke me like this?" The feeling of shameful defeat made him drink down hatred, shame, and indignation. Then another irresistible kick struck his body, until I felt like trash that could be discarded at anyone's whim. Only then did I finally understand. The person right before my eyes, in the end, how does he exist? Moreover, he is only 10 years old this year. The sound of fierce fighting that erupted rapidly attracted the attention of forces everywhere. Some people even began to speculate that it was caused by internal conflict within the military family. Seeing this, Quan Truong Kim hurriedly transmitted a message to them Tuesday. He explained to avoid the Quan family being mocked by others. He requested to quickly fight, win rapidly, and then retreat. His hand gently curved and reached out. The dignified master of the Quan family was thus humiliated and forced to raise his head. "If you don't have a diamond file, don't inlay porcelain. We are originally the same clan, so we should share the same enemies, advance together, and retreat together. Unfortunately, you petty person still likes to pretend to be B. Now I give you 2 choices. Surrender and become my slave, or die. Choose." Hearing this, Quan Wanjie originally wanted to stand up and maintain his dignity. Unexpectedly, Quan Xiao Dao only released a slight suppressive aura, directed towards those kneeling down in transmission. The invisible momentum had shattered the obstruction in Quan Wanjie's heart. According to the command that gave Quan Dao 3 seconds to think, countless uncontrollable images began to flash in Quan Wanjie's mind, until the figure of a young girl suddenly appeared. A single word from an older brother made him directly able to suppress the impulse in his heart. General Wanjie swore to submit to the young master. For this entire life, he would not hesitate even if he had to die 10,000 times. Seeing this situation, General Xiao Dao also said nothing more nonsensical. A sudden flash of spiritual light erupted in his hand. He directly pressed it against Wanjie Jun's forehead. But according to the slave, it was slowly taking shape. It also indicated that currently, with just a single thought from Army Xiao Dao, he could suppress and investigate him. At this moment, Quan Van Keep finally let go of his pride. He revealed that he still had a younger sister in the lower realm. In the past, he had once promised his younger sister that he would definitely bring her to the immortal realm. However, the Nine Heavens immortal realm is the upper realm and the 10 Directions Great Land is the lower realm. Between the two places there is a barrier, perhaps an eternal abyss that ordinary people cannot cross. But what surprised everyone was that Marquis Xiao Dao only used a promise that he could help him in the future. Yet it moved Marquis Wan Jie so deeply that he wept bitterly. The immortal realm army household, internal strife erupts. All kinds of rumors instantly spread. Even the slave girls couldn't see it. However, what Quan Lin Lung wanted to say was not about the internal struggle of Quan Chu Dao. It was in front of the Sword Army commander who had previously been subdued by the Blade Army general. He advised the Divine Son that in the future when facing challenges, he should not be too noble and magnanimous. In this world, the strong are respected. Respecting others is actually digging your own grave. Whether it's the recent defeat of Quan Wan Jie or the previous Lan Na incident, they all convey a message to the people. That is precisely that the God of Death family is a merciful person. Even if provoked, one will not be killed and might even be protected. Therefore, later on, those who come to cause trouble will only fear more and more. We don't have to recruit absolutely everyone either, do we? Wasn't that dark-skinned kid already killed? Hearing the Dao Sword Army's response, the Spirit Army still wanted to persuade and advise. Suddenly, the God of Death interrupted me with a sentence asking me to tell you a story. Long ago, there was a young man who lost his parents at an early age and was raised alone and helplessly by a blind fortune teller who picked him up. Once he saved a drowning child, yet he was blamed and accused of being the perpetrator who pushed the person into the water and was even beaten because of it. But when the boy felt wronged, the fortune teller asked him again if he encountered such a situation like that again, would he still lend a hand to help? The answer received was still an affirmation. If that child were in a place where I couldn't see them, they would be hit by a car and die or drown again. I will definitely applaud and cheer. But if it happens right before his eyes, he still won't stand by with folded arms. Only then will it feel reassuring. In the words of the blind fortune teller, one who can follow the inner heart and act freely will be called by everyone as Xiao Dao. Eventually, there will come a day when you are favored by the high heavens because of this. From then on, you will stand at the peak of the world. Hearing up to this point, when Quan Lin Lung asked, you surely weren't saying this child is you, right? Quan Chu Dao used words to interrupt again. Although I killed a few who provoked me, in this great struggle of the world, it will not make those arrogant heavenly beings fear. I spared their lives not because I am merciful, but doing it that way makes me feel so refreshed. If I, Xiao Dao, have to consider other people's feelings in everything I do, what's the point of being called Xiao Dao? Lo Hai, Huang Tian Dian Vu, triple fortune at its peak, possessing the 10 great orders, a military family of successive generations producing talented individuals. Possessing the heavenly path, fetal source, spiritual guide body, countless peak-level geniuses of the Jiang family, sword demon reincarnation of the same generation, unparalleled Yi Gu Shun of the Yi family. At this time, the name of the Imperial Three family dominated all under heaven, but it became a laughingstock for everyone to discuss. The main reason is because of the internal conflict of the Quan family that just occurred in Nam Tien City. And when mentioning the Ngu Tam family, everyone couldn't help but look towards Ko Huin, indicating that the Ji family once ranked among the 3 imperial families. Were their thoughts on internal strife? However, Ji Xian only responded with a faint smile and opened the path. The refined and elegant temperament of Ko Huin made everyone sigh in admiration. Thinking back to years ago, he had also defeated the second-ranked person from the Quan family. Unexpectedly, not only is he not arrogant now, but he has become even more humble. I appreciate you sharing this text, but I should note that this passage appears to contain some mixed or unclear characters, which makes it difficult to interpret or possibly corrupted. In his heart, he had long considered them fools. Clearly, with Jun Xiao Dao competing for prominence, he was no match for him. this journey into the heavenly origin secret vault. If he could obtain that thing, he would be able to stand at the peak among the young generation. By then, there would be no need to pay attention to the use and family anymore. At that same moment, an ancient desolate aura descended from the sky. It caused countless creatures in the great desolate forest valley to gather and watch. Even the great powers with the three imperial families as their leaders and the elders were shocked enough to come to the scene. Everyone quickly noticed that this time the heavenly origin secret treasury seemed to have something amiss. The black chi emitted from inside and the black dark matter of the foreign realm were roughly similar. The words had just finished speaking when they angered the elder chief, Long Qing, who mocked them. He shouted at the Quan family that if they were afraid, they could just act like a turtle withdrawing its head. Why does this blue-skinned eel want to step on the posterior acupoint of that black-skinned eel? These words from the elder of the June family clearly touched the reverse scales of Elder Azure Dragon. Just as he was about to make a move, the American elder spoke up to stop him. He expressed that the current issue was not something else, but rather whether this round of training would continue. Of course, we must continue. If we encounter a little difficulty, and retreat immediately. So later, when the Imperial Road opens, these celestial beauties won't need to participate anymore. But at this moment, looking at the majestic dark energy chain not far away, the few members of the Sword Dao army could no longer sit still. At this moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the air from within the city. After taking shape, it struck the eye like a mirror surface. This mirror is precisely the ancient Holy Soldier Quan family's observation mirror. It is used for the Quan family elders to observe the performance of Quan family disciples in the secret chamber. According to the Quan Tien Kin, powerful elders and leaders from all directions also appeared in heaven. This revealed that the Tien Guen by Tang had been opened. The immortal Dao lineage sealed heaven and earth, and an old cultivator could not enter within. This secret burial this time is extremely dangerous, but since his actual strength is weak and he values his life, he knows to leave. Now we declare, the Heavenly Origin secret burial officially opens. The words had just finished when a sentence came out following Quan Chu Dao. The four great guards of the Ma clan responded with a sound and moved. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's next sentence greatly inspired everyone's spirits. Listen up, everyone. This time, let all the people of this desolate immortal realm. Truly, the knowledge and strength of the young generation of our Quan family are impressive. The secret treasure of the Supreme Lord opens. Countless powerful experts scramble to rush forward. The immortal realm Jiang family deployed their magical artifact spiritual vessel, displaying the heritage of a great clan with an unstoppable leading position. A scattered army that has been defeated can only choose to unite against a common enemy. They want to join together to defeat the American spiritual worship force. At this moment, only a young man in white clothes suddenly stood out in the crowd. A light boat flashed through the air before finally coming to a stop. The conversation also simultaneously transmitted into everyone's ears. Oh, isn't this a small secret treasure? Do you need help? His gaze looked toward the place where Zhang Tan Wai had not yet waited to reply. Jumped down into the rear boat. Along the way, the exposed fresh squid and shrimp were all driven back and crushed. Seeing this, Army Sword Dao was satisfied and revealed a smile. However, Zhang Tanwai's attention was not placed on Quan Linlong at all. The 10th ranked military general is General Zhang Jian. The 7th ranked is General Xue Huang. The 5th ranked is General Wan Jie. Looking at this made even the little princess sigh. The 3 ranked concubines attending the 10-year-old banquet all followed him. It seemed this outer man had already formed a great momentum. The words had just finished when the battlefield ahead suddenly changed drastically. Immediately after, the spirit army was sent flying and crashed right before everyone's eyes, until Lin Lung stabilized her posture. She hugged her right wing wound, only then discovering it. Just now, an attack was launched at her, and unexpectedly, it was the demon-faced man. Moreover, judging by the appearance of the demon-faced man, he had already entered a state of violent madness. At this moment, his cultivation level could already be compared to humans at the late stage of the divine bridge realm. At this moment, Jun Linglong also heard the sound coming from behind Jun Xiao Dao. I can't be struck down. I'll come to rescue you in time, according to the circumstances, transmitting my voice. This caused military spirit Lung's face to darken, directly rejecting the good intentions of Xiao Dao. After adjusting clothes and composing appearance, he rushed toward the demon face human hero, watching as the demon bear raised its fierce claws, emitting thunderous wrath as it struck forward with tremendous force, only to see Quan Lin Lung borrow his body technique to dodge the sharp point and appeared behind Kui Hung's back. His hand gently curved and suddenly clenched tightly. The next second, directly against the demon face human hero, it was a punch. A violent explosion sound immediately echoed across the sky and earth. The mist dispersed, leaving only the corpse of the demon bear lying on the ground. This single lightning strike inevitably caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. It said that this young lady is merely a concubine daughter of the Shunzi Jun family. So how could the actual strength of the Yu San family's master be so terrifying? Moreover, besides what was said, some sharp-eyed people also saw the shadows of other powerful experts. Similarly, using a stick to defeat the monster blocking the road. It is precisely Shaoxing Nanko from the Ko-Huin family. The finger moved away, turning to another battlefield. A person wore a conical hat covering their face. He also used considerable force to drive back the invading monsters. But the difference was that no one could recognize who launched the attack. Only Jun Xiao Dao sensed a familiar aura and smiled faintly. An acquaintance has arrived. This time, the Heavenly Origin Supreme Secret Realm will surely be bustling. Just now, hearing Quan Xiao Dao say he saw an acquaintance, Quan Zhang Jian hurriedly began to flatter, expressing that he also saw someone familiar. It was the little sage Qi Xian who had previously fought with him. That battle ended in Qi Xian's victory. From then on, that brat started showing off everywhere. I defeated the Quan family order, which is really infuriating. However, in the middle of the conversation between the two people below the airship, Xiao Chen's eyes were tightly fixed on Jun Xiao Dao's figure. He muttered something under his breath, then tilted his head slightly. Not far from there, a woman wearing a white veil suddenly appeared in his sight. Her piercing blue eyes only strengthened his conviction. A few hours later, the spaceship stopped right above a gigantic crevice. According to Jiang Shengyi's deduction, this first Heavenly Origin Supreme Secret Treasury must be located within this crevice. But the spaceship slowly descended along the crack. One after another, black demonic transformations suddenly and automatically suppressed everyone's breath. Looking at everyone struggling to resist, only Kun Xiao Dao's face showed a question mark. After listening to Zhang Tan wise explanation, he finally understood. It turned out that because Quan Chu Dao's body carried the ancient desolate holy body, which was extremely young and extremely rigid, evil could not invade it, so he had no sensation whatsoever. At this moment, the spacecraft gradually approached deep into the crevasse. Strands of black, demonic energy suddenly began to erupt violently. Immediately after Jun Zhangjian drew his treasured sword, the black mist dissipated, and a massive figure of a monster charged straight towards the flying ship. The Jiang family guards quickly identified the monster. It was a demonic ape, an archaic remnant species with strength comparable to the Gi realm. At the same time, the appearance of the demonic ape also attracted the attention of the various families outside the secret realm, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Your Jun family's divine child is probably in for some trouble. As soon as the words were spoken, they were unexpectedly met with a faint smile from a Jun family elder. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiaohuang had already made their move, unleashing their finishing moves one after another against the demonic ape. But due to the vast difference in their cultivation realms, the demonic ape merely swiped a claw with force and sent them both flying back injured. It was clear the demonic ape did not want the flying ship to approach the secret realm. Left with no choice, Jun Xiaoyao decided to act. Streams of golden light began to gather, and the moment they took form, they shot out from Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The target was aimed straight at the demonic ape's head. The moment it made contact, it exploded instantly. However, just as everyone thought the battle was over, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly ordered everyone to retreat. Immediately after, everyone saw the smoke clear. The demonic ape, now emitting a dark red aura, revealed a ferocious glint in its eyes. In the next second, dark red energy suddenly gathered at its horn. The moment it lowered its head, the attack shot straight toward Xiaoyao. But even facing such a fierce attack, it only made Jun Xiaoyao raise an arm. Godly elephants, hell-suppressing strength, nether god's protection. As soon as the words fell, a golden nether god figure appeared in the air, blocking the attack. While it stunned the demonic ape, Jun Xiaoyao's figure had already teleported diagonally above the demonic ape, with the word seal of the human king uttered. By the time the demonic ape saw the golden light, it was already too late to escape. At this moment, the aura that appeared behind him felt extremely familiar to Xiaoyao. So after admitting that he was indeed Jun Xiaoyao, he turned and asked the girl, "And who might you be?" "From the ancestral dragon nest, Azure Dragon Clan, Long Beachy." This statement left Jun Xiaoyao speechless for a moment. He remarked, "Do your parents hold a grudge against you? How much must they dislike you to give you that name?" Before Long Beachy could respond, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. When the smoke cleared, a nine-headed lion, also an archaic remnant species like Long Beachy, appeared in view. But as soon as it appeared, it declared that it wanted Jun Xiaoyao to become its follower, leaving both of them speechless with looks of confusion. Immediately after, a fierce gust of wind swept in. In the next second, a mocking voice came from the heaven-swallowing sparrow. "What right does the human race have to be our followers? It's already their honor to become food on our table." However, upon hearing its words, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even bother to respond. He just turned his head and asked Long Beachy, "Are there so many idiots in your archaic beast race?" Evidently, the heaven-swallowing sparrow also heard Jun Xiaoyao's taunt. With an angry curse, it directly unleashed a rain of black feather arrows, rushing toward Xiaoyao. In contrast, the demonic wings on Xiaoyao's back were ready to emerge. Just as the rain of arrows was about to reach him, the wings began to spin rapidly, blocking all incoming attacks. The heaven-swallowing sparrow's full power attack was thus casually neutralized. And compared to the sparrow's shock, the nine-headed lion, having apparently never seen it suffer a setback, seized the opportunity to kick it while it was down. At this moment, a voice transmission from the flying ship behind him also reached Xiaoyao's ears. "Xiaoyao, don't be reckless. The nine-headed lion is a descendant of the nine-spirit primordial sage. The heaven-swallowing sparrow clan is notorious for eating human flesh. It's too dangerous for you to face them alone. Don't act on impulse." But his aunt's words of concern only made Jun Xiaoyao smile faintly. He responded loudly to Jiang Xingyi, "Don't be nervous. How can two mere beasts cause any real trouble?" As soon as the words fell, this completely enraged the heaven-swallowing sparrow. It unleashed its full aura, casting a meteor fire shower that swept towards Xiaoyao once again. However, as far as it could see, Jun Xiaoyao's figure had already vanished. By the time it reacted, a chill ran down its back. There was no time to resist at all. A single hand chop descended, leaving behind only a cold, terrifying face and the severed head of the heaven-swallowing sparrow. At this moment, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence, until the heaven-swallowing sparrow's head landed in front of the nine-headed lion. Only then did words come from the nine-headed lion's mouth. "Is this the fucking legendary instant kill?" The archaic remnant species, the nine-headed lion, witnessed firsthand Jun Xiaoyao's thunderous method of killing the heaven-swallowing sparrow. The strength displayed by the divine child made it break out in a cold sweat. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao turned to face it and demanded the nine-headed lion become his mount, the nine-headed lion reacted as if its reverse scale had been touched. Without another word, it took a long, deep breath and roared directly at Jun Xiaoyao. The powerful aura of the lion's roar not only surprised Xiaoyao, but even implicated the onlookers nearby, who exclaimed that this was not a battle a divine bridge realm cultivator should be capable of. Its sharp claws turned red as it charged its power and lunged at Jun Xiaoyao. "If you want to fight, you'll get one. The nine-headed lion will never be a slave." As soon as the words fell, a heavy punch was thrown. Jun Xiaoyao deftly dodged to the side. The next second, another punch was thrown towards Xiaoyao's head. At this moment, Long Beachy, who was watching from the side, suddenly revealed the reason for the nine-headed lion's rage. It turned out that an ancestor of the nine-headed lion clan was once subdued by a great emperor and became his mount. That's why they consider the word mount a mark of shame engraved in their hearts. Clearly, Jun Xiaoyao had touched the nine-headed lion's reverse scale. At this time, layers of flames began to emanate from the nine-headed lion's body. Seeing this, the divine child also smiled and gathered his spiritual energy. The divine abilities of both sides clashed in a head-on collision. The moment they made contact, the two energies converged. A violent explosion instantly rang out. It only quieted down after Xiaoyao was blasted back several meters. As the figure slowly walked out of the smoke, nine heads flashed into existence simultaneously, about to deliver a fatal blow to the divine child. Jun Xiaoyao was seen muttering warfare art in a deep voice. In the next second, countless sword shadows surrounded each of the nine heads in layers. The words single-word decapitation were uttered, and in a flash, the battle was already over, leaving only the body of the nine-headed lion on the ground, covered in wounds. Footsteps were heard again. At this moment, the nine-headed lion finally understood that the strength of the person before it was far beyond its own. I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to be my mount? As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyao unexpectedly heard the reply go on. Before he could react, the phrase, "Will you provide meals?" came out. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and shouted angrily, 5 dishes and 1 soup. I guarantee you'll have meat every meal. And so, a generation of the archaic remnant species, the nine-headed lion, was tamed. This caused frequent laughter to erupt from the ship. This little nephew of mine really has some skills. This provoked the little dragon maiden, who was also an archaic remnant species, to mock him loudly. In return, she got a "if you're not convinced, let's fight" from the divine child. I was the one who killed Long Haoyan. You can come and take your revenge now. After hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Long Bichi was unfazed. She indicated that one look at her hair color would show she wasn't from the same lineage as him. But he has a monstrously talented older brother in the Dragon Clan. If you want to fight, I can help you two set it up. After hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao originally intended to ignore her and walk away, but was stopped by Long Bichi's provocative words. What was I wrong? The legendary divine child of the Jun family is actually, in essence, no different from those idiots on the scene fighting each other like dogs over treasures. There's really no difference in essence. I'm so disappointed. Facing the provocation, Jun Xiaoyao did not rush to act. He just fixed his gaze on Long Bichi. His eyes slowly turned gloomy, and just as he let out a sinister laugh, he was suddenly interrupted by a scream from not far away. Look, that's the entrance to the supreme treasure trove. It's finally opened. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao could only smile and give up the idea of killing her. The system's check-in mission hadn't given any notification, which obviously meant he needed to enter the treasure trove to check in. He then quickly called over his clan brothers and sisters, and together with his aunt from the Jiang family, they formed a temporary team and walked toward the treasure trove's gate. As he passed by Long Bichi, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even give her a second glance, because in his heart, this person was already half dead. At this moment, forces from all sides were swarming in. There was only one goal, to be the first to enter the treasure trove. Looking at the chaotic scene, where people were beating each other senseless, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Long Bichi's mind. Her azure blue hair moved without any wind. The moment she drew a long sword, a bright light suddenly flashed in the sky. In the next second, the sound of an explosion instantly echoed throughout the world. When the smoke cleared, Long Bichi was seen standing at the gate of the treasure trove, laughing. "We're full today. Everyone, please return." As soon as her voice fell, cracks appeared on the stone wall above the gate. It exploded and shattered into countless huge rocks, completely blocking the entrance to the treasure trove. This scene amused the elders of the various families outside the treasure trove, making them laugh out loud. But at the same time, they all began to worry because they all knew clearly how dangerous this treasure trove was. The scene shifts to inside the treasure trove's passage. The vanguard, who were the first to enter the gate, after smelling a peculiar odor. Some people suddenly began to flush, their eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Their bodies started emitting black energy as they let out evil screams. Their posture was like that of zombies as they charged straight for the main group. Former fellow disciples had now become mortal enemies. Brothers turned on each other, getting infected one by one. The panic made everyone let out final, desperate wails. At this moment, several golden lights suddenly flashed. A 10-year-old prodigy wiped out all the evil creatures with just one hand. That's right, he was none other than the king of posing, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Having survived the disaster, everyone cheered to celebrate saving their lives. However, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's stunned and wooden expression, they all shut their mouths in unison. I'm telling you, if you're not strong enough, don't come into the ruins to die. Did you think this was a place for a spring outing? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at everyone's terrified expressions. This made Jun Xiaoyao inevitably recall what Long Bichi had said before entering the ruins. Divine child of the Jun family, you are essentially no different from them. Subsequently, Xiaoyao chose to compromise. He issued the command to get lost. The crowd immediately parted, forming a path for Jun Xiaoyao to walk through. This uniform scene made Jun Xiaoyao secretly rejoice. He mused that the feeling of being a bad guy was truly exhilarating. Before long, at the end of the passage, an immense underground palace appeared before their eyes. It seemed that a brutal slaughter had already taken place here before they arrived. Sensing the familiar auras from each cave entrance, Jun Xiaoyao investigated and found that Xiao Chun and Ji Xian had entered their respective passages. He turned his head to look at Jun Zhongjian, indicating Ji Xian, who you have a grudge with, went that way. Before he could finish speaking, Jun Zhongjian had already set off, rushing towards the passage. And to be safe, Xiaoyao instructed Jun Xiaohuang to follow behind Jun Zhongjian and send a voice transmission immediately if anything happened. Then, his gaze fell on Jun Wanjia. Your and Linglong's mission is to go down this passage and chase someone. Linglong knows that brat. Before Jun Linglong could voice her confusion, Jun Xiaoyao's words, "Get a little gift for your good sister to take back," made Jun Linglong understand the divine child's intention. After everyone had left, only one man, one woman, and one lion remained. But although Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi were relatives, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the situation of a lone man and woman in the same room became awkward. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao was carefree and didn't overthink it. He declared he would take his aunt for a casual walk, which eased the atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ruins, Long Bichi, who was acting alone, entered a cave. After lighting a torch, she hadn't gone far when a loud laugh reached her ears. This is the legendary supreme ancestral dragon bone. I, Xiao Chun, am going to be rich. And as Long Bichi's gaze moved towards the source of the sound, a massive dragon skeleton appeared in her line of sight. The next second, an extremely disgusted expression appeared on Long Bichi's face. Although Xiao Chun was the first to find the ancestral dragon bone, ahead of everyone else, the dragon maiden from the ancestral dragon nest, who followed closely behind, still issued a warning. She stated that her mission for entering the secret trove was to bring her ancestor back to the clan. Whatever your intentions are, please leave quickly. But Xiao Chen obviously wouldn't give up this immense fortune so easily. He declared, "You little girl are too domineering. Don't you think you're looking down on me, Xiao, a bit too much?" Xiao Chen's words left Long Bichi with a look of confusion. She then decided not to offer any more explanations, because good advice cannot persuade a damn ghost. So she simply erupted with a terrifying pressure, aimed straight at Xiao Chun, and Xiao Chun had clearly already prepared for battle. He leaped up, instantly appearing in front of the Dragon Maiden with a punch. Unexpectedly, he was met with a faint smile from Long Bichi, and just this casual return gift of a sword strike sent Xiao Chun flying back several meters before he stopped. Seeing this, the old ancestor attached to Xiao Chen's body quickly sent a reminder, stating, "This little girl's cultivation is above yours. You must end this quickly, or there will be complications." And sensing the familiar aura that suddenly erupted from within Xiao Chen's body, Long Bichi's eyes widened in thought. Xiao Chen's azure dragon heaven-shattering fist was already flying towards her. She caught the attack with one hand. "Where did you learn this technique?" "My Azure Dragon clan's Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art." Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of answering her question, just as he was about to use the Azure Dragon Heaven-rending hand, she used the gap after his skills animation to land a kick on Xiao Chen's lower body. After flying back several meters, Xiao Chun finally managed to stabilize himself. Long Bichi's strength had made Xiao Chun ready to burn his bridges and use a secret technique. Just then, something unexpected happened. Countless golden energy chains descended from the sky, aimed straight at Long Beachy's vital point. The Dragon Maiden used her movement technique to dodge the attack. She found that her face had been struck, leaving a bloody wound. As the smoke cleared and footsteps were heard, a figure that surprised and delighted Xiao Chun appeared in view. Mingyue, why are you here? Hearing Xiao Chen's question, an awkward Mingyue could only choose to hide her true thoughts, lying that she had heard the supreme treasure trove had appeared and came to join the fun. But at this moment, Long Beachy understood very well. To be able to injure her meant this woman had reached the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, or even higher. Hey, that girl, leave. The things here are not for you to touch. After hearing Mingyue's words, Long Beachy was amused. As her wound healed rapidly, she suddenly showed a ferocious expression. I can't touch my own ancestors' remains, and should leave them for you to desecrate? How shameless. Seeing Princess Mingyue momentarily speechless and hesitant, Xiao Chen quickly shouted from behind her. The treasures in the Tianyuan Supreme Treasure Trove belong to the capable. For your ancestral dragon nest to want to monopolize them, isn't your ambition a bit too great? After speaking, he looked at Mingyue, who seemed to have returned to his side. Xiao Chan shifted his gaze back to Long Beachy, stating that he could do without the other 4 ancient dragon bones. But the Supreme Dragon Bone was crucial for his future cultivation, so he was determined to get it. After speaking, he went to Mingyue's side and told her not to interfere, proclaiming that a real man should rely on his own strength to fight for opportunities. These words instantly made Mingyue's cheeks, hidden behind her veil, turn red. However, a sudden kick directly interrupted their tender moment. So much nonsense. You'd better rely on your own strength. Don't make me look down on you. After landing and braking sharply to stabilize himself, the words "no martial ethics" had just left Xiao Chen's mouth. Before he could even mount a defense, Long Beachy's figure had already appeared before Xiao Chun. Seeing this, Mingyue had no choice but to act again. Countless golden energy chains shot out instantly. She spun and dodged, scattering all the attacks. Only then did Mingyue realize that the weapon Long Beachy was using was a chainsword, using a veil that blocks divine sense to cover your face. You must not want to reveal your identity, right? I'm not interested in who you are, but if you insist on getting involved in this mess, you are my enemy. At this moment, Xiao Chun was seen launching a sneak attack from behind. The lack of martial ethics was displayed to the fullest by him. Xiao Chun shouted, telling Mingyue not to be easily deceived by her clever words. He swung his right hand, attacking and forcing Long Beachy back a step. Light gathered in his left hand as layers of aura swirled around it. The ultimate technique, Azure Dragon Devour, was instantly unleashed, heading straight for Long Beachy. With a whoosh, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in anger. He saw Long Beachy unexpectedly pass through the attack and flash in front of him. She grabbed Xiao Chen's head and with a burst of power, slammed it forcefully into the ground. As the smoke cleared, he saw Long Beachy's gaze, which looked down on everything. The feeling of this moment struck Xiao Chun right where it hurt. The image that appeared in his mind was the very moment he lost to Jun Xiaoyao. A formless roar echoed continuously from within him. A blue energy ring lit up, repelling Long Beachy. The dragon transformed. Xiao Chen's hair moved without wind as he prepared for a desperate life-or-death struggle. Fortunately, Mingyue spoke up in time to stop him. She told him not to get angry, saying she had a way to hold Long Beachy off. They could use this time to take the dragon bone and avoid a mutually destructive outcome. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light appeared around Mingyue. The next second, she directly revealed the magic treasure, the gold-binding rope, immobilizing Long Beachy on the spot. However, what shocked Long Beachy even more was that after being bound, she found she was actually unable to channel her spiritual power. Seeing this, Mingyue shouted at Xiao Chun, telling him to seize the opportunity to take the Supreme Dragon Bone. But what neither of them ever expected was, Xiao Chun actually chose to ignore the Dragon Bone and instantly pierced Long Beachy's chest with a claw. His reason was that once she was let go, he would definitely be hunted to the ends of the earth by the ancestral dragon nest. eliminating future trouble by killing and silencing. This is the law that the immortal domain should have. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out wildly. Xiao Chun struck decisively, directly piercing Long Bichi's chest. This cruel, dirty, and inferior method left Princess Mingyue stunned in place. The good impressions she had before were in stark contrast to everything Xiao Chun was displaying now. At this moment, because Mingyue's heart wavered, the gold-binding rope began to loosen. Long Bichi hurriedly seized the opportunity to break free from her restraints and, at the same time, threw a punch at Xiao Chun. Seeing that Long Bichi could still move even after her heart was pierced, Xiao Chun instantly flashed in front of her, about to sever her head. Unexpectedly, on the verge of death, Long Bichi suddenly started laughing. In that moment, a flashback appeared in her mind, showing Long Bichi's childhood playmate. "You're so gluttonous and lazy all day. What on earth are you thinking about? You cultivate so hard, but you still can't beat me, can you?" Hearing Long Bichi's words, Long Outyin was so angry his teeth itched. But it was true he couldn't beat her, so he could only retort with words, warning Long Bichi that sooner or later she would lose her life because of that mouth of hers. After hearing this, Long Bichi paid his words no mind, merely asking softly what he was cultivating so desperately for every day. Why? Of course, it's to stand at the pinnacle of this era and become a great emperor. After hearing Long Outyin's words, Long Bichi felt a wave of speechlessness. She thought to herself that this brat, who couldn't even beat her, was actually still dreaming of becoming a great emperor. For thousands of years, how many people, for this goal, have brandished their swords every day to take the lives of others? And this was clearly something Long Bichi could not understand. At this point, when Long Outyin asked Long Bichi in return for her reason for cultivating, the answer almost made his jaw drop. "My purpose in cultivating is to travel the world." At this point, Long Bichi's eyes instantly brightened. That firm yearning and conviction instantly made Long Outyin stare in a daze, his cheeks suddenly turning red. He then hurriedly changed the subject, saying that with such an ideal, she should cultivate even harder. Otherwise, if she met someone who could take her life after growing up, I'll see what you'll do then. Hearing this, Long Bichi suddenly gave a slight smile, and the answer she gave was that even before dying, she would take a vicious bite out of her opponent. The human figure vanished, and a giant blue dragon appeared out of thin air. The sudden counterattack directly caused Xiao Chun to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly and rapidly gathered his spiritual power. He used Azure Dragon Subdues Demons to clash head-on with Long Bichi again. The attacks from both sides exploded, and they both fell to the ground. Seeing Xiao Chen's aura weaken as if he were seriously injured, Long Bichi actually started running her mouth again. She mocked Xiao Chun. "No matter how many ancestral dragon nest techniques you secretly learn, you can never truly transform into a real dragon. You're only fit to be a crawling insect." This completely enraged Xiao Chun. The spiritual power in his hand flickered wildly as he was about to launch a final strike at Long Bichi. And when Mingyue sensed that something was wrong, she immediately shouted a warning for Xiao Chun to retreat quickly. She's going to self-detonate her dragon core. However, just at the moment the two were about to perish together, a shocking thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly blasting the two apart and splitting the battlefield. The newcomer was none other than the Jun family's sequence member, Jun Wanjie, who had come under Jun Xiaoyao's orders. I say, what a pity. A winner was about to be decided. Why did you have to interfere at this time? Because I couldn't stand watching. If you, Jun Linglong, have an opinion, feel free to report it to the Divine Child. While Princess Mingyue recognized the Jun family disciple, Jun Linglong paid no attention and just looked at the giant dragon beside her. Why bother? Even if you self-detonated your dragon core, with that young miss protecting him, you might not have been able to harm that brat in the slightest. But at least I could have destroyed these dragon bones. After speaking, Long Bichi's gaze shifted to the lightning figure. Upon hearing that this person was the Jun family's fifth sequence, Jun Wanjie, the giant dragon dissipated and transformed into a human form, her small mouth slightly agape. What? Is the Jun family also interested in my ancestors' bones? We're here for that brat over there. These words immediately made Princess Mingyue clench her teeth, silently cursing. Xiao Chun, just how many enemies do you have? But Long Bichi suddenly laughed out loud, stating, this supreme dragon bone contains the innate Taoist techniques of my Azure Dragon lineage and even possesses the ancestral dragon bloodline. Even if the Jun family's divine child came, he wouldn't be willing to let it go. What are you two pretending not to care for? Who told you we don't care? The supreme dragon bone is a rare treasure. Of course I'm interested. But my Jun family has always been upright and disdains taking advantage of others' peril. Besides, the Jun family will sooner or later fight its way into the ancestral dragon nest. At that time, everything in your ancestral dragon nest will belong to my Jun family. Why would we stoop to using dirty tricks against a little girl like you in a place like this and disgrace ourselves? Listening to Jun Wanjie indirectly scolding him, Xiao Chun was already so angry his teeth itched. In contrast, Long Bichi revealed a smile of relief. She slumped directly onto the ground and said, you can take the dragon bones, but can you promise me one condition? Just give that brat a hard slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Jun Wanjie moved his feet. The next second, with the speed of lightning, he slapped Xiao Chun across the face. The speed was so fast that it gave Xiao Chun no time to react before he was knocked to the ground. Seeing the situation was bad, Princess Mingyue quickly intervened to stop him and questioned, what exactly does your Jun family want to do? And this question was clearly beyond Jun Wanjie's scope of understanding. He could only turn to look at the speechless Jun Linglong. That kid proposed marriage in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. He wrongly accused the divine child of having an affair and got beaten up by the divine child. It's that simple. Hearing this, Jun Wanjie was also speechless. He cursed Xiao Chun in his heart for being an idiot. Does he know the divine child is only 10 years old this year? At this moment, seeing Princess Mingyue becoming half convinced and half doubtful of the Jun family's words, Xiao Chun hurriedly spoke up to stop the conversation. A spiritual light flashed in his hand. He brandished the Azure Dragon Heaven-Rending Claw and rushed straight at Jun Wanjie. But it was clear that Jun Wanjie's strength was a cut above. Facing the attack, Jun Wanjie just gave a wicked smile. The next second, he directly used the 8 Desolates' annihilating heavenly thunder pole. The power of lightning erupted, completely enveloping Xiao Chun. A painful roar instantly spread throughout the entire cave. Seeing that Xiao Chun was in mortal danger, Princess Mingyue slightly bent her fingers and a light appeared. She then gathered power, pulling back. She suddenly unleashed her power forward, sending several energy chains straight at Jun Wanjie. Is this the Panwu Divine Dynasty's primordial chaos loose hand? However, after recognizing Princess Mingyue's identity, not only did Jun Wanjie not retreat, he laughed out loud instead. The next second, he directly used the 8 Desolates' shocking thunder palm, choosing to clash head-on with Mingyue. When the smoke cleared, Mingyue arrived beside Xiao Chun. At this moment, she also understood that their opponent was powerful, and staying here meant waiting for death. However, just as she was about to take the opportunity to escape with Xiao Chun, Jun Linglong's figure suddenly appeared before them. That won't do, Your Highness. I already said we're here for this kid. Didn't you hear me clearly? Following that, as Linglong struck out with a palm, the sound of a veiled hat falling to the ground was heard. Jun Xiaoyao's King of B class is now in session. If a child's cough just won't go away, it's probably a love-addled brain. In this world, once a female cultivator develops a love-addled brain, no matter how profound your cultivation or how noble your status, you're most likely done for. Is it that terrifying? Of course it's terrifying, because once you contract this illness, your world will be reduced to just one person. And this person for whom you devote your entire heart very likely just sees you as a stepping stone to climb higher. So, if you encounter someone with a love-addled brain, doubt if they haven't provoked you, try to stay far away, respect, and bless them. If they have provoked you, you must beat them up. You have to be ruthless until you beat them awake. Golden light scattered wantonly. Biting her red lip with her pearly teeth, Jun Linglong was completely baffled. Princess Mingyue not only chose to face her attack head-on, but also threw Xiao Chun to a safe place. Could all of this be that terminal illness the divine child spoke of? And to verify her thoughts, Jun Linglong once again gathered her spiritual power and rushed straight at Xiao Chun. Seeing that Princess Mingyue was about to intervene again, she didn't expect that Jun Linglong's true intentions lay elsewhere. The moment she arrived in front of Xiao Chun, she suddenly changed her direction of attack. Her foot kicked Princess Mingyue directly in the abdomen. At this moment, Mingyue, who was sent flying backward, had clearly lost her composure due to her concern. She couldn't even distinguish between Jun Linglong's feints and real moves. I say, sister, is there something wrong with your eyes? You've really taken a fancy to this kid? And facing Jun Linglong's teasing, Mingyue's face flushed red, and she was just about to argue back when a shout suddenly came from Xiao Chun. Mingyue, get out of the way. Azure Dragon, demon-suppressing roar. Seeing Xiao Chun launch a fatal sneak attack, Jun Linglong, admitting to herself that she definitely couldn't block this move, moved back. Immediately after, several bolts of lightning descended from the sky. As Jun Wanjie blocked the attack, he didn't forget to taunt Xiao Chun. You really like to play sneak attack, don't you? As soon as his voice fell, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. A figure flickering with lightning instantly appeared in front of Xiao Chun. He grabbed his head, dragged him high into the air, and slammed him forcefully into the ground. Seeing Xiao Chun get injured made Princess Mingyue scream. Jun Linglong quickly started fanning the flames from the side. Judging by the way you fight, you must be a noble lady from the Panwu divine dynasty, right? No wonder this kid is so eager to curry favor with you. Shut up. Stop insulting Xiao Chun. He is good to me, and it's definitely not because of my status. Our relationship is not something a person with a filthy mind like you can comment on. These words immediately left Jun Linglong with a look of confusion. Damn it, so people with love-addled brains really exist in this world. Princess, you say Xiao Chun isn't with you because of your status? Then do you know who he offended? That's right, the person he provoked is my young master, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. So, with just his status as a prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, even if he spent his entire life, he would never be able to touch the young master's shadow. But if he could use the Panwu divine dynasty, an immortal dynasty, as a stepping stone, I imagine the chances of catching up to the young master's shadow would be greatly increased, right? Speaking of which, Jun Linglong suddenly reached out, pinched Mingyue's cheek, and gave a wicked smile. If you can't help him deal with my young master, do you think he'll also call you a cheater and spread rumors about you everywhere? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chun at the side clearly couldn't hold back anymore. While letting out a roar, he used a voice transmission. He was about to ask the old ancestor in his body to appear and kill everyone for him. At this moment, the Azure Dragon ancestor first raised his head and looked towards the sky above the secret realm. Immediately, the enraged expression of an ancestral dragon nest elder appeared before his eyes. Therefore, the ancestor could only sigh, indicating that the elders of the great families were watching everything here through a heaven-gazing mirror. If you hadn't insisted on killing that dragon maiden, I could have taken you away. But now, we can only leave it to fate. At this point, before Xiao Chun could react, Jun Wanjie suddenly flashed in front of him, grabbed a handful of his hair, and was about to strike. And upon hearing Princess Mingyue's cry, amidst the flickering lightning, a shocking thunderbolt descended directly from the sky and struck Mingyue. Watch your words, little girl. The young master may have a compassionate heart, but I, Jun Wanjie, am not one to cherish the fairer sex. Is your Panwu divine dynasty certain it wants to be an enemy of my Jun family? At this moment, Jun Wanjie's words clearly struck a chord in Mingyue's heart, because she knew clearly that in the face of the Jun family, the head of the immortal domain's 3 great families, even her father, the emperor, probably wouldn't dare to breathe too loudly in their presence. What does she possibly do now? However, at this moment, Jun Linglong, who had been lost in thought, offered her a way out, because Linglong remembered that for the divine child's ancient, desolate sacred body to awaken its second phenomenon, he had to make a trip to the Panwu divine dynasty's Panwu mausoleum. Immediately, Jun Linglong was seen clapping her hands forcefully. Aya, young Master Wanjie, don't be angry. This was originally the divine child's private grudge and actually has no connection to the Panwu divine dynasty. The moment these inexplicable words left Jun Wanjie dumbfounded, Jun Linglong looked at Princess Mingyue and quickly added another sentence. If you insist on saving Xiao Chun, Princess, it's not impossible. It just depends on whether you, as a noble lady of the Panwu divine dynasty, are willing to condescend. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Chun suddenly roared, telling Mingyue not to mind him and to escape quickly. What he got in return was a thunderous strike from Jun Wanjie. With a thud, he fell directly to the ground and passed out. At this moment, Princess Mingyue also understood that if this continued, neither of them would be able to escape. So, she gritted her teeth and chose to compromise. Seeing this, Jun Linglong's face seemed to bloom like a flower as she laughed out loud. She then took out an image recording pearl, handed it to Jun Wanjie, and came before Princess Mingyue, saying that there was actually no need for Her Highness to do anything. Just cooperate with me for a moment. After saying that, she laid Mingyue down on her lap. She took a deep breath. As her palms swung from top to bottom, she actually began to spank the princesses, but forcefully in public. And all of this was recorded by the image recording pearl held by Jun Wanjie. At this moment, as a flicker of fear towards Jun Linglong arose in Jun Wanjie's heart, even the elders outside the secret realm couldn't help but laugh out loud. The young people these days are so wild, haha. The man woke up from a deep sleep, seriously injured. He found that he had already been taken out of the secret realm. The tragic battle from before was glossed over by the girl. But what the man didn't know was that his rescue came at the cost of the girl's dignity. Thinking of Jun Linglong's face as she threatened her with the recording just now, Princess Mingyue watched as Xiao Chen's complexion slowly regained its color. She quickly adjusted her emotions and said that she could not continue to stay by his side for the rest of the journey because her guardian had arrived. If her guardian hadn't intervened, the result awaiting Xiao Chen might have been being captured and tortured by the ancestral dragon nest. Speaking of which, Princess Mingyue dropped another bombshell. That is, after she returns to the Panwu divine dynasty, her father, the emperor, will announce to the world that he is seeking a husband for the eldest princess. As soon as her voice fell, Xiao Chun raised his head, revealing an unprecedentedly firm gaze. Mingyue, don't worry. When the time comes, I will go and defeat all my rivals and marry you in an open and honorable way. The scene changes. At this moment, the nine-headed lion, an ancient divine beast, was looking ahead with a disgusted expression. Jun Xiaoyao had suddenly found a porcelain bottle in a pile of junk. He cried out like a poor boy who had never seen the world. In contrast, Jiang Shengyi beside him began to imitate an adult, telling the nine-headed lion not to mind, as children are naturally playful. But she didn't notice at all that she had already braided 9 different hairstyles for the nine-headed lion. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly approached. The moment Jun Xiaoyao heard the sound and looked back, a figure that interested him came into view. He then shrugged his shoulders, feigning anger, and questioned the two why they brought this king of trash talk back. Afterwards, after some explanation, he finally understood the reason for what happened. Looking at the 4 dragon bones and 1 supreme dragon bone inside the storage bag, this immense opportunity couldn't help but make Jun Xiaoyao wonder. Could this Xiao Chun really be some kind of protagonist from an annulled engagement trope? But with his cowardly appearance, there's no way he can be compared to the Xiao Yin from next door. Jun Wanjie, seeing the silent and pensive Jun Xiaoyao, thought he was angry. He hurriedly explained that he just didn't want to leave Bichi there to die. If the divine child wishes to punish me, Jun Wanjie will accept it without complaint. As soon as his voice fell, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Jun Xiaoyao. He looked at Jun Wanjie teasingly and asked if he had taken a fancy to her, which made Jun Wanjie angry but not daring to speak, so he could only shake his head repeatedly in denial. Wiping the smile from his face, Jun Xiaoyao stood up, his gaze resting on Long Bichi. At this moment, Long Bichi's life was hanging by a thread due to the injury to her heart. A golden thread caught his attention. Hearing that Long Bichi was captured alive and had her cultivation sealed precisely because of this item, he directly snatched it off and put it into his own storage bag. And as an exchange, with a flick of his palm, a dragon heart suddenly appeared in his hand. And Jun Linglong obviously recognized the origin of the heart at once. It was from the one who was defeated after challenging Jun Xiaoyao, and whose dragon heart, the divine child, was ordered by the Jun family ancestor to personally gouge out. Is this what people see after they die? It varies from person to person. So the sea of flowers that appeared before Long Bichi's eyes, accompanied by the crisp ringing of bells, was the very scene that had appeared in her dreams countless times. In such a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, even the bridge of helplessness seemed exceptionally kind. Looking at the piece of underworld paper money that had fallen in her hand, Long Bichi clearly understood that she might really be dead. Crossing the bridge of helplessness would mean being reborn. But what she didn't expect was that the Yellow Springs Road, which everyone feared would be so magnificent. And just as Long Beachy was savoring the beautiful scenery and enjoying this moment of peace, a white light suddenly shot towards her. As the figure and the white light separated, a scene that left her dumbfounded occurred, because the person attacking her was none other than her deceased childhood playmate, Long Outyin. So, if she had any misconceptions about the Yellow Springs Road before, then at the moment she saw Long Outyin, she finally believed that she must have died. At this moment, Long Outyin raised a single hand. Using a move from their childhood, he once again slapped Long Beachy to the ground. I say, you unlucky child, can't you see the difference between us now? It's not your time to be here yet. Go back. Go do the things you want to do and stop wasting your youth. Before Long Beachy could even react to his words, as Long Outyin's figure slowly became illusory. When she opened her eyes again, the figure of the Azure Dragon Clan elder appeared before her. Seeing that Long Beachy had truly come back from the dead, the Azure Dragon elder first let out a loud laugh, then quickly became serious again. He looked ahead and declared that the Azure Dragon Clan would surely repay the June family's life-saving grace in the future. But what he didn't expect was the reply he received was as if you're worthy. But anger was anger, and thinking that it was indeed the June family who had saved the dragon, he didn't mind and just pulled Long Beachy up, telling her what had happened while she was unconscious. After hearing the Azure Dragon Elder's account, Long Beachy immediately clasped her fists, intending to bow to June Linglong. June Linglong shrugged and quickly stopped her. The person who saved you wasn't me. I was just ordered to bring you out. But now, you can no longer cultivate as you did before. After all, that is not your own heart. However, to outsiders, she might be a cripple from now on. But only Long Beachy knew in her heart that becoming a cripple and traveling the world's great mountains and rivers was truly the destiny she most desired. The scene shifts to the depths of the Tian Yuan secret trove. After much hardship, Ji Xin finally arrived at the final place. He skillfully touched a mechanism, and in the next second, he was teleported inside and vanished from the spot. The boy, as the 10th sequence of the Immortal Domain's June family, was now knocked back in one move by a disciple from an ordinary family. This was because the poisonous mist that troubled everyone in the secret realm couldn't harm him in the slightest. It turned out he possessed a Saint King's handbone. In terms of talent and strength, even among the many geniuses participating in the Supreme Secret Trove, he could look down on everyone. Just now, Ji Xian, known as the Little Saint of the Holy Spirit Academy, relying on the supreme token given to him by the Academy, easily passed through the mechanisms and arrived in the depths of the Tian Yuan Supreme Secret Trove. As he was studying the strange runes on the wall, he suddenly sensed a trace of danger. Turning to look behind him, his eyes widened slightly as he shouted, "Friend behind me, you've been following me, Ji, all this way. Do you still not plan to show yourself?" As soon as his voice fell, accompanied by several chains of poisonous mist sweeping out, the figure that slowly walked out of the darkness was precisely the June family's 10th sequence, June Wanjia. After recognizing the person, Ji Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stated that he had no intention of making an enemy of the June family. But for you to secretly follow me, hoping to seize the treasure, isn't that a bit too shameless? But June Wanjia didn't take his words to heart at all. Right now, all he could think about was drawing his precious blade to avenge his past humiliation. So, before Ji Xian had time to react, June Wanjia had already swung his blade at him. Being pursued, Ji Xian could only choose to fight back. A light flickered in his hand as he aimed straight for June Wanjia's lower body. After June Wanjia dodged the attack, he spoke again in a low voice. "I say, buddy, do you really not understand the situation? The secret trove is filled with poisonous mist, and even you have to use 30% of your power to resist it. But I, who possess the main hand bone of a Saint King, can completely block the erosion of the poisonous mist. So you have no chance of winning here. I don't want to offend the June family. You should leave. I won't kill you." Unexpectedly, these words instead enraged June Wanjia, who began to attack recklessly with all his might, causing a trace of anger to rise in Ji Xian's heart as well. "Fist of the Kingly Way," he roared. It shot towards June Wanjia with intense energy fluctuations. The two attacks collided head-on. The sound of the explosion instantly spread throughout the entire Supreme Secret Trove. And compared to Jun Wanjie, who started laughing maniacally like a martial arts fanatic, Ji Xian's heart tightened as he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, because he saw that after the strange runes in front of him were shattered, terrifying zombie-like monsters began to crawl out. Watching the monster walk straight towards him, Jun Wanjie showed no fear at all. He flashed in front of the monster and struck its head with his blade. When the smoke cleared, Jun Wanjie felt a sharp pain from his arm and was shocked to discover that the monster was completely unharmed by his full power strike. In contrast, after being attacked, the monster slowly raised its arm and, with lightning speed, swiped its sharp claws at Jun Wanjie. The intense pain caused Jun Wanjie to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body uncontrollably crashed into the wall before coming to a stop. At this time, Ji Xian, who was beside him, looked at the monster and began to ponder. It seemed this evil creature wouldn't proactively attack intruders. He then uttered some harsh words and turned to walk deeper into the secret trove. Good luck, Brother Jun. If you can survive this monster's attacks, I, Ji Xian, will promise to have another match with you, regardless of life or death. A peerless prodigy fights 100 enemies, showing his heroic nature. Deadly zombies emerge endlessly to defend their territory. Jun Zhangjian thought he had dealt with the last zombie. But just this moment of relaxed vigilance was met with a cold gust of wind from behind. Completely unable to mount any defense, the aura of death was instantly magnified. However, the two zombies suddenly stopped their movements and stood frozen in place. As one-eye sculpture after another appeared, the graceful figure in his vision was none other than the one skilled in ice and snow. Also a Jun family sequence member, Jun Zhangjian's clan sister, Jun Xuehuang. And facing Jun Zhangjian's surprised gaze, Jun Xuehuang first asked about his physical condition, then stated that her appearance here was due to the divine child's foresight. Furthermore, she had already notified Jun Xiaoyao via a jade slip transmission. And before the young master arrives, we'll have to hold off the trouble here. The scene shifts to the depths of the Tian Yuan Supreme Secret Trove's passage. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the entrance barrier, the Tian Yuan Supreme token in his hand reacted, taking out his little ant's token as well. The moment his palm touched the barrier, the group vanished from the spot, leaving only the nine-headed lion without a token to curse under its breath. When the group opened their eyes again, they were stunned by the shocking scene before them. A massive and magnificent stone stele appeared before their eyes. To defend against foreign enemies, 800 young men died in a foreign land. My heart grieves for them. I have collected their bones and wish for future generations to respect them. Looking at the description on the stele, Jun Xiaoyao finally had a realization. He figured that the ones fighting Jun Zhangjian and the others not far away should be the 800 brave warriors buried here by the Tian Yuan Supreme. However, the situation Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang were facing was not optimistic, because even if the two of them could defeat them, they couldn't handle the continuous and multiplying attacks of the zombies. And the great teleportation talisman, specifically used for escaping, had also lost its effect deep in the secret realm. So the two could only choose to continue fighting, hoping they could hold on until the divine child arrived to save them. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, instantly separating the two sides of the battlefield. The newcomer was precisely the Jun family's Sequence 0, the divine child Jun Xiaoyao. All of you stop. Stand down for now. Leave this to me. 3 small flags appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The moment they were thrown to the ground, a circle of light instantly spread out, heavily enveloping the group. Feeling the spiritual power in her body recovering, Jun Xuehuang belatedly realized that this formation must be the 3 talents spirit locking formation, which could both isolate auras and restore spiritual power. At this time, the Zhang family's holy maiden also appeared behind the two. A warm light flickered in her hand. She placed it on Jun Zhangjian's head and began to heal him. In contrast, Jun Zhangjian looked ahead with a grave expression. His gaze was fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, who was constantly weaving through the group of zombies. Seeing Jun Zhangjian's confused expression, the beautiful holy maiden Yi then smiled faintly, saying, "Didn't you notice the stone stele at the entrance when you came in? The zombies described on it are actually the Tian Yuan Supreme's comrades in arms, warriors who died defending against foreign enemies. And Xiaoyao is currently observing whether their souls are still imprisoned in their bodies." And the facts were indeed as she had predicted. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that their souls were still imprisoned in these corroded bodies. But even after hundreds of years without rest, they were unwilling to proactively harm people. And it was precisely because of this that Jun Zhongjian was able to survive. After saying this, the divine child was about to borrow Jun Zhongjian's sword. But what no one expected was that the moment he took the sword, Jun Xiaoyao actually slashed it directly at his own hand, causing Xue Huang and Zhongjian to want to rush forward to check. But they were stopped by a word from Jun Wanjie. Don't be hasty. Take a good look at what kind of person this is that we deign to follow. As soon as his voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao swung his arm downwards. As the fresh blood splattered on the ground, it actually formed flames and began to burn. The ancient sacred body is ultimate yang, impervious to all evil. Come on, warriors, I will be your opponent. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the zombies still seemed unwilling to attack and harm people. But because they couldn't suppress the evil energy in their bodies, they could only follow their instincts, leap into the air, and prepare to attack as a group. And this was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to see. The flaming sword, carrying a fierce aura, suddenly swung down. Ancient sacred body, blood into flame. The raging flames instantly engulfed all the zombies. Immediately after, the zombies' bodies began to continuously shatter. In the next second, they directly exploded and dissipated on the spot. Shifting their gaze upwards, everyone was amazed to discover that the power of Jun Xiaoyao's single sword strike had actually rescued the souls of all the warriors. Watching the soul bodies ascend into the void, Xiaoyao couldn't help but exclaim with emotion, future generations should naturally hold these generous and righteous men in reverence. After speaking, under the gaze of the soul bodies, he bowed in a gesture of respectful farewell. Seeing this, the few people behind him also hurriedly lowered their heads. However, what no one expected was that the leading soul body seemed to have confirmed something. It didn't ascend in a hurry, but instead descended to the ground. Then, to Jun Xiaoyao's shock, a precious sword was brought out by the soul body. And the precious sword was precisely the inheritance left by the Tian Yuan Supreme for a destined person. The moment Jun Xiaoyao held the precious sword, the long-awaited system voice finally sounded again. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Tian Yuan Supreme Secret Trove. You have obtained the 5-star reward, the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. The Yuan Emperor Dao Sword is known as one of the 5 great divine arts, coexisting with the Jun family's immortal slaying sword art. Its essence, however, is to use the sword as a spear, a divine chain of order forged in the void with the power of the stars. Its mark is branded in the divine palace of the Sea of Consciousness. This is the final inheritance left by the Tian Yuan Supreme for future generations. The starry souls pass on the torch. I, Jun Xiaoyao, hereby swear that in this life, I will never tarnish the reputation of the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. And while Jun Xiaoyao was accepting the inheritance, it was already chaotic outside the secret realm. It turned out that the exotic poisonous mist had blocked the view of the heaven-peaking mirrors, so the elders of various clans guarding outside the secret realm had all become blind. They could only secretly pray that their own geniuses could turn danger into safety and obtain the final secret trove reward. At the same time, in the deepest part of the secret realm, Ji Xian had overcome difficult obstacles and finally reached the place of the greatest opportunity in the Tian Yuan Supreme Secret Trove. But just as he landed at the tower's entrance, before he had time to think, a sword edge attacked. Jun Zhongjian, who was like a persistent leech, appeared in Ji Xian's eyes. It seemed someone shamelessly said that if I survived, they would have a match with me. Don't you dare run away this time. Yixuan. These words immediately caused Ji Xian to sigh speechlessly. Not wanting to offend the Jun family over this, he could only declare again, I already told you, you can't beat me in the secret realm. Why must you be so persistent? Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared, and a laugh was heard. Ji Xian, you don't have to worry. I used a little trick, and now my clan brother Zhongjian is no longer affected by the poisonous mist. I wonder if Brother Ji would be willing to honor his promise and fight my clan brother again. However, after hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Ji Xian couldn't help but start mocking him. What? If I don't agree to this match, is your Jun family going to gang up on me? This made Jun Xiaoyao's smile widen. He proclaimed, "Everyone knows you're called the Saint King, all because you pride yourself on a Saint King's hand bone. But what I possess is a supreme bone. If I wanted to make a move on you, do you think you could still walk out of here alive?" Ji Xian also understood that what Jun Xiaoyao said was not false. Therefore, he could only endure it without lashing out. He let out a carefree laugh. Then his gaze suddenly focused. As light gathered in his palm, his spiritual power erupted, instantly knocking Jun Zhangjian away. "In that case, Brother Zhangjian, please enlighten me. You should have done this sooner. What kind of man are you, being so indecisive?" As soon as the words fell, their attacks suddenly converged. Ji Xian gathered power in his palm. The power of the Saint King's bone erupted as he threw a punch at Jun Zhangjian. In contrast, Jun Zhangjian, having dodged the attack, was not to be outdone. He swung his sword in a counterattack. The force of the blow even split the earth in two. Seeing this, Ji Xian also understood that rather than getting entangled with Jun Zhangjian, it would be better to decide the winner in one move. With a thought, golden spiritual energy fluctuations began to spread from his body. After chanting the incantation, a life-extinguishing fist shot straight for Jun Zhangjian's face. However, what he didn't expect was that not only did Jun Zhangjian not dodge, but he chose to face it head-on. Because in Jun Zhangjian's heart, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Since it's a martial contest, life and death are decided by fate. If I can't break this move, I'd rather be torn to shreds. Purple Emperor's Sword Art, 13th form. Splitting the heavens, shaking heaven and earth, splitting the heavens, piercing the clouds, overturning the cosmos. A full power strike just to defeat his fated enemy. However, this seemingly invincible move, accompanied by the shaking of the pagoda in front of him. The moment the chains shattered, Jun Zhangjian was sent flying backwards. With his aura weakened, he looked at his target, only to find that his fatal blow had only pierced Ji Xian's shoulder. In contrast, Ji Xian didn't even seem to be out of breath. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at Jun Zhangjian and asked if he still wanted to fight. An unprecedented sense of defeat made Jun Zhangjian let out a long sigh. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao land beside him, he wanted to apologize to the divine child for failing to meet his expectations, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Jun Xiaoyao. "Brother Ji, may I ask a question? What exactly is in that tower behind you? The iron locks on it have been breaking since just now. Isn't that a bad sign?" As soon as his voice fell, Ji Xian's expression suddenly tensed. How could he not know that those are the 81 shackles the Tian Yuan Supreme had set for himself? How could a mere clash between two people at the Divine Bridge realm possibly damage the iron locks? And what were these strange energy chains coming towards him? However, at this moment, he had no time to think. In an instant, all the chains had broken. An extremely terrifying pressure instantly descended. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao quickly dragged Jun Zhangjian away from the spot. While shouting for everyone to retreat, a figure appeared in their field of vision. Jun Xiaoyao already knew that the final boss had finally arrived. As that figure slowly revealed its true face, it terrified everyone while also making them wonder, could he be the Tian Yuan Supreme? Then, what surprised everyone even more was that with just a single glance from the figure, an invisible pressure instantly spread out, making everyone feel as if their hearts were about to stop, unable to move. Feeling this extremely terrifying aura, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly let out a wicked smile. Because the Tian Yuan Supreme also reminded him of the Nether Dragon Supreme he had once torn apart with his bare hands. From the looks of it, the difference in strength between the two was far too great. At this moment, the Tian Yuan Supreme stretched out a large hand. The terrifying suction force was aimed directly at Ji Xian himself. Ji Xian's mind raced, and he belatedly realized the reason the Tian Yuan Supreme was only attacking him was likely because of that ancient talisman. It was precisely because of it that the Tian Yuan Supreme was activated and broke out of his realm. However, the Tian Yuan Supreme didn't overthink it and suddenly clenched his palm. The sound of bones cracking was heard, and just as Ji Xian was about to die, a flash of golden light appeared, directly shattering the energy chains binding him. What Ji Xian didn't expect was, the one who saved him was none other than the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. The moment his attack was blocked, a trace of anger appeared on his face. The Tian Yuan Supreme shifted his target and, with the force of a thunderbolt, a gust of wind arose. He threw a punch right at Jun Xiaoyao's face. It shattered and exploded in an instant, and the scene fell into a dead silence. The violent explosion echoed throughout the entire secret realm. The June family sequences wanted to help, but they discovered that this was a supreme-level battle they simply couldn't interfere in. Golden light spread wantonly surrounding his body. Jun Xiaoyao fully unleashed his aura, his target locked on the Tian Yuan Supreme. Unexpectedly, all he got in return was a contemptuous smile. Xiaoyao flashed to his side. He threw a punch at the Tian Yuan Supreme. In response, the Tian Yuan Supreme's gaze focused. He instantly threw a straight punch. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. He threw another backhand straight punch, hitting the Tian Yuan Supreme. During a lull in their exchange of blows, Jun Xiaoyao had already figured out the Tian Yuan Supreme's details. Judging from his fist's power, his strength was likely only 10% of his peak. Moreover, he was fighting only with his physical body. An idea then appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. That was to fight body against body. He figured only this way could he truly find the feeling he once yearned for. Because ever since he obtained a God-tier WG as a child, Jun Xiaoyao had been living a life controlled by the WG. This was not only a mockery of his hard work and cultivation in his previous life, but it also made him despise cultivation and develop a slacker attitude. Until Jun Xiaoyao discovered that the people in this world were all crazy. The powerful could SL at will. Then, the powerful would be mercilessly abused by those even more powerful than them. And as long as you were strong enough, you could ignore all punishment. In such an environment, people were like a pack of beasts in human skin. And once he figured this point out, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what the meaning of the system's golden finger was to him. It was to give him enough strength to construct a new order and reshape civilization. Letting every child eat cake was his goal for continuing to cultivate. Their fists met, and the airflow exploded instantly. As the Tian Yuan Supreme was blasted back, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly focused on the Tian Yuan Supreme's body. He knew that whether it was the stone tablet at the entrance of the secret realm, or the heroic souls that had just scattered across the starry sky, or the fact that he had bound himself with 81 chains, from any perspective, the Tian Yuan Supreme was someone worthy of his respect. And a hero should not have fallen to such an end. So he had to save him. So when Jun Xiaoyao once again faced the charging Tian Yuan Supreme, an extremely terrifying face and a pair of golden eyes suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The two peerless prodigies battle at the peak of the Forbidden City. The Jun family's divine child reveals his domineering nature. Jun Xiaoyao's head-on strike hit its target. The Tian Yuan Supreme, showing no fear, instantly unleashed the suction force in his hand. He pulled out a 1,000-gene boulder and threw it with great force. As Jun Xiaoyao dodged and weaved, the boulder's impact unexpectedly changed its direction, heading straight for Jiangxingyi. Seeing this, Jun Wanjie could only bite the bullet and flash in front of her. However, even though he used his ultimate technique, the 8th Thunder Seal, he was still shaken by the immense force and coughed up blood. He used all his strength to shatter the boulder and resolve the crisis. Meanwhile, directly below the battlefield, the other secret realm explorers were discussing how to divide this netherworld spirit flower. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, cracking sounds came from above. The next second, countless boulders shattered and scattered. The extremely terrifying 1,000-gene boulders made the explorers not hesitate in the slightest. They all chose to use their great teleportation talismans to return to the surface. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao and the Tian Yuan Supreme had no intention of stopping their fight. If this continued, forget about the treasures in the Supreme's secret trove. It wouldn't be long before everyone here would be buried with the Tian Yuan Supreme. Ji Xian was seen gritting his teeth first. Then he sighed with a hint of helplessness. He began to cross his arms in front of his chest. Immediately after, energy chains spread out from his body. A transparent crystal slowly emerged. Jiang Xingyi and Jun Wanjie both widened their eyes, because they had recognized this item as the supreme treasure containing the power of life and death, the reincarnation Dao Gold. The scene shifts to the center of the battlefield. Both sides gathered their power again. Once again, a world-shaking clash unfolded, and as both of them opened their eyes wide with anger, Ji Xian actually caught both of their attacks with his own power, separating the battlefield. Seeing Ji Xian bleeding from all 7 orifices from taking the attack, a roar was heard that made Jun Xiaoyao freeze in place. Yun Xiao, wake up. Look back at your clansmen. You are the only one here who can contend with the Tian Yuan Supreme. If you continue to be so stubborn, everyone will die here. As soon as the words fell, the Tian Yuan Supreme frowned. He threw a punch directly at Ji Xian. The Supreme's power poured out, instantly smashing Ji Xian into the ground, leaving behind only a body, its life or death unknown. But before the Tian Yuan Supreme could be pleased, a golden light flashed past his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's art of war had already enveloped his entire body. After Ji Xian's shout, he also came to a realization. He realized that the one fighting him was not the real Tian Yuan Supreme at all, just an empty shell driven by foreign land's deluded thoughts. Immediately after, the Tian Yuan Supreme showed a shocked expression. The Yuan Emperor Dao sword impressively appeared behind Jun Xiaoyao, a 10-year-old boy fighting a 100-year-old Supreme. The spectating elders wanted to help, but were unexpectedly blocked by a sudden clap of thunder from the sky. My Jun family's divine child plays by challenging those above his level. I advise all you busybodies not to meddle. All of you scram. Just now, as the Yuan Emperor Dao's sword slowly emerged behind Jun Xiaoyao, a familiar feeling instantly filled the Tian Yuan Supreme's entire mind. He was seen stroking the void with one hand. Then he suddenly raised his arm and pointed to the sky. The next second, a faint blue Yuan Emperor Dao sword also appeared behind the Tian Yuan Supreme. Then, neither side hesitated any longer. The bloody battle officially began. At the same time, at the entrance of the Supreme's secret trove, people were still struggling to clear the collapsed rocks. At this moment, the ground began to shake continuously. As the sound was heard, the people who escaped from inside began to pray to the heavens. By asking these secret realm survivors, everyone finally learned that the entire interior of the Tian Yuan Supreme's secret trove had already collapsed. Hearing this, before the elders of the major factions waiting outside the secret realm could investigate, a light appeared from the collapsed area. The next second, several terrifying shockwaves shot towards the sky. Immediately after, the figures of Jun Xiaoyao and the Tian Yuan Supreme appeared in the elders' eyes. But the two at the center of the battlefield seemed completely oblivious to the gazes from outside. Their attacks clashed once again. In just a few seconds, the number of rounds they had exchanged had already reached 100. When people's gazes shifted to the side, they discovered that there were still some survivors in the deep pit. But the thought that a mere 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao dared to face the Tian Yuan Supreme's wrath alone. The various elders were about to step in to help. A clap of thunder, accompanied by a trace of zither music, suddenly resounded through the sky. The moment it fell, it directly separated the elders from the battlefield. At this time, the elders of the other families all looked towards the Jun family elder in unison. Everyone, don't waste your energy. The one who acted is young Xiaoyao's Dao protector. He is warning us not to meddle. The scene shifts to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, glowing with golden light, was accelerating towards the Tian Yuan Supreme. In the air, it made everyone present who recognized the move drop their jaws in astonishment. Sacred body vision. Myriad saints worship. At this moment, facing such an attack, the Tian Yuan Supreme stood frozen on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao's ultimate blow pierced through his body. Both of them froze in midair for a moment. The Tian Yuan Supreme was the first to turn his head, and at the same time, cracks began to appear on his body. Who on earth are you? The Jun family of Huangzhou, Yun Xiuyao. Hearing this, fragments of memory began to flood into the Tian Yuan Supreme's mind. They finally converged into the image of an old acquaintance who looked just like Jun Xiaoyao. He, alone at the source of darkness in the foreign land, single-handedly severed the ancient stone. Huangtian Emperor, the dark clouds dispersed. The great battle came to an end. The defeated Tian Yuan Supreme took out his ultimate treasure and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He saw his own legacy in Xiaoyao. This meant that all his brothers who once fought alongside him, their heroic souls were all liberated. Take it. This is what you deserve. Half of it is in this box. The other half is in the lower realm. The jade pendant on top is a token between me and my Tao companion. If you are willing, help me take care of her family." As soon as the words fell, the Tian Yuan Supreme's body began to shatter. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly flew open in anger, because before him appeared the figure he had longed for 1,000 years. That feeling, so familiar yet somewhat strange, made the Tian Yuan Supreme unable to hold back tears of emotion. He raised his palm, using his last ounce of strength to reach for the woman. But at the last moment, it completely shattered and dissipated into the air. Xiao Yao understood that this was all the Tian Yuan Supreme's imagination. But how wonderful it would be if it could be like this at the last moment of life. "Senior, I wish you a safe journey." Several days later, in Tianan City, the story of Jun Xiaoyao's great battle with the Tian Yuan Supreme had spread through every street and alley. People were all praising the Jun family's divine child's godlike performance. But one person was gritting his teeth in anger. He was the great prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Chun, because he knew clearly that if he couldn't become stronger and marry Princess Mingwei and have the Panwu Divine Dynasty as his backer, then he would be trampled underfoot for the rest of his life, never to rise again. The old ancestor pondered for a moment and finally sighed. He stated that the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art passed down to him was obtained in an ancient nest secret realm. But at the same time, an ancient freak from the ancestral dragon nest was also sealed there. That fellow must have the supreme blood of the Azure Dragon clan flowing in him. If a way could be found to obtain it, it would definitely allow the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art to reach great completion. But if that freak were to be alarmed because of this, I'm afraid it won't just be you. Even the entire immortal domain will suffer. The scene shifts to the Jiang family of the immortal domain. Jiang Xingyi stared ahead, her surface calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. Although she had braved the supreme secret trove, with Jun Xiaoyao this time, she knew clearly that without Jun Xiaoyao, let alone the final Tian Yuan Supreme, even Ji Xian, the Dragon Maiden, or even that 9-headed lion they met on the way, she had no confidence she could have made it out alive. At this moment, a Jiang family elder suddenly appeared behind her. She said not to let her Tao heart be damaged because of this. One must know that not everyone is as BT as Jun Xiaoyao, able to contend with a true supreme and even win. In this world, probably only he, Jun Xiaoyao, could do it. Then, seeing Jiang Xingyi's expression warm up, she changed the subject. She said that you should pay more attention to the marriage between Luoli and the Jun family boy. You've seen it yourself. For a genius like that, it's definitely all pros and no cons for the Jiang family to be on good terms with him. But only Jiang Xingyi knew clearly. Her younger sister, Jiang Luoli, and Jun Xiaoyao were practically a pair of bickering rivals. And all she could do was try to make sure they didn't fight when they met, which would be a blessing. This is the Ji clan's Spirit Valley. The young man healing while basking in the sunlight was the Ji family's young saint, Ji Xian, who had just returned from the supreme secret trove. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from above. Her gaze fell directly on Ji Xian's Saint Handbone. "Little Ji Xian, what happened to your hand?" The sudden voice really startled Ji Xian. But what was even more shocking was that with his strength, he was completely unaware of the girl's arrival. Ji Qingyi came to Ji Xian's side and checked his injuries. She softly asked why. After hearing Ji Xian's recollection, she thoughtfully stroked her chin. Jun Xiaoyao actually defeated a supreme expert with the strength of the Divine Bridge Realm. It's truly incredible. On the other hand, Ji Xian was also clearly conquered by Jun Xiaoyao's strength. But Ji Qingyi then said in front of him that if she had the chance, she must pay a visit to the Jun family's divine child. After all, he saved you. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in Huangzhou. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Immediately after, his eyes instantly lit up. He put his hands together, praying that the moment he opened the box would give him a surprise. However, as expected, the unexpected happened. The moment he opened the treasure chest, he froze on the spot. Not long after, on the Jun family's martial arts training ground, the Jun family's 10th sequence, Jun Shijian. The fifth sequence, Jun Wanjia. The seventh sequence, Jun Shuahuan. What surprised everyone even more was that even the divine child's favorite, Jun Linglong, had appeared on the training ground. These important figures, who were usually hard to see, inevitably made everyone start guessing wildly. It's probably nothing, right? After all, I was the one who called him here, that's all. As soon as the words fell, people recognized the speaker as the divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Walking up to them, Xiaoyao praised everyone for being punctual while looking at the confused crowd. He told them not to be nervous, that he had called them over for something good. After speaking, he threw each of them a brocade pouch. They opened it to find ancient dragon bones inside. However, just as words of gratitude reached their lips, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, cutting them off. One dragon bone each. How long will it take you to refine it? Hearing the question, no one dared to speak first, except for the blockhead Jun Wanjia, who answered truthfully. At least 3 months, at most several years. At this moment, Xiaoyao suddenly held up one finger. I'm only giving you 1 year to refine the dragon bones and break through to the unity realm. Then return here. At that time, if you can't take a punch from me, you're going to get a beating. Hearing this, a cold wind suddenly blew over their heads. Refine the dragon bones early. Only Jun Linglong seemed to have noticed something and faced Jun Xiaoyao. Young master, did you get something good from the treasure chest? Otherwise, why would you take out these precious dragon bones to give away? Io, little Ling Zi, you're the one who understands me. The treasure I got needs to be kept secret for now. You'll all find out in due time. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao changed the subject and asked Linglong, are there any immortal sources stored in the Jun family's warehouse? There are, but as far as I know, even for the Jun family, because immortal sources are scarce, there isn't much in stock. But I suppose after today, there will be none left. A 100-year-old man went into seclusion not to cultivate, but to divine for 30 years. Today, the divination is finally complete. The old ancestor confidently declared that he had already glimpsed a corner of the future. Quickly inform all the clansmen of the ancestral dragon nest of this prophecy. That is, 2 dragons will be born, and the ancestral dragon will rise. On the other side, in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Princess Yuer almost laughed her head off when she heard the news. Little did they know that the ancestral dragon nest had just lost a talented dragon maiden in the Tian Yuan Supreme's secret trove. To make such a boast now is truly making a fool of themselves to attract attention. As soon as her words fell, the vermilion bird fire in her hand suddenly flared up. The moment it burst forth, it destroyed everything in its path. It only vanished after piercing through the boulder at the end. The maid beside her cried out in excitement when the attack ended. Congratulations, Your Highness! Your cultivation has finally broken through to the Unity Realm. But Bayuer knew very well in her heart. She figured if it weren't for the dragon chi that young master Xiaoyao gave her, she definitely couldn't have broken through the realm on her own in such a short time. At this moment, seeing the princess's confused gaze, the maid immediately cupped her hands. She reported that news had come from the front lines. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has declared war on the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdoms. With the centuries-long balance of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms suddenly broken, Princess Yuer couldn't help but suspect that there might be a hidden force behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. And as she expected, reports from the front lines confirmed that there were indeed some mysterious experts of unknown origin within the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's ranks. Once the 2 great ancient kingdoms are destroyed, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom will certainly not be spared. With her father in seclusion, she could not afford to be indecisive at this critical juncture. Thinking of this, Bayuer directly ordered her maidservant to immediately summon several generals to discuss the matter of allying with the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms to resist the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. After the maidservant withdrew to deliver the order, she hesitated for a moment to be on the safe side. In the end, she took out a jade slip, preparing to give it a try. Whether it succeeded or not would be up to fate. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. At this moment, Jun Linglong's head felt a whole size larger than usual. Because the divine child was about to enter seclusion, he had grown irritable and had been pestering her all morning. The main point was his hope that before he entered seclusion, Linglong could make some delicious food to comfort him. But Jun Linglong had never even heard of the dishes Jun Xiaoyao mentioned. But seeing the divine child's extremely expectant and pitiful expression, Jun Linglong could only brace herself and agree to Xiaoyao's request. But what Jun Xiaoyao never expected was that Big Sister Linglong would directly use the ingredients on hand and start test cooking right in front of him. Although the process had some twists and turns, the dish was ultimately made, living up to expectations. Just as Jun Linglong was holding the dish, ready to let the divine child have a taste, Bai Yuer's voice transmission suddenly rang out, causing her to slip. The delicious food was all spilled on the ground, and only then did she hear clearly. "Help me, Linglong Yiman. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has gone crazy and is waging war everywhere." "I know. Did you have to send a voice message at this exact moment, you jinx?" The once mighty White Tiger Dynasty. Now, its gates were easily breached by a hostile force, even with the heads of 3 kingdoms gathered here. Hearing the gradually approaching footsteps, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The reason was precisely this group of men in black with terrifying strength behind the Azure Dragon King. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Lord's laughter was like a knife piercing their hearts. But the White Tiger Lord and the Black Tortoise Lord, both in the Saint Realm, could only choose to swallow their anger. Because the men in black behind the Azure Dragon Lord had displayed a level of strength during the few days of battle that filled them with dread. The phrase daring to be angry, but not to speak was perfectly exemplified by the two of them. So, after hearing the Azure Dragon Lord's false pleasantries, the White Tiger Lord directly interrupted him, telling him to state his demands and not to put on a false pretense. However, the young master mentioned by the Azure Dragon Lord left the two of them completely baffled. "That's right. Our young master has ordered that as long as you are willing to surrender your kingdoms and hand over the compass fragments in your possession, he will grant you a path to survival." However, before they could get angry at these words, a furious roar suddenly rang out. "The children of the Vermilion Bird are born in fierce fire and die in flying flames. I will never be a slave to you lackeys." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's great general, Chi Ri, struck with a killing move, heading straight for the Azure Dragon Lord. At this moment, the leading man in black on the opposite side smiled faintly. With the speed of lightning, he instantly threw a punch. After hitting the target with precision, he didn't give Chi Ri any chance to react. The power converged at one point. The next second, he directly decapitated Chi Ri and tore him to shreds. Watching the tragedy unfold right before their eyes, the lords of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms lost their earlier momentum and became dispirited. How about it, old brothers? Do you want to die in flying flames like him? Or choose the other path? Damn that Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. They've gone too far. Upon hearing the news, the Vermilion Bird Princess angrily smashed the table with a punch. But at the same time, she knew very well that getting angry was useless. The urgent priority was to find out as soon as possible which force was behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Just then, her injured hand was suddenly lifted. This little injury doesn't need to be treated. It will heal on its own in a while. "Linglong, what are you doing here? What are you surprised about? Weren't you the one who called me here?" As soon as the words fell, Bai Yuer excitedly hugged Jun Linglong. Then, she couldn't help but look behind her. As the two turned their heads, Jun Zhongjian's figure appeared in their line of sight. Hearing that Jun Zhongjian was a Jun family sequence who followed the divine child, Bai Yuer's eyes began to shine. Because she knew clearly that seeing young Master Zhongjian here meant that the divine child had definitely decided to help the Vermilion Bird Kingdom overcome this crisis. The scene shifts to the central grand hall of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. After a session of song and dance, the Azure Dragon Lord respectfully presented a gift box. The figure behind the gauze curtain smiled. The suction force in his hand suddenly surged. The next second, 2 compass fragments flew before him. "Very good. Lord, you truly did not disappoint this marquis. Now, only the piece from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is left. He is the king of this country, yet he is willing to be a running dog for a child. I heard the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has the protection of the Jun family's divine child." The child, who called himself a marquis, spoke even more shockingly, threatening that if Jun Xiaoyao dared to ruin his plans, he wouldn't mind ending the Jun family's lineage. Right now, the most important thing is to assemble the army immediately. conquer the vermilion bird ancient kingdom as soon as possible and successfully retrieve the last compass fragment. Also, I heard the imperial princess of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom is exceptionally talented and quite beautiful. Then bring her back along with the fragment. Let this marquis also have a taste of the princess. A few days later, at Nanming Pass, the final barrier of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. The area outside the pass was already in complete disarray. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's princess, Bai Yuer, stood fully armed, facing forward. In response to Jun Linglong's concerned inquiry, is the imperial princess also going to the battlefield herself? The answer was yes. Because the Vermilion Bird King was in seclusion, she could only shoulder the heavy burden and instructed Jun Linglong to retreat once the fighting began. At this moment, Jun Linglong wanted to make one last attempt to save the situation, asking Bai Yuer to return to the Jun family with her and wait for the divine child to come out of seclusion to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, all she got in return was a light smile from Bai Yuer. I am the imperial princess. If the city falls, the kingdom falls. Anyone can leave, but I cannot. The children of the Vermilion Bird are born in fierce fire and must also die in flying flames. I have ordered the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the city to be moved to a single location. I only hope that if the divine child can lend a helping hand in the future, I would be eternally grateful if he could settle them properly. Seeing Bai Yuer's attitude of facing death with courage, Jun Linglong felt it was not right to persuade her further. All she could do before they parted was wish that she could survive so that they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Watching her best friend go to her death, she had no way to stop it. At this moment, Jun Linglong's heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles, yet she was powerless. A few days later, on the walls of Nanming Pass, seeing the familiar banners of the army at the city gates, Bai Yuer couldn't help but feel shocked, because that neat, uniform, and imposing army was none other than the Black Armor Army of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, a former ally of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Their appearance could only mean one thing. The king of the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom had likely met a grim fate. Soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, listen up. I am General Xian Yi of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, here to give you a suggestion. Disarm and surrender, and you can avoid innocent slaughter. But Bai Yuer's reply left Xian Yi's heart both shaken and sorrowful. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The soldiers of my Vermilion Bird Kingdom would rather die on the battlefield than become the enemy's running dogs. Born in fierce fire, die in flying flames. As long as the divine fire is unextinguished, the Vermilion Bird will not perish. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly entered his ear, ordering Xian Yi not to hesitate any longer, or the Black Tortoise Lord would be executed immediately. Therefore, Xian Yi could only grit his teeth, raise his sword, and loudly begin to issue the command. As Bai Yuer's small hand was raised at the same time, a war fought against their will, yet one that had to be waged began. This was an ordinary palace, yet it was about to become famous because of an explosion. The reason was none other than this 12-year-old child who, after 2 months of seclusion, was about to cause a huge commotion upon his exit. The Nine Heavens' immortal domain, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. A lightning shadow flashed by. Jun Wanjie arrived before the Heavenly Emperor Palace and knelt on one knee. Together with Jun Xiaowang, who had also come, he congratulated the divine child on exiting seclusion. After looking for a while and not seeing Jun Linglong, he inquired and only then learned about the matter between the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdoms. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. As Jun Wanjie's heart trembled, he couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that the divine child has broken through to a new realm again? However, before he could think too much, he saw Jun Xiaoyao put his hands together. A tiger tally token appeared in his hand. After splitting it in two, he handed the pieces to the two of them respectively. He ordered them to take the tiger tally and immediately mobilized 10,000 men each from the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. March to the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms. I'd like to see who has the audacity to touch someone who belongs to me. Jun Xiaoyao. The timeline moves to dusk, looking at the unfamiliar yet heavy June family tiger tally in their hands. Even though they were June family sequences, this was the first time they had come into contact with the family's personal army. Among the younger generation, perhaps only the divine child could directly mobilize the family's army. One must know that the four guards were divided into the Wind Shadow Guard, the Imperial Forest Guard, the Fire Cavalry Guard, and the Mountain God Guard. Among them, even the weakest warrior had the strength of the Shao realm. Experts of the Tongtian realm and Divine Fire realm were countless. And what was most unexpected was that Jun Xiaoyao had so easily handed over the command of these experts to them. At this moment, listening to Jun Wanji's narration, Jun Shuahuang suddenly asked in return, asking him to describe what kind of person the divine child was in his eyes. He's very strange, I mean his way of thinking, and his behavioral logic doesn't seem to belong to the nine heavens' immortal domain. He lacks the innate arrogance of the people of the immortal domain. Compared to a cultivator, he's more like a mortal from the lower realms. After speaking, Jun Wanjie suddenly thought of something and looked at Jun Shuahuang. But Jun Shuahuang ignored his gaze, merely looking forward and letting out a faint smile. The scene shifts to the rear hall of the Jun family, inside his grandfather's chambers. Seeing his grandfather meditating, Jun Xiaoyao tiptoed to his side. He actually put a bow on the clan leader grandfather's head. Unsurprisingly, he received a loving little fist pounding. However, upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had mobilized the Jun family guards, his grandfather actually encouraged him to do as he pleased. Then he turned to look at Xiaoyao. "Why did you come looking for me? Don't play pitiful. Do you think I don't know what kind of character you are? You never visit unless you need something." But as the grandfather and grandson were joking around, the grandfather had already noticed something different about Xiaoyao. Some things he couldn't even figure out at first glance. However, before his grandfather could take a closer look, Jun Xiaoyao gave him another unexpected shock. When Xiaoyao took out an ancient tablet and asked his grandfather what it was, his grandfather was so startled he almost cried out. Hearing that Xiaoyao had obtained this item in the Tian Yuan Supreme's secret trove, the grandfather belatedly wondered if the Tian Yuan Supreme had brought this item back from a foreign land. Thinking of this, the grandfather suddenly became serious. He looked at Xiaoyao and asked him, "Have you heard of the 7 great unthinkables of the immortal domain?" An ordinary bronze fragment unexpectedly led to the 7 great unthinkables of the desolate heaven immortal domain. The starry sky ghost ship sailing to the Yellow Springs, the headless swordsman holding a rusty sword, and the bronze immortal hall that has buried countless supreme experts. And the bronze fragment in Jun Xiaoyao's hand was a product from the bronze immortal hall. Seeing the pensive Jun Xiaoyao, his grandfather quickly reminded him not to get any ideas about the bronze immortal hall, because with Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength, there was no need to take such a risk. With the accumulation of time, becoming a saint and an ancestor was only a matter of time. Seeing his grandfather's unprecedentedly serious attitude, Jun Xiaoyao was about to promise his grandfather that he wouldn't risk his life. But just then, the long-awaited system notification suddenly sounded. "Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Bronze Immortal Hall." Aren't you surprised? Isn't it unexpected? Aren't you moved? This awkward scene instantly made Jun Xiaoyao's face darken. Freaking son of a bitch system. You really know how to pick your moments. The scene shifts to the battlefield of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. After several days and nights of tragic fighting, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's army was almost completely wiped out, except for a few generals. And what made them even more desperate was that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was still continuously sending reinforcements. Just when everyone thought the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was about to be annihilated, a graceful figure in the center of the battlefield suddenly let out a cry. Then, the mark on her brow began to emit endless flames. The soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, who were burned by the flames, unexpectedly rose from the dead and rejoined the battle. Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, undying and unextinguished. But the Azure Dragon Lord quickly found a solution. His gaze fell upon the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's princess, Bai Yuer. He believed that as long as he controlled the source of the divine fire, the crisis would be resolved. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Jun Zhangjian, who had successfully infiltrated, suddenly stopped in his tracks. because he saw a barrier in front of him. This meant that the residence of the mastermind must be inside. However, just as Jun Zhongjian decided to go in and investigate, the moment he touched the barrier, the person inside had already discovered his presence. Listening to the man in black's description, the child who called himself a marquis paid it no mind. Just a mere insect, go out and take care of it. At this moment, outside the palace, with the target in sight, Jun Zhongjian pushed his speed to the absolute limit. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He quickly shifted his position to the side, barely dodging the attack. And for him to be able to barely block the attack, the opponent's strength had probably reached the Tongtian realm or even the Divine Fire realm. However, the one who was even more shocked at this moment was the man in black himself. Because according to his judgment, Jun Zhongjian should only have the strength of the Yi realm. But he had managed to injure him while dodging the attack. Pretty impressive, kid. Who are you? Don't be hasty. I'm coming right now. An expert who should be revered by thousands was now being mocked to his face by a child. Not only did he withstand his full-powered strike, but he also blocked his ultimate technique. As blood spurted out, Jun Zhongjian actually laughed instead of getting angry. Hao Yang Finger, you're from the Panwu Divine Dynasty? His identity exposed. The man in black was shocked and couldn't help but ask, who the hell are you, kid? These words immediately made Jun Zhongjian burst into laughter. You dare to act so recklessly without even knowing who you've provoked. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the command of my Jun family's young master Xiaoyao. Does the Panwu Divine Dynasty wish to make an enemy of my Jun family? When a man in black heard the words Jun family, he had already moved. He flashed behind Jun Zhongjian at extreme speed and struck with a killing move. After piercing through his chest, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, because he could not allow Jun Zhongjian to take the information from here back with him. But just as Jun Zhongjian fell to the ground from the fatal injury, the man in black's eyes suddenly widened in anger. Jun Zhongjian's lips curled up slightly. Then, his body transformed into thousands of fragments and dissipated into the air. Only then did the man in black realize that the person he had killed was merely a clone. With no time to think, he hurriedly teleported away. He had to inform the Marquis about this as soon as possible. Not long after the man in black left, Jun Zhongjian's real body reappeared in the same spot. The secretive actions of the Panwu Divine Dynasty also left him very confused. When he entered the Imperial City, Jun Zhongjian had already condensed 7 clones to run around randomly. An extremely powerful force shot up into the sky, as if deliberately releasing its aura for everyone to see. Thinking of this, Jun Zhongjian decided not to hesitate any longer and sped towards the location where the aura was being released. The scene shifts to the center of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's battlefield. As a hand in the void suddenly clenched, a powerful airflow instantly erupted, trapping Bai Yuer in midair and completely robbing her of her ability to move. Her gaze fell on the figure who had launched the attack. Bai Yuer gritted her teeth, and her body began to emit endless flames. However, in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Lord, all of this was merely a death struggle. You're quite a handful, little girl. If the Marquis hadn't specifically requested you as a serving concubine, I would have killed you immediately. Seeing their imperial princess being humiliated, the few remaining soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom wanted to attack as a group. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. With just a glance and a surge of pressure, the Azure Dragon Lord annihilated them all in one blow. Then he smiled again and looked at Bai Yuer, saying, now that you've been imprisoned by me, you're as long as the divine fire is unextinguished, the Vermilion Bird will not perish should be over now, right? Just as Bai Yuer was preparing to sacrifice herself for her country, a powerful pressure instantly descended. That incredibly familiar aura also startled the Azure Dragon Lord. In contrast, Bai Yuer revealed a look of pleasant surprise, because the figure emerging from the blazing flames was none other than her father, His Majesty the Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. An afterimage flashed by at extreme speed. Jun Zhongjian precisely landed based on the source of the aura he detected. He determined there seemed to be another space underground. The moment his palm touched the ground, streams of probing airflow rapidly spread out. As the airflow was obstructed, Jun Zhongjian's eyes snapped open instantly. The next second, he directly drew his sword. A charged-up strike aimed straight for the depths of the earth. As countless rocks shattered and flew apart, Jun Zhongjian leaped into the depths below without any hesitation. However, just as he landed and the smoke slowly dissipated, he was seen with his eyes wide in disbelief. Because at the end of his vision, a saint was actually tied to a giant pillar. And in the instant they made eye contact, the saintly pressure emanating from that person was enough to render Jun Zhongjian immobile. Just then, with an angry shout, the pressure dissipated. Only then did Jun Zhongjian see that another saint was also tied up on the other side. May I ask for the esteemed names of you two seniors? Hearing that the newcomer's surname was Jun, the saint was startled. He hurriedly asked if he knew the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Compared to him, the other one who was also tied up seemed exceptionally calm. He first explained to Jun Zhongjian that they were the lords of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger kingdoms. They were imprisoned here because their skills were inferior. Their kingdoms had also fallen into the hands of others. I've heard the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom has long been taken under the wing of the Jun family's divine child. Might the divine child be interested in intervening in this matter? At this moment, after hearing Jun Zhongjian's affirmative reply, the two lords laughed out loud and simultaneously urged Jun Zhongjian to quickly spread a piece of news. That is, in order to subjugate the four symbols ancient kingdoms, the Panwu divine dynasty had dispatched a total of 4 saint-level masters. The scene shifts to the center of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom's battlefield. The Azure Dragon Lord, knocked back by a single blow, looked forward with a shocked expression. "Old Vermilion Bird, you're still alive?" The person who made him say this was none other than the Lord of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, who had just emerged from his cultivation. But the Azure Dragon Lord also understood. Although the Vermilion Bird Lord had successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, his foundation was not yet stable, so he had to strike while the iron was hot. Thus, without any more nonsense, he attacked with a killing move. And while the two were clashing, Bai Yuer once again used the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame descent technique. All the corpses burned by the divine flame stood up again and re-entered the battle. But to their despair, reinforcements from the other two kingdoms, controlled by the Panwu divine dynasty, had already arrived on the battlefield, forming an encirclement around the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. This led the Azure Dragon Lord to laugh out loud, advising the Vermilion Bird Lord to surrender early. And just as the Vermilion Bird Lord decided to fight to the death, a black figure suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a thunderous, fatal blow. Blood instantly filled the entire sky. The clash of saints was this terrifying. Once the situation became one-sided, there was only one reason. It was determined by the number of saints on each side. Fighting 1 against 2 made the Vermilion Bird Lord's situation miserable. Facing the enemy's continuous attacks, he could only grit his teeth and continue to resist, using the gaps to recover his combat power. Just then, a sense of crisis suddenly struck. By the time the Vermilion Bird Lord reacted, it was already too late. He had no time to worry about the sharp pain in his shoulder, because he discovered that the enemy side had yet another saint. Following that, accompanied by the Azure Dragon Lord's sinister laugh, another saint slowly emerged in the void. Only then did the Vermilion Bird Lord despairingly understand his situation. What he was about to face was an attack from a total of 5 Saint Realm experts, including the Azure Dragon Lord. The Azure Dragon Lord was still trying to persuade the Vermilion Bird Lord to give up resistance and surrender. But from the energy fluctuations emerging from the Vermilion Bird Lord's body, the Azure Dragon Lord understood that more words were useless. As his gaze focused, the 4 Saint experts beside him attacked together. 4 waves of energy converged into a terrifying chain. The target was aimed straight at the Vermilion Bird Lord. However, just as he was preparing to burn his life essence for a desperate struggle, he found a fatal attack had been blocked. Bai Yuer, at the cost of her own life, used the blessed divine flame to heal her father's body. She herself took her last breath and collapsed to the ground. Watching his own daughter die tragically before him while shielding him, the Vermilion Bird Lord's body began to erupt with terrifying pressure. On the other side, the Azure Dragon Lord was still blaming the 4 Saint Realm experts, complaining that they had mistakenly killed Bai Yuer, because she was the woman the Marquis had specifically requested by name. But fortunately, now that she was dead, she could still be made into a puppet for repeated use. Just then, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared. Immediately after, his face was seen taking a heavy blow. He was sent flying backward by a kick, and the one who launched the attack was none other than the rescued White Tiger Lord. The Black Tortoise Lord landed in front of the Vermilion Bird Lord. He had intended to speak words of concern, but upon seeing the scene before him, he ultimately couldn't open his mouth. At this moment, an immortality pill appeared before them. Jun Zhongjian shouted at the Vermilion Bird Lord in a commanding tone, telling him to immediately feed it to Bai Yuer. After all this was done, everyone shifted their gaze to the surrounded Azure Dragon Lord. For gusts of wind flashed by at extreme speed, causing the White Tiger Lord and the others to frown deeply, which made the Azure Dragon Lord laugh out loud. Facing 5 saints, what makes you think you have a chance of winning? The boy just casually waved his hand and split the earth in two, creating a bottomless abyss. A single sentence scared the king of a nation into nearly wetting his pants. The reason was none other than the boy's name being Jun Xiaoyao. Just a moment ago, the soldiers of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms were still fighting each other. Blood had already stained half the sky. Watching the warriors of his own country fall one by one, the White Tiger Lord angrily turned towards the battlefield. He instantly let out a thunderous roar, and as the shock wave spread, the soldiers of the White Tiger Kingdom finally stopped their actions. But even if they wanted to stop now, it was too late, because the armies of all kingdoms were completely entangled. Stopping now was no different from suicide. And just as the White Tiger Lord was ordering his people not to be pawns for the Azure Dragon Kingdom anymore, a shockwave shot towards him. The moment he ducked, whistled past, nearly taking his head off, facing the Azure Dragon Lord's frontal attack. At this moment, he had no time to manage the battlefield. Accompanied by the Azure Dragon Lord's sinister laugh, a Saint Realm expert in black suddenly appeared behind him, under the pincer attack from front and back. Even someone as strong as the White Tiger Lord could only choose to focus on defense. The Black Tortoise Lord at the side, though wanting to help, was also entangled with Saint Realm experts of the same level, along with the Vermilion Bird Lord. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless, and could only remind the White Tiger Lord not to get distracted. Seeing the situation starting to become one-sided, the Azure Dragon Lord laughed and posed a question. He didn't understand why these few people, who clearly knew defeat was certain, were still putting up a useless resistance. However, the Azure Dragon Lord didn't know that when rescuing the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Lord from their imprisonment, Jun Zhongjian had already received a message from the Divine Child's Jade Slip. As long as they could hold off these few saints from the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The moment the 40,000 Jun family guards appeared, the victor of this battle would be reversed in an instant. Thinking of this, and looking at the Azure Dragon Lord's confused expression, the White Tiger Lord couldn't help but laugh out loud. And before the laughter had even stopped, the Azure Dragon Lord looked up at the sky in disbelief. Immediately after, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from the sky. The next second, it directly transformed into a terrifying energy chain shooting straight down, separating the battlefield while instantly splitting the earth in two, creating a bottomless abyss. Old Azure Dragon, we are all waiting for the Jun family's divine child. What are you waiting for? As soon as the words fell, people saw the person who had delivered the terrifying blow as the smoke cleared. It was the head of the immortal domain, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. With Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, countless figures began to descend from the sky onto the battlefield. Those figures, each with extraordinary skills, were the 40,000 Jun family guards that the Divine Child had brought out with special permission. The ordinary soldiers on the battlefield looked at the Jun family guards, who were killing as if scything flax, as if they had seen demons. Just then, a beastly roar that shook the heavens and the earth pulled them back to reality. Listen up. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the Jun family's divine child. Anyone who dares to attack again will be killed without mercy. As the beastly roar gradually faded, the Azure Dragon Lord looked up and heard a voice that would give him nightmares for the rest of his life. Azure Dragon Lord, explain the current situation. If you fail to satisfy me, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will completely disappear from the desolate heaven immortal domain today. Blood-drinking saber, manifesting the divine child, king of the immortal domain. Red-tasseled spear, forging the glory of the Jun family guards. cutting through all obstacles on the battlefield. Invincible and striking fear into the hearts of the enemy were none other than the June family's 4 personal guards: wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Seeing the situation instantly reverse with the sudden entry of the June family, the Azure Dragon Lord angrily questioned, "Divine Child, what exactly do you want?" These words immediately caused the corners of June Xiaoyao's mouth to curve up slightly. "You were the one who started the war, and you were the one who was aggressive. Now you turn around and ask me what I want. I want to execute your 9 generations. Do you agree?" Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Lord could only grit his teeth. He said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant. I have powerful backers too. I advise you not to be so presumptuous." However, unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao's reply was just one sentence, as he unhesitatingly raised his hand. "If you're not arrogant, can you still be called a young man? Today, I'd like to see who in this desolate heaven immortal domain can withstand my Jun Xiaoyao's wrath." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely terrifying energy chain instantly shot out from Jun Xiaoyao's hands. The target was aimed directly at the Azure Dragon Lord himself. The moment he was hit head-on and blasted into the ground. The Azure Dragon Lord clearly recognized this move as one of the 5 great divine arts, the June family's immortal slaying sword art. However, such an attack was not enough to kill a Saint Realm expert. So when the Azure Dragon Lord recovered, he hurriedly began to flee into the distance. But how could Jun Xiaoyao let him have his way? The light in his hand suddenly transformed into a giant hand. With a wave, the Primal Emperor Dao sword instantly shot out, forming countless chains. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the Azure Dragon Lord, who was busy fleeing. Recognizing this move as another one of the 5 great divine arts, even an expert as strong as the Saint Realm Azure Dragon Lord could only use his full power to resist. Just then, a sinister gust of wind suddenly struck. The Vermilion Bird Lord was seen seizing the opportunity to land a frontal blow on the Azure Dragon Lord. As blood sprayed wildly, the Azure Dragon Lord let out a loud shout. 2 black-clothed saint experts from the Panwu Divine Dynasty flashed out, aiming a sneak attack at the Vermilion Bird Lord's back. Fortunately, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Lords acted in time to stop it, allowing him to escape disaster. But the White Tiger Lord seemed to have forgotten that the enemy still had Saint Realm experts lying in wait. And just as he was about to be sneak attacked, Jun Xiaoyao once again reached out his hand and suddenly clenched it. In the instant the black-clothed saint was imprisoned, Jun Wanjia, with the speed of lightning, unleashed a secret thunder technique, completely enveloping the black-clothed saint. Following that, something shocking happened. The black-clothed saint's mask fell off, revealing a puppet's body underneath. Its eyes glowed red, as if it had received a command. As its body rapidly descended to the ground, it grabbed the Azure Dragon Lord and fled into the distance. Before anyone could react, a dazzling brilliance once again flashed above the battlefield. Then, a golden dragon and a sentence slowly emerged from the center of the light. Jun family's divine child, what great prestige. However, Jun Xiaoyao chose not to pay him any mind. At this moment, his attention was completely captivated by something else. "I say, cousin, I'm young and inexperienced. If I'm not mistaken, is that a bed? Is flying on a bed popular recently?" Just then, listening to Jun Xuehuang's explanation from behind, everyone finally understood. According to the news sent back by Zhang Jian, the person behind the scenes is from the Panwu Divine Dynasty. It said that there is indeed such an eccentric person in the Panwu Divine Dynasty. It should be the champion marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. This person's name is Yang Pan, known in the martial world as the public enemy of women. A stable boy in a prince's mansion, he was bullied since childhood. He was thrown off a cliff just for saying the wrong thing. Unexpectedly, Yang Pan had a blessing in disguise and found a treasured sword. And this sword was one of the 3 divine swords forged by the Panwu Great Emperor, the Pan Huang Life Spirit Sword. The first thing Yang Pan did after obtaining the power of the divine sword was to go back and slaughter the entire prince's mansion. However, despite committing such a shocking crime, the Panwu Divine Lord at the time not only didn't punish him, but because of the Pan Huang Life Spirit Sword in his hand, he even made an exception and promoted him to champion marquis. From then on, Yang Pan became lustful, moody, and bloodthirsty by nature. I see. So that's why he was later called the public enemy of fairies by the people of the immortal domain. At this moment, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's disgusted expression from within the bed floating in the sky, champion Marquis Yang Pan was also watching him. To test him further, Yang Pan decided to provoke him first. His gaze shifted to the Vermilion Bird Lord as he said with a sinister smile, "Old Vermilion Bird, this Marquis gave you a chance. As long as you hand over the compass fragment and submit to me, all will be well. I even granted your daughter, who has already become someone else's lover, entry into my harem. What an honor it is to become my concubine. What more could you be dissatisfied with?" As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Xiaoyao was about to strike, but was suddenly stopped by Jun Xiaowang. She pointed to a place not far away. Archers on the city wall were seen drawing their bows. Immediately after, tens of thousands of arrows all shot towards Yang Pan. A group of ants dare to bare their fangs at this marquis. The light in his hand suddenly flickered, and the moment he waved it downwards, a large number of primal chaos scattered hands, carrying a terrifying aura, rushed towards the city wall. Seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Lord could no longer sit still. His Saint Realm power erupted, and the attack was intercepted midway. With just one move, he shattered the primal chaos scattered hands, making them vanish into thin air. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Lord took out the compass fragment, stating, "The Vermilion Bird Kingdom is small, and its people are few. We cannot accept the Marquis's favor. But if you insist on forcing us, we can only fight to the bitter end." After speaking, he was about to crush the compass in front of him. Yang Pan shouted in anger, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Immediately after, a golden energy chain instantly enveloped him. The moment Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, the bed in the sky was instantly destroyed. Sorry, when I hear a dog barking wildly, I can't help but act. Jun family's divine child, is it necessary for us to make things so unpleasant? These words made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. I say, Your Excellency, you look down on even Saint Realm experts, yet now you're so polite to a mere Unity Realm cultivator like me. Is it because my surname is June and you're scared? From the looks of it, you're just a good-for-nothing who bullies the weak and fears the strong. With things said to this point, anyone would be unable to bear it. Yang Pan pointed with his large hand. A secret technique called the Vast Sun Finger was instantly unleashed. But facing such an attack, Jun Xiaoyao just shook his head and laughed. Looking at your realm, you're only at the Unity realm. It's truly shameful at your age. What are you being so arrogant about? Facing the enemy's full power strike, Jun Xiaoyao gave a playful smile. The moment he took out the spirit weapon, the spear of the underworld god, he threw it directly at the shockwave. And it was this casual strike that actually pierced through the barrier with ease, shooting straight towards the champion Marquis, Yang Pan, behind it. Because the spear of the underworld god was too fast, Yang Pan, who had no time to prepare, could only choose to block the attack with his hand. But the moment he touched the divine spear, it was too late for regrets. An irresistible force instantly sent him flying. Only when the smoke gradually dispersed was the figure of Yang Pan revealed, his chest pierced by the divine spear. At this moment, Jun Wanjie suddenly showed a look of confusion. He then stated without hesitation that this person was not Yang Pan's main body, because he had fought with Yang Pan before. That person's greatest reliance was the Pan Huang Life Spirit Sword, but the person before them had no trace of that sword's aura. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao still smiling playfully, Yang Pan flew into a rage and cursed out loud. Yun Xiaoyao, since you know this Marquis is just a clone, you should understand how powerful my main body is. I advise you to stop now, while there's still time. These words made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. He took a light step forward. I say, you are truly pathetic. Do you see the remains lying on the ground over there? Their cultivation is at the Spirit Sea realm at best. To us, they are nothing but ants. But even this group of ants dares to draw their swords against you. In contrast, someone as powerful as you, the champion Marquis of Panwu, actually wants to use your true body, which is far away, to intimidate the enemy before you. You're truly a piece of trash, even worse than an ant. At this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyao's mockery, Yang Pan could no longer sit still. With a loud shout, he was about to order the 5 saint-level puppets he brought to attack. The king of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdom heard the commotion and rushed over. While stopping the puppet's attack, he saw Jun Xiaoyao still mocking Yang Pan, asking him if he knew what the difference was between the two of them. At this moment, seizing an opening that appeared above, the Azure Dragon Lord teleported out, intending to launch a sneak attack. But an irresistible force suddenly appeared from the void. It instantly decapitated the Azure Dragon Lord and placed his head in front of Yang Pan. I can represent the Jun family, but you, Yang Pan, cannot represent the Panwu Divine Dynasty. I guess what you're thinking is, as long as you suppress me without taking my life, the Jun family won't do anything to you, and you can still forcefully conquer the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and seize what you want. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was speaking, a scene that made Yang Pan despair occurred, because the few saint-level experts he had brought with him were unexpectedly annihilated in the blink of an eye, as if they were deadwood. A sense of terror filled Yang Pan's mind. He couldn't imagine that 5 saint-level experts would be eliminated so easily. Could it be that a Saint King is specifically protecting him? However, Jun Xiaoyao paid no mind to his shock. He just continued his verbal assault. Unfortunately, your saint puppets can't suppress me. What's more, if I wanted to, the Jun family would immediately declare war on the Panwu Divine Dynasty. No reason is needed at all. Only an ignorant fool like you would dare to act so presumptuously in front of me. As soon as his voice fell, flames instantly burst from his hand. In an instant, Yang Pan's clone was completely reduced to ashes. Several streams of divine sense quickly dispersed from it. After a long journey, the moment they returned to a palace, the aura that erupted from within nearly shattered the building. Jun Xiaoyao, I, Yang Pan, swear that we are irreconcilable enemies. These 4 palm-sized ancient bronze fragments were actually the culprits that nearly led to the destruction of the 4 symbols ancient kingdom. The funny thing is, they knew what this was. According to their limited memories, these fragments were related to an ancient dynasty with an immortal level force. And the leader of that dynasty was the founder of the 4 symbols ancient kingdom, named the 4 Symbol Supreme. It is said that back then, in order to obtain the complete compass, the 4 Symbol Supreme was besieged by multiple forces. In the end, he had no choice but to break the compass into 4 pieces. From then on, they became the inherited treasures for each successive king of the 4 symbols ancient kingdom. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Immediately after, he took out a fragment made of the same material as the bronze compass. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao concluded that the complete bronze compass must be related to the legendary bronze Immortal Hall. However, after hearing what Jun Xiaoyao said, in order not to be coveted by more powerful experts, the few of them unanimously expressed that this item would be a life-saving gift for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also understood that they were actually afraid of the nation-destroying calamity reoccurring. So he didn't expose them and just suddenly tapped on the table. He told them to discuss who would manage the unified 4 symbols ancient kingdom. Not long after, the scene shifted to the cliff at the back mountain. As a coin appeared in Jun Zhongjin's hand, the moment it was tossed into the air and landed, 2 beautiful figures began to clash with all their might. Spiritual energy gathered in by Yuer's hands. It converged into a ball of undying flame that shot towards the sky, aimed at its target. The moment it exploded, Bai Yuer thought the battle was over. But when the smoke cleared, she discovered that Jun Linglong hadn't been hit at all. Instead, she had flown directly above the center of the explosion to evade it. She watched as several dazzling bolts of lightning condensed. The lightning bolts suddenly appeared, neatly aligned, and shot straight at Bai Yuer's face. Watching Bai Yuer, who could only defend with all her might, Jun Zhongjian was just about to clap and cheer when he was startled by the sudden appearance of Jun Xiaoyao. Hearing the divine child's question, he hurriedly replied that it was because Bai Yuer had taken the undying elixir. Not only had her body fully recovered, but her cultivation realm had also improved. That's why she invited Jun Linglong for a match. After their match, Jun Linglong called Jun Xiaoyao aside. She said that as the young master's handmaiden, she shouldn't have such thoughts. But she really didn't want to rely on the young master for everything. So she mustered the courage to request to leave for a period of time to train on her own. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao agreed without any hesitation. And he even told her to remember to take a sound transmission jade talisman when she left. If anything happened, she should call for backup immediately. At this, hearing Jun Linglong's thanks, Jun Xiaoyao not only didn't accept it, but feigned anger. I say, Comrade Linglong, we grew up together. Isn't it only natural that I'd agree to let you go out and train? But even though Jun Xiaoyao said it so casually, Jun Linglong understood in her heart that in this world where the strong are respected, perhaps only Jun Xiaoyao could be so carefree, unrestrained, and love freedom. She recalled when Jun Xiaoyao was still very young. The divine child had criticized Jun Linglong for kneeling to him. Ever since the words, "everyone is equal," came from the divine child's mouth, Jun Linglong understood that the divine child had always been an extraordinary person from the very beginning. And his way of thinking, taking things for granted, became what she yearned for the most. A few old kings, whose ages added up to several hundred years, actually nominated a teenage girl to be the alliance leader. Even a mastermind behind the scenes and her best friend were involved. Therefore, Bayuer was forced to bite the bullet and compromise. However, it wasn't until she became the alliance leader of the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom that she realized this was all a pit they had dug for her. Watching various memorials, post-war reconstruction plans, and casualty compensation reports being brought up, Bayuer finally understood the true meaning of the word scapegoat. The scene shifts to a courtyard in the back mountain. At this moment, several Jun family sequences were laughing out loud about Yang Pan challenging the divine child. The usually calm Jun Wanjie also didn't understand. Yang Pan couldn't even beat him, so how did he dare to challenge the divine child to a duel at the Forbidden Peak? After much thought, there was only one reason. He wanted to use the opportunity of the Panwu divine dynasty's eldest princess choosing a consort, when forces from all sides would be there to observe the ceremony, to step on the divine child and rise up. And just as they were discussing what choice the divine child should make, the figure of the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, appeared in their sight. I planned to go to the Panwu divine dynasty myself to accept his challenge. Clan brothers and sisters, what are your plans next? Hearing the divine child say he wasn't taking anyone with him, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, Jun Xiaohuang was the first to speak, saying she wanted to go to the lower realm. Seeing this, Jun Wanjie also chimed in, saying he would go with Xiaohuang. That way, the two of them could look out for each other. As soon as he spoke, Jun Zhongjian suddenly stood up in anger. Are you crazy? The rules of heaven and earth are restrictive. The lower realm rejects beings from the immortal domain. So if you want to go to the lower realm, you can only do so by shedding your immortal aura and extracting your immortal bones. Don't you know that? But before Jun Zhongjian could finish, he was cut off by the two of them. On the contrary, they were well aware of the severity of the situation. They also knew the Jun family had a special method to forcibly break through the planar barrier. But the Jun family would only do that if the divine child wanted to descend to the lower realm. Therefore, the two had long been prepared to extract their immortal bones and descend to the mortal world in their flesh and blood bodies to experience it. Hearing this, Jun Zhongjian could only helplessly look towards Jun Xiaoyao. And although Xiaoyao knew that Jun Wanjie was probably willing to sacrifice himself to go because his younger sister was lost in the lower realm, he didn't know why Jun Xiaohuang wanted to do the same. He only understood after listening to Jun Xiaohuang's words. Cultivators like them must have their own Tao in their practice. Once they deviate from it, their Tao heart will shatter and they won't be able to continue cultivating. But Jun Xiaohuang still hadn't found her own Tao, and she said bluntly that everyone present, except for Jun Xiaoyao, did not have their own Tao. Rather than continuing to cultivate aimlessly in the immortal domain, it's better to go to the lower realm to find one's own Tao. The price for that is worth paying. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but bow to Jun Xiaohuang to show his admiration. Not long after, they began to go their separate ways. No one knew what would happen when they met again. After the divine child also turned and left for the Panwu divine dynasty, only Jun Zhongjian was left, choosing to return to the Jun family with the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. The Azure Dragon Lord died in an instant. As his direct descendant in the back chamber spat out blood, he understood that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom now existed in name only. Even though Shao Chun was hailed as the son of Providence and had the help of the ancestor's soul and was bound to soar one day, in the end, it couldn't overcome the Azure Dragon Lord's greed. Not only did he fail to unify the four kingdoms, but he also brought disaster upon himself, leading to the tragic destruction of his kingdom. At this moment, due to his indignation, demonic qi invaded Shao Chen's body, threatening to erupt. Fortunately, the ancestors' timely advice saved him from disaster. The only path before him now was to obtain the supreme dragon blood from the ancient nest and also seek the help of Princess Wu Mingwei of the Panwu divine dynasty to get revenge. Xiao Chun, having come to his senses, didn't want to waste any more time. He was about to set off immediately to find the dragon blood, but had cold water poured on him by the ancestor. The obstacle between you and Wu Mingwei is not Jun Xiaoyao, but champion Marquis Yangpan. The so-called public selection of a consort for the princess is just a pretense for the Panwu divine dynasty to build up Yangpan's prestige. Besides, if you really think about it, Yangpan is the true culprit behind the fall of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. But there is good news now. That is, Yangpan and Jun Xiaoyao have already challenged each other to a duel at the Forbidden Peak. The two are incompatible, which gives us time to become stronger. The scene shifts to a secret realm of the Jiang family in the immortal domain. The target of the family's carrier pigeon was none other than the Jiang family's saintess, Jiang Xingyi, and her younger sister, Jiang Luoli. Hearing that the Panwu divine dynasty would soon hold a martial arts contest to select a consort for the princess, made Jiang Luoli's eyes instantly light up. She cried and begged her sister to take her there to have fun, forcing Jiang Xingyi to be helpless for a moment. She smiled and asked her if she also wanted to compete for the position of consort. Unexpectedly, Luoli's answer was just 2 words: watch drama. As soon as she spoke, Luoli's expression suddenly turned sad, because her sister in front of her had been gloomy ever since returning from the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove. So she took this opportunity to quickly grasp her sister's hand. She said that if anything was on her mind, she could talk to her about it. She promised to keep it a secret and would never leak it to those old geezers in the clan. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyi finally couldn't hold back, and her lips parted slightly. The reason the Jiang family is still ranked among the 3 great families of the immortal domain is precisely because the Jiang family has been forming marriage alliances everywhere. For a long time now, not a single genius has appeared in the Jiang family. This is why Jiang Xingyi hates herself for being incompetent, unable to free the Jiang family from the fate of relying on others to survive. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Luoli, who had been listening intently just a second ago, couldn't help but burst out laughing in the next second. This comical scene made Jiang Xingyi feel helpless as well. Then, Luoli jumped to the ground and looked at Xingyi. "Sister, how old are you this year? If you treat me like a child, then you, who are only a few years older than me, should also be a child. Children should think about children's things. For you to bear the fate of the Jiang family at such a young age, isn't that just worrying needlessly? Besides, I consider myself a genius. The road ahead is still long. Who can guarantee that the gears of fate won't turn?" The timeline moves to the territory of the Yi family in the immortal domain. Hearing from the elder that he was looking for him to go to the Panwu divine dynasty to attend a banquet, Yi Xingyun refused Uncle Fu without a second thought. It wasn't until he heard that Jun Xiaoyao and Yangpan were going to have their duel at the banquet that he smiled, then suddenly changed his expression and agreed to the request. A drop of bright red blood dripped from the 1,000-year-old stone wall. The blood formed a river, revealing a strange aura. This 100-meter-long river hidden under the cliff was actually formed entirely from the essence blood of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Such a massive opportunity was presented right before his eyes. As long as Xiao Chun refines this blood water now, his cultivation realm will instantly undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. A huge shadow emerged, shrouded in a vast aura. It was a dark blue, ancient supreme, giant dragon. By the time the Azure Dragon ancestor recovered from his shock, he teleported in front of the giant dragon, about to tell Xiao Chun to flee quickly. Unexpectedly, not only did the Azure Dragon see through the Azure Dragon ancestor as a damaged soul remnant at a glance, but with just a casual breath of dragon's fire, it captured the old Azure Dragon in midair, immobilizing him. On the other hand, Xiao Chun, seeing his ancestor attacked, was about to unleash his spiritual power. Unexpectedly, he had no chance to act at all. As a strong pressure was emitted, Xiao Chun was instantly suppressed, unable to get up. It was only when it saw Xiao Chun still struggling desperately that the giant dragon spoke. Is this the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art? It must be because you stole the cultivation technique that you didn't receive the complete inheritance. You came here looking for the ancestral dragon bloodline, only to run into the master of this place, awakening. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? As soon as its voice fell, the giant dragon had already transformed into the appearance of a little girl. After laughing mockingly, she then offered Xiao Chun a carrot. Little thief, how about we make a deal? You want my supreme dragon blood, don't you? Hearing this made Xiao Chen's back run cold. He gritted his teeth and questioned the dragon girl. Why would someone as powerful as you, a member of the immemorial royal family, want to make a deal with a mortal? However, the dragon girl ignored Xiao Chen's question. She just said to herself that she had awakened from her slumber. She only needed the blood of 99 virgin boys and girls to grant Xiao Chun one wish. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Chun immediately cursed out loud. Even if you kill me, I will never agree to such a depraved and insane matter. Hearing Xiao Chen's righteous speech, the mockery on the dragon girl's face grew even stronger. How is it that a dragon wanting human blood is depraved and insane, but your human race wanting dragon blood is a righteous act? Have you forgotten your purpose for coming here, little thief? As soon as her voice fell, the dragon girl floated down. Immediately after, her body began to emit a strange aura. In the next second, she was about to bewitch Xiao Chun into a puppet for her use. At the critical moment, fortunately, the Azure Dragon ancestor used all his strength to break free from his restraints and shouted at Xiao Chun. Only then did Xiao Chun wake up from the illusion, seeing that her plan was exposed. Strangely, the dragon girl just laughed a few times and then vanished into thin air without any warning. And listening to the ancestor's speculation, he finally came to a realization. That giant dragon must have been just a wisp of divine sense. So, before she arrives, the most urgent matter is to quickly absorb the dragon blood. Fleeing this place is the best course of action. The scene shifts to the capital of the Panwu divine dynasty, the prodigies of the various forces. And the purpose of their trip, besides being invited to participate in the contest to select a consort for the Panwu Divine Dynasty's princess, was also to specially come and watch the world-shaking battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Yang Pan at the Forbidden Peak. And as the protagonist of the event, the Jun family's divine child arrived, a great battle that would shock the immortal domain officially began. This is the capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the center of the storm that is about to change the world's landscape. But a fat orange cat unexpectedly became the focus. The moment the girl in purple took out a dried fish, the fat orange cat seemed to have recognized its owner. It began to wag its tail frantically to show goodwill. And just as the girl wanted to take it home, the fat orange cat's owner suddenly spoke, nearly scaring her to death. Good heavens, I've been looking for you for ages, and you were hiding here? I say, shouldn't you be on a diet? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the girl with a hint of amusement. After chatting for a bit, she learned that Jun Xiaoyao was also here by invitation to attend the banquet. Judging from Jun Xiaoyao's clothes and appearance, the girl instantly determined that he was a rich person. She immediately recommended herself, saying that she grew up in the imperial capital and there was nothing she didn't know. And to hire her as a guide, it would only cost 3 low-grade godly sources. You definitely won't lose out. You won't be cheated. Thinking that he had just arrived and really didn't know his way around, Jun Xiaoyao simply agreed to the girl's request, and he took out a golden, supreme-grade godly source. My goodness, what is this? It's so dazzling. It's going to blind my eyes. These words almost made the divine child laugh out loud. After thinking for a moment, he asked which forces had shown up in the imperial capital these past few days. At this, the girl pondered for a moment, then picked 2 examples with the most prominent backgrounds to talk about. They are the Wang family of the Northern Land and the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Among them, the Wang family of the Northern Land is the most mysterious. It is said that their family is located in the far north of the immortal domain and occupies more than 30 Dao prefectures. And the most talked about person is none other than the Wang family's young emperor, Wang Tong. As soon as her voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao almost choked on his water. Who are you talking about? My son Wang Tong has the potential of a great emperor. Is that him? Haha, young master, you're really amazing. How did you know the young emperor's father often says that? At this moment, a strange presence was suddenly felt not far away, causing Jun Xiaoyao to instantly retract his smile. Immediately after, a youth in blue robes appeared at the edge of his vision. As Jun Xiaoyao reached out to pull the girl behind him, the youth in blue robes also walked towards them. His footsteps finally stopped right in front of the divine child. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the boy's words directly stunned the divine child. Young Master Xiaoyao, long time no see. Whoa, hold on. Who are you? Do you know me? She was originally the daughter of Marquis Qin Tian of the Panwu divine dynasty. But because her mother was a peerless beauty, she was coveted by the champion Marquis, Yang Pan. Her father's resistance failed, and instead, his entire family was slaughtered. Her mother was even dismembered and fed to wild dogs. Now, the bones of the deceased have already decayed in the wilderness. Yet the perpetrator still holds a high position in court, enjoying wealth and glory. After lurking in the capital for many years, Qin Xian finally found the person who could help her get revenge. At first, looking at this cynical young master before her, she didn't think much of it until a youth named Yi Xingyun suddenly appeared. The two confirmed each other's identities. Only then did Qin Xian realize who the two people standing before her were. The top geniuses of the three great families of the immortal domain. Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family, and the divine child of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Because their last exchange had left him greatly shocked, Yi Xingyun specifically sought out Jun Xiaoyao, wanted to have another friendly spar to test the results of his cultivation over the past 2 years. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao agreed to the request directly, causing Yi Xingyun to feel an urge to back out. He said that he heard the divine child was going to fight Yang Pan at the peak of the Forbidden City, so the matter of sparring to conserve energy should wait until after the great battle. As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Xiaoyao burst out laughing. Brother Xingyun, no need to worry. What kind of thing is that Yang Pan? Is he even worthy of me conserving my strength? Besides, aren't we just having a friendly spar? It's not a life-and-death battle. Let's find a place and practice now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xingyun was clearly a bit stunned by Jun Xiaoyao's arrogance. But on second thought, the person speaking was already as strong as a demon venerable. So he didn't say anything and just looked at Qin Xian. Immediately after, the two were led to a hill not far from the capital. Suspecting that he lost the last match due to the reckless use of divine abilities, Yi Xingyun proposed at this time they compete only in techniques, not spiritual power. The rules were simple. As long as he wasn't caught, he would win. Xiaoyao let out a wicked laugh, and the two instantly took their stances. He easily dodged Yi Xingyun's frontal attack. As Xiaoyao gathered power for a backhand strike, the force of their fists suddenly collided. The pressure generated from just the physical collision. That was enough to completely redefine Qin Xian's understanding of geniuses. This also completely solidified Qin Xian's conviction. She was certain that Jun Xiaoyao was the one who could help her get revenge. And within the few dozen seconds, she was lost in thought. The battle was already over. The first thing she saw was Yi Xingyun, panting heavily with blood flowing. Next were the battle scars left by their exchange, which were simply astonishing. Here we go. In the last episode, we mentioned that after the recent battle, Yi Xingyun suffered a broken arm and a crushing defeat. But the pain of manually setting his own bone couldn't suppress the shock in his heart, because when he clashed fists with Jun Xiaoyao, he clearly felt as if he was fighting against an iron rod. But fortunately, he had encountered Jun Xiaoyao this time. Making progress compared to the last match was enough. On the other hand, the divine child saw his confusion and didn't hide anything. He stated directly that this was the inheritance he obtained from the secret treasury of the Tianyuan Supreme. Then, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist and looked at Yi Xingyun again. To be honest, I don't know how much this inheritance has strengthened my physical body. So, taking this opportunity, Brother Xingyun, do you dare to take a full-powered punch for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xingyun not only showed no fear, but instead burst out laughing. I say, "Divine child, is this your way of acknowledging me? Since you think so highly of me, what's the harm in risking my life to accompany a gentleman?" The moment an approving gaze was cast upon Yi Xingyun, both of their auras erupted, and spiritual power surged wildly. Along with the force of the punch, a shadow slowly appeared in a defensive position in front of his chest. Jun Xiaoyao's full-powered strike was about to land. A terrifying explosion instantly spread out. When the smoke cleared, a bottomless black hole appeared starkly behind Yi Xingyun. Seeing that Yi Xingyun had actually withstood the attack, Jun Xiaoyao was just about to praise him. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingyun plopped right down on the ground, looking at the divine child with some lingering fear. "I say, young Master Xiaoyao, I can't hold on anymore. You're truly terrifying. If you used a divine ability with that physique as a base, I'm afraid that Yang Pan wouldn't even be able to take a single move, right?" After speaking, he looked at the medicinal pill the divine child took out. Yi Xingyun swallowed it in one gulp without any politeness. He said that he had also been lucky enough to receive some inheritances recently. "Did you know that in this world, some people can awaken memories of their past lives by chance? Well, I'm one of those cases. Although I'm still not sure who exactly I was in my past life. He left me a star palace. Whenever I dream, I can glimpse a corner of that star palace, and thus receive inheritances from my past life. And as far as I know, that Yi Guqin from the Yi family, who is known as the reincarnation of the Sword Devil, is in a similar situation to mine." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine child closed his eyes. "If I said I've also awakened my past life memories, would you believe me?" Such big news startled Yi Xingyun. He hurriedly asked, "Divine child, do you know who your past life was?" However, when he heard Jun Xiaoyao say he was just an ordinary beggar on the roadside, Yi Xingyun didn't believe it at all. He thought the divine child was joking with him. At this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew over. With it came parasol tree leaves gliding down freely. The source of a loud cry was a golden feathered phoenix. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's confusion, Yi Xingyun smiled and said this phoenix was likely from the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain. They belong to the same primordial royal family as the ancestral dragon nest. It is said that a phoenix will not perch on anything but a parasol tree. That's why they scatter parasol tree leaves wherever they go to announce their presence. At this time, Qin Xian also saw that the place this phoenix was heading to was not the imperial city, but the immortal Jade Pavilion. It's said that recently, the heavenly Zither maiden of the immortal dance Zither sect has been holding a Zither competition there. Anyone who can defeat her can win 300 immortal sources as a reward. As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He immediately extended an invitation to Yi Xingyun. "Brother Xingyun, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to play the zither. It's enough to just go watch the fun and cheer for me." This was a zither competition without the smoke of gunpowder. As powerful as the Nine Heavens Zither Maiden was, she had challenged everyone in the imperial capital without a single defeat. Unexpectedly, in the end, her thunder was stolen by a reckless youth. Because the instrument the divine child took out was one of a kind in this world. He actually showcased rock and roll and clubbing in a cultivation world. Just a moment ago, outside the immortal Jade Pavilion, people were all discussing the heavenly Zither Maiden's fame and achievements. When speaking of her beauty, they would blush and talk loudly. As the saying goes, everyone has a love for beauty. It was rumored that even the young master of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce and the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty were among her pursuers. When Jun Xiaoyao and his group entered the venue, it was already packed with people. Everyone wanted to be the first to see the heavenly Zither Maiden's true face. The sound of the Zither arrived, and the main character took the stage. When the heavenly Zither Maiden's appearance was revealed to everyone, her unique and ingenious attire truly refreshed everyone's eyes and made them gasp in amazement. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Today's Zither competition begins now. Are there any challengers who wish to step forward?" The moment the voice fell, a hand was raised. Golden wings instantly unfurled. Immediately after, it transformed into a streak of golden light. The next second, she stood straight in the center of the stage. "Come on, let me see just how good the so-called number 1 Zither player of the younger generation in the immortal domain really is." As the heavenly Zither Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly, everyone recognized the newcomer as Feng Qingling of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain. As the competition officially began, a melodious zither sound slowly flowed from the heavenly Zither Maiden's hands. Everyone followed the artistic conception of the zither music, all falling into it, unable to extricate themselves. Only Jun Xiaoyao heard something different. Isn't this the song of rainbow skirts and feathered robes? Although he knew this piece was the founding song of the immortal dance zither sect, and it was certainly beautiful, playing it on such an occasion still made Jun Xiaoyao sigh in disappointment. However, when he heard Feng Qingling's zither music, he almost burst out laughing, because this piece was called Phoenix Courting Phoenix. Its meaning tells the story between two women. Not long after, with the snap of a zither string, the two finally ended this farce. After conceding defeat, Feng Qingling turned gracefully and left the scene. Before Yi Xingyun could even react, Jun Xiaoyao leaped up in front of everyone. He went straight to the center of the stage and looked at the heavenly zither maiden. I would like to challenge you. I wonder if the young lady still has the strength? At this moment, as the heavenly zither maiden accepted the challenge, the scene suddenly erupted in an uproar. Even Feng Qingling, who had just left the stage, widened her eyes in surprise, because everyone saw Jun Xiaoyao take out an unheard-of musical instrument. He was also muttering rock and roll, clubbing. He then started his own hype mode, a top genius from a cultivation family. Now wasn't looking at military strategy, but at music scores. Anyone who heard him play the zither couldn't help but stop in their tracks, because the boy's playing was truly awful. Even his own grandfather advised him to give up. This isn't playing the zither, this is fluffing cotton. However, seeing that his grandson loved it to death, his grandfather could only introduce him to a mysterious master from the Jun family. It was said that this person was not only Jun Xiaoyao's Tao protector, but also happened to be an ancient expert who achieved the Tao through the zither. When they met, the master only asked Xiaoyao one question. Do you know what piece I was just playing? What surprised the master next was that, although Jun Xiaoyao clearly looked like a complete novice of the zither, he could unexpectedly understand the meaning of the music, to the point that the master actually gave his own zither to Xiaoyao, telling him to play a piece for him to hear. And even though he had no confidence, Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid. So, a sound comparable to the worst zither music in history instantly came from Xiaoyao's hands. Surprisingly, after hearing it, the master not only wasn't angry, but instead got up and came before him. An introverted instrument like the zither is not suitable for you, because your heart is too flamboyant. Every note under your fingers seems to be shouting, unrestrained, untamed, love for freedom. The scene shifts from the memory back to reality, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's figure, which was the center of everyone's attention. And the instrument he took out that no one had ever seen before, a guitar, people couldn't help but gasp in shock. That series of inspiring string sounds, compared to contemporary zither art, was like a different world, a truly epic-making advancement. In the sound of Jun Xiaoyao's guitar, they seemed to hear burning flames, roaring as if to burst out of their bodies. Such a wild desire, placed in this cultivation world, was clearly out of place. But that unprecedented impulse for freedom made all the people present who had been diligently cultivating open their hearts and start jumping. They began to dance and sway along with Jun Xiaoyao. Only at this moment did Yi Xingyun understand. Jun Xiaoyao asking him to cheer him on beforehand wasn't for nothing. So, Brother Xiaoyao, you weren't just bragging. You really are an epic-making, extraordinary, and terrifying figure. This girl started learning the zither at the age of 3. At 5, she successfully joined the immortal dance zither sect. But from then on, she completely lost her smile. Until today, after hearing the unheard-of, soul-stirring sound of the guitar, not only did it make her someone as strong as the #1 person of the immortal dance zither sect voluntarily concede, but she also revealed a smile she hadn't shown in years. Even all the audience members, after listening to the piece played by Jun Xiaoyao, gave him a thumbs up. They clamored for him to hold a solo concert, refusing to let it go. According to the rules of the competition, the heavenly zither maiden kept her promise and presented the 300 immortal sources in full. But just as Jun Xiaoyao gladly accepted the reward, the heavenly zither maiden was seen bowing, about to make an impertinent request to Jun Xiaoyao. An explosion suddenly sounded from behind her. However, what no one expected was Feng Qingling caused such commotion for no other reason than she wanted to become his disciple to learn his skills, so she could go out and show off. At this point, the scene became awkward for a moment. But even though everyone was speechless at Feng Qingling's behavior, she alone was enjoying herself. And what gave everyone an even bigger headache was that Jun Xiaoyao actually started acting Chinibu along with Feng Qingling, while putting on the air of a teacher. He even gave Feng Qingling a blueprint for making a guitar. Damn, birds of feather really do flock together. I say, Feng Qingling, have you got it straight? The Nine Heavens Zither Maiden was here first. Can you please step back a bit? And just as the few of them were speaking freely, inside a private room on the second floor, a furious curse suddenly rang out. Who the hell is this kid? How dare he crash my party? It turned out the two sitting upstairs were the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty and the young master of the myriad treasures chamber of commerce, who also liked the Nine Heavens Zither Maiden. At this moment, compared to the third prince's fury, the young master of the myriad treasures chamber of commerce appeared unusually calm. He even advised the third prince that it would be best not to provoke the people downstairs. Seeing this, the third prince thought he knew the identity of the people below. Unexpectedly, the young master of the myriad treasures chamber of commerce only said it was all just his intuition. These words further solidified the third prince's hatred. Even if he's the successor of an immortal orthodoxy, I'm not afraid. I'm still a prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. I swear here today that I will make that kid downstairs pay for what he's done today. The scene shifts to a courtyard in the eastern part of the imperial capital at night. Dressed in plain clothes and without makeup, she received her guest for tea. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao arrive as promised, the Nine Heavens Zither Maiden seemed exceptionally ecstatic. Young master, your willingness to come to this appointment is my greatest honor. You seem to have a question for me. Since I took your immortal sources, I should naturally answer your doubts. As soon as he finished speaking, she saw Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fall upon her. The Nine Heavens Zither Maiden then explained that the clothes she wore during the day were her formal attire. She only dressed like that when performing in public. Speaking of which, the maiden thought of something else. She began to ask softly, "Divine child, how did you know I had doubts in my heart?" Naturally, it was Zither music told me. By the way, miss, why did you hold this Zither competition? She was known as the most beautiful disciple of the immortal dance Zither sect. Now, she was deeply troubled by the simultaneous pursuit of two men. Whether it was the Panwu divine dynasty or the myriad treasures chamber of commerce, in front of these two behemoths, her immortal dance Zither sect could not afford to offend either one. One day, these two young masters came up with an idea. They pulled together 300 immortal sources as a gift for the heavenly Zither Maiden. One must know, this was a full 300 top-grade immortal sources. Even for an ordinary immortal force, this was not a small number. But the heavenly Zither Maiden understood the trickery involved. If she accepted this gift, it would mean she would soon become a plaything for these young masters. That's why the heavenly Zither Maiden used these 300 immortal sources as a prize to hold this Zither competition. Jun Xiaoyao took a sip of tea and smiled. He indicated that he had known for a long time that the heavenly Zither Maiden never intended to win the competition, because this song of rainbow skirts and feathered robes that the heavenly Zither Maiden played is the founding piece of the immortal dance Zither sect. But this piece only reaches its full potential when played by multiple people in coordination. So, the heavenly Zither Maiden played this piece just to go through the motions. Hearing this, the heavenly Zither Maiden sighed. She silently turned her head to look at the moon, her small mouth slightly open. Tonight, hearing your song, my heart was filled with a long-lost sense of joy. In contrast, my music is decadent. Would you believe it? This is not the Tao of the Zither that I want to pursue. At this moment, before she could finish speaking, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly took out his guitar again. While playing, he told the heavenly Zither Maiden, "A senior once taught me not to be bound by form. In the Tao of the Zither, one does not play the instrument but the heart. It is also the life of a cultivator." As soon as he finished speaking, that incredibly familiar music sounded again. But what was different was the Zither's intent contained within. It was a world apart from the song of rainbow skirts and feathered robes she had played. Only at this moment did the heavenly Zither Maiden truly understand. The greatest sound is silent. It's not about the piece, but the state of mind. The scene shifts to a place not far from Jun Xiaoyao's residence. At this moment, Yi Xingyun was following a yellow cat, thinking about how he was going to live with a man for the next few dozen days. Yi Xingyun was wondering if he should refuse. Suddenly, shadows appeared one after another. Immediately after, several unusually tall men in black came into view. The Zither maiden was grateful to the divine child for clearing her doubts. She wanted to have him stay the night to ease her heart, but was unexpectedly and cruelly rejected. Helpless, she could only warn the divine child to be careful of the heavy traffic at night. Unexpectedly, his reply was that snakes, insects, rats, and ants were no cause for concern. On his way home, he heard a sound from the bushes. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. As expected, he hadn't gotten far. A dark figure suddenly appeared, swinging a scimitar directly at him. However, the sound of flesh being pierced was not heard. With just one move, Jun Xiaoyao instantly subdued the dark figure, pinning him under his foot. Blood kill, sword technique. Are you an assassin from Netherworld Heaven? These words made the dark figure's heart tremble. One must know, on the surface, Jun Xiaoyao only had the strength of the Gi realm. How could he completely suppress him, a Hadao realm expert, with his aura alone? Immediately, without another word, the dark figure rose again, his eyes filled with red light. The next second, he instantly fired several energy chains, but they were once again easily blocked by Jun Xiaoyao. And this time, before he could recover, his arm was grabbed by the divine child. Then, he smiled again and looked at the man in black. I say, buddy, the road is slippery at night. Aren't you afraid of an accident with so many companions on the road? As soon as his voice fell, countless footsteps sounded. Dozens of figures emerged from the darkness, tacitly surrounding Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, inside Jun Xiaoyao's residence, the person thrown to the ground and screaming in pain. That was none other than Qin Xian, the guide temporarily hired by the divine child. When she looked up at her captor, she finally recognized him. The person was the one who called Yang Pan a brother, the prince of the Panwu divine dynasty, who had repeatedly covered up his crimes. The third prince had only one purpose for this trip, to capture Qin Xian and find out Jun Xiaoyao's true identity. However, he could see that Qin Xian seemed very uncooperative. So he gave a look to his subordinate. The subordinate understood and raised his foot to stomp on Qin Xian. But just at this critical moment, a golden light flashed. The unexpected happened. The subordinate was suddenly killed in one blow. And the one who launched the attack was the little kitten Qin Xian had been petting all along. Then, it suddenly transformed from a tiny creature into a golden lion and even spoke human language. You come at just the right time. I've been bored all day. I was just looking for a place to vent. I'll have to thank you all properly in a moment. He was a decisive leader of shadow assassins. Now, he was being played with by a child. Clearly, everyone's cultivation realm was higher than this child's, yet they were completely crushed with overwhelming force. And there was only one reason. This child's name was Xiaoyao, and his surname was Jun. After noticing a strange gaze, Jun Xiaoyao then realized there was a survivor. He walked over, patted his head, and smiled. It seems you're the only one left alive. You're quite tough. Are you their leader? By the way, who sent you to assassinate me? As soon as his voice fell, seeing the assassin's look of readiness to die, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but clap and laugh out loud. My apologies, I was being offensive. This is your professional integrity, I understand. So, sorry about this, but I'll just use you for practice. After speaking, Jun Xiaoyao placed his hand directly on the assassin's forehead. A painful scream was heard. A memory fragment also appeared out of thin air. It was the heavenly Tao's blessing Jun Xiaoyao received when he broke the Taiwei ancient steel at the age of 3, creating the eternal extreme realm. It was this technique, called the Chaos God Grinding Visualization Method, a powerful art that could refine the soul. This technique could drag a person's primordial spirit into chaos. After experiencing the repeated torment of chaos, almost no one could resist this temptation from chaos. Anyone who fell for it would meet one end, being assimilated by chaos. At this moment, the assassination leader's mind was as smooth and silky as head-shoulder shampoo. So, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's soul-searching question again, he unhesitatingly revealed the person who sent them for the assassination, the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. But the people from a Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce did not choose to cooperate. Watching the red-clothed leader dance, lost in his own world, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and then sighed. Including Yang Pan, he knew clearly clearly that this Panwu divine dynasty, from top to bottom, seemed to treat others' lives as a joke. Then, thinking of something else, he felt relieved. Because this world is like this, with neither law nor heavenly justice. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss, so there's no need to get angry. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao made a satisfying decision. After settling matters here, he would hang the third prince on the city wall, right next to Yangpan. Soon after, the scene shifted to Jun Xiaoyao's temporary residence. Looking at the devastated battle scene and listening to the nine-headed lion's explanation, he finally understood. It turned out the third prince had arrived early to capture Jun Xiaoyao, but was unexpectedly severely injured by the nine-headed lion. This forced out the third prince's Dao protector, allowing him to escape. The timeline moves to the day of the banquet, a few days later. The Jun family's banner fluttered in the wind. That unique noble aura made all the guards at the gate gasp in surprise. Afraid of offending this great figure, they quickly let them pass, compared to the crowd's admiration. This dark figure, however, spat in extreme disgust, and his small action was caught by the guards. They hurriedly stopped him and demanded he remove his hat for inspection. "Why didn't you stop that convoy just now? But you're stopping me instead." As soon as his voice fell, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. "I say, buddy, do you know who that was? That was the convoy of the ancient Jun family, and you dare to compare yourself to them." Hearing this, the dark figure wasted no more words. The moment he took off his hat, an extremely terrifying pressure instantly emanated. The head guard thought a prodigy from some immortal faction had arrived. He quickly changed his attitude and cleared the way. That's right, this person was none other than Shao Chun, the prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, who had come for the appointment. Faced with this differential treatment, especially compared to the Jun family, at this moment, he was so hateful he nearly ground his teeth to dust. But at the same time, he understood that these days would soon be over. Because as long as he could successfully become the prince consort of the Panwu divine dynasty, then both Yangpan and Jun Xiaoyao would be trampled under his feet. Gongs and drums sounded, and firecrackers went off in unison. A sea of people gathered just to witness the grand occasion of the princess choosing a consort. At this moment, the imperial city of the Panwu divine dynasty was filled with guests from all over the world. People were discussing which faction would stand out at this banquet. However, the protagonist of the event felt no excitement whatsoever. The handmaiden finished her makeup. She wanted to kindly remind the princess to be happier on her big day. But beneath the graceful and noble exterior, what was revealed was a face devoid of any emotion. Seeing this, the handmaiden couldn't help but jest. "Your Highness need not be too disappointed. Among those young talents, perhaps there is one worthy of the princess." However, Wu Mingwen knew very well in her heart. The reason her father, the king, was holding this grand banquet to select a consort was to pave the way for champion Marquis Yangpan, using her to completely tie Yangpan to the royal faction of the Panwu divine dynasty. And all of this was because of the Pan Emperor Spirit sword in his hand. At the same time, Shao Chun was also listening to his ancestor clear up his doubts. Only then did he learn that the Pan Emperor Spirit Sword was the Tao-proving imperial weapon of the Panwu Great Emperor back then. As they say, a move from an imperial weapon can shatter the universe. In other words, imperial weapons are the foundation of the major immortal factions. But even someone as strong as the Panwu Great Emperor would not have expected his descendants to be so incompetent. Not only did they split the perfectly good Pan Emperor sword into three during internal strife, but they also lost all three fragments. It wasn't until Yangpan appeared with a fragment that they once again obtained a clue to the imperial weapon. So, the Panwu Divine Lord might not actually think that highly of Yangpan. The ultimate goal is just to use him to find the other fragments. Therefore, as long as Shao Chun can obtain a fragment, or snatch that Pan Emperor Sword fragment from Yangpan's hands, he can also replace Yangpan and become the champion Marquis. At that time, marrying his beloved Princess Mingwei would naturally be much more logical. The scene shifts to the banquet plaza. As the ceremonial music was playing, a piercing sound was suddenly heard. The one making the noise was Feng Qingling from the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Ever since she got the guitar from Jun Xiaoyao, the people around her haven't had a good night's sleep for half a month. Whenever Xian Yi was about to fly into a rage, Feng Qingling would always defuse the crisis with a coquettish offensive. But this time, being so embarrassed in public, he really couldn't take it anymore. So, the first back suplex of his life was thus delivered to Feng Qingling. On the other side, on a back mountain of the Panwu divine dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was slightly agape. Hearing that the time had come, he smiled. Perfect timing. I should go to my appointment too. These words immediately made the purple-robed girl look confused and made the nine-headed lion roar with laughter. You don't know yet, do you? There's an appointment with a scoundrel at the top of the Forbidden City. Haven't you always wanted revenge? The anniversary of Yang Pan's death is not far off. The war drums played, displaying the style of the ancient Panwu great family. The sea of people demonstrated the noble heritage of the divine dynasty. But among the crowds celebrating the Panwu divine dynasty's martial contest for a consort, a beautiful, elven, anime-like girl stood out. Since a long time had passed since the first June family banquet, Jiang Xingyi looked at the exceptionally lively Jiang Luoli and was about to remind her sister not to forget the Jiang family's etiquette when they were out, when she was suddenly maliciously bumped into. The moment she fell, she looked up and finally saw clearly. What came into view was a smug and devilish face. Frightened, she clawed at the man's face. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyi was about to scold her sister. However, after seeing the man, she suddenly started laughing. It turned out the person deliberately teasing Luoli was none other than young Master Jun Zhangjian, whom they had met once at the Jun family. Immediately, Jiang Xingyi's gaze began to look behind him. This made Jun Zhangjian smile and indicate that the divine child had not come with the Jun family's convoy. But given the divine child's character, he would never miss an appointment. As soon as his voice fell, Jiang Luoli's face suddenly darkened. What, is that brat really planning to compete for this consort position? Knowing he's engaged to me, he's got some nerve. These words made her sister chuckle secretly. Jun Zhangjian naturally didn't dare to casually answer her question and could only scratch his head awkwardly with a forced smile. Just then, a figure excitedly came up behind Jiang Luoli. Unexpectedly, in response to Yi Xingyun's fawning, he got a "Who are you?" Although this moment made Yi Xingyun lose all face out of admiration, he still wanted to show Luoli the zither skills he had learned from Jun Xiaoyao these past few days. But before he could finish speaking, an invisible pressure appeared. Everyone present could seemingly hear it in their hearts. As the footsteps drew closer, people finally saw the identity of the newcomer. It was the absolute protagonist of this banquet, the Panwu Divine Dynasty's champion marquis, Yang Pan. His suit of horned light divine armor and the rumored grief light divine spear made everyone present extremely envious. But as the protagonist, Yang Pan didn't pay attention to these people's gazes. He looked around and didn't see Jun Xiaoyao, thinking the divine child didn't dare show up. It wasn't until he heard Jiang Luoli's words that he put away his smile. He looks like a big beetle, ha. Hearing this, Yang Pan was about to burn with rage. However, after seeing Jiang Luoli's delicate face, his true color showed, and he almost drooled. That wicked gaze made Jiang Luoli's hair stand on end. Just as she was about to curse at him, she was stopped by Yi Xingyun, who stepped in front. And looking at Jiang Luoli and Yi Xingyun's posture, it looked like a flirtatious provocation. Yang Pan couldn't hold back his impulse. Light gathered, and with a wave of his hand, he sent out a shockwave, aimed straight at the two of them. In the face of danger, he could only push the girl away. But he didn't expect the power of this blow. The energy contained within it almost took his life. The sudden attack caught Yi Xingyun off guard, as the power of the stars quickly gathered. The next second, he charged directly at the perpetrator. But what he got in return was a merciless taunt. Fighting against me, Yang Pan, you advance instead of retreating, you're very brave. But to just charge straight over like this is a bit too careless, isn't it? By the time Yi Xingyun reacted, it was already too late. The energy chain from a sneak attack just now had actually reversed direction, shooting straight for Yi Xingyun's back. At this moment, some experienced people had already seen that the weapon Yang Pan was using was the divine weapon, the Grief Light Divine Spear. And just when everyone thought Yi Xingyun was about to die on the spot, a golden light descended from the sky, not only precisely blocking the Divine Spear's attack, but also binding Yi Xingyun and forcefully pulling him out of the battlefield. As an overwhelmingly destructive power faintly appeared, people couldn't help but look up at the sky. Then, to Yang Pan's shock, that beam of light instantly shot down. It landed straight in front of Yang Pan without any hesitation. As people exclaimed at its power, the smoke cleared, and only then did they see clearly. The newcomer was none other than the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, compared to Yi Xingyun's ecstasy, Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was posturing and taunting nonstop. I say, Brother Xingyun, it's only been a few days. Have you become this pathetic? Almost getting one shot in 2 moves? I can't bear to watch. At this time, Jiang Luoli, who was beside them, thought for a moment. It wasn't hard to judge from Jun Xiaoyao's body language. He was the young master of the Jun family, whom she had met only once and was engaged to. But Jun Xiaoyao's comical behavior was truly too unsightly, so much so that Jiang Luoli directly ignored him and walked towards Yi Xingyun. With a wave of her small hand, she sent out purple energy, first healing Yi Xingyun's wounds. Then she issued a solemn warning, stating that she would handle it herself if that big beetle attacked. There is no need for you to stand in front of me, so I don't owe you anything, nor will I be grateful, understand? This choking logic immediately made Jun Xiaoyao smirk, just as he was wondering how Yi Xingyun would handle this. Unexpectedly, after getting up, Yi Xingyun wasn't angry, but instead blushed shyly, saying that the reason he stood up was not to get a reward, but to prevent his Tao heart from being shaken. I did this willingly. So, Miss Luoli, you don't need to mind. Goosebumps. But before she could speak, a strong sense of crisis instantly spread throughout the entire plaza. Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless villain. You actually launched a sneak attack. Do you have any shame? Yang Pan's words completely left Yi Xingyun and Jiang Luoli speechless. I say, wasn't it this guy who sneak attacked us before? How does he have the face to say Jun Xiaoyao sneak attacked him? He was the champion marquis of a dynasty, yet now he was slammed into a crack in the ground by a child in 1 move. And he even complained that the other party had no martial ethics and launched a sneak attack. But everyone saw it clearly. It was the Marquis who sneak attacked first, which led to the subsequent humiliation. Laughter came from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Yang Pan could no longer bear the impulse in his heart, vowing to make him die without a burial place. Unexpectedly, what he got in return was another merciless taunt. I say, buddy, I've heard those words too many times. I'm standing right here. Kill me if you have the guts. Just as Yang Pan was about to make a move, a furious shout was suddenly heard, which stopped his actions. The newcomers are the monarch of the Panwu divine dynasty, and the protagonist of this banquet, Princess Panwu, Wu Mingwe. Seeing the monarch step and stop it, Yang Pan could only grit his teeth and swallow this bitter pill. At this time, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air, landing separately in the center of the plaza. After everyone had landed in their positions, spiritual power surged in their hands as they slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, the ground churned, and a martial arts arena appeared out of nowhere before everyone's eyes. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had no time to admire this grand sight. I say, young master, you should go and greet the young ladies of the Jiang family. Besides, the elders of both families are also there. After hearing Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xiaoyao then bowed slightly to the elders as a sign of respect. Then he looked towards Jiang Xingyi. Long time no see. Have you been well lately? As soon as his voice fell, it made Jiang Xingyi smile slightly. Long time no see. It seems our Xiaoyao has improved his cultivation quite a bit. And while the two were talking, Jiang Luoli wanted to quietly slip out of sight into a blind spot, but was ultimately dragged out. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao was older than Jiang Luoli, so she should be the one to greet him first. Brother Xiaoyao, I missed you to death. Oh my god, that's so hard to watch. I think it's better if you don't remember me. The scene shifts to the Grand Hall. The Panwu monarch sat upright and solemn. He glanced around before looking behind him. He learned that the third prince had gone to another palace to recuperate due to a sudden illness. This caused Nuo Qing to curse him as a useless thing. After hesitating for a moment, she turned her head away again. It's your time to shine. Hearing this, Wu Mingyue bowed and paid her respects. Then, with a light step, she caused everyone below the stage to gasp in amazement. Among them, Xiao Qin's feelings were the most complicated. I am Wu Mingyue, the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. I sincerely thank all you distinguished guests for attending this banquet. As soon as she finished speaking, the incomparably beautiful Wu Mingwei caused the crowd below to erupt. Only Xiao Chun nearly ground his teeth to dust. Pommel Monarch, you old fool. What kind of martial contest to recruit a husband is this? You're basically putting your own daughter on a stage to be sold to the highest bidder like a cabbage. Just then, the Pommel Monarch stood up, raised his arms, and shouted, "Today is the day my daughter chooses her husband, but only the prodigy who stands out from the rest can become the prince consort of my Panwu divine dynasty. Next, I declare the martial contest banquet to officially begin. All you young heroes may come to the arena to compete and spar. The Panwu divine dynasty's martial contest selection officially begins. The capable may take the stage to display their skills. The sparring should stop before causing serious injury. The final victor will become the prince consort of my Panwu divine dynasty." As the Panwu monarch finished his pre-match declaration, a figure was the first to enter the center of the competition arena. The newcomer was Jiang Yuani, a true disciple of the Tianan sword sect. As he had admired Wu Mingyue for a long time, he wanted to be the first to come out to show his sincerity. Unexpectedly, his entrance was ruined by a mocking laugh. "A small fry like you shouldn't come up here and embarrass yourself?" Due to the champion marquis's notorious reputation, Jiang Wuji dared not be disrespectful. He still respectfully stated that if one has strength, they should speak on the stage. There's no need to be bossy off stage. These words made Yang Pan give a wicked smile. As his fingers slowly rose, blood-red spiritual power enveloped the divine spear, which quickly rose and floated in the air. Jiang Wuji's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power to meet the attack. With a command from Yang Pan, the spear shot out like a dragon, full of righteous fury. Its target was aimed straight at Jiang Wuji's vitals. Feeling the immense power of this move, Jiang Wuji didn't hesitate to use his sect's ultimate technique. The two attacks collided head-on. The sound of breaking was like the wail of a ghost. At this moment, it was too late to do anything. He could only watch as a beam of red light, with overwhelming force, instantly pierced through Jiang Wuji's arm. The power of the move was terrifying. Even Jiang Wuji himself couldn't understand why the gap in their strength was so huge. The elders of the Tianan sword sect rushed to his side and were shocked to find, although Jiang Wuji's life was saved, all the bones in his body were shattered. It would be impossible for him to cultivate ever again. His unrestrained laughter held no trace of humility. Seeing Jiang Wuji's miserable state, Yang Pan even began to mock him. "Hurry up and carry him away. Don't dirty the competition arena and ruin my mood." Since the competition rules had no restrictions, the Tianan sword sect could only swallow this bitter pill. After leaving some harsh words, they left the arena with Jiang Wuji. Yang Pan's vile attitude caused the crowd below to start booing. But he felt no shame, instead taking pride in it. Standing in the center of the arena, he loudly declared, "This prince consort title is mine. Anyone who isn't afraid to die can come up and face their death at any time." As soon as he finished, an angry Zhang Luoli pouted, "T-Sich, I wonder who it was that just got beaten into the ground. Now he's acting all arrogant again." However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xingyun was already walking towards the arena. Although he himself didn't care about being the Panwu prince consort, Yang Pan's cruel actions really annoyed him. Since the ancient Yi family was also famous, when Yi Xingyun stood up, everyone began to cheer for him involuntarily. At this moment, Yang Pan didn't understand why this defeated opponent dared to challenge him again. But what Yi Xingyun said next completely triggered his fragile ego. What does the great champion marquis of Panwu have to rely on sneak attacks to win? And while the two were talking, blue runes spread out from under Yi Xingyun's feet. They didn't stop until they had covered almost the entire arena. "Shameless villain. This time, without any sneak attacks, I'll let you go first. Make your move." But in reality, while Yi Xingyun was speaking, Yang Pan couldn't help but be the first to draw his war god spear. The power at his feet instantly surged. In the blink of an eye, he flashed behind Yi Xingyun. He swung the long spear with great force. Its sharp blade aimed straight for his vitals. However, the result of this prepared sneak attack was completely different from the last time. Because Yi Xingyun merely raised one arm, he actually blocked the incoming attack with ease, and several energy chains quickly gathered around his body. Catching Yang Pan off guard, they pierced through his defense. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The injured Yang Pan held his spear with both hands, barely managing to steady himself. In contrast, the mockery in Yi Xingyun's eyes deepened. See, without sneak attacks, you really are trash. The smoke of battle rises, the conflict begins. Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family officially declares war on the Panwu champion marquis, Yang Pan. As he smirked, his wound had already healed. Purple battle chi instantly surged. Feeling that extremely terrifying aura made Yi Xingyun instantly wary. This is a baleful aura. How could one person erupt with such a massive, baleful aura? And just as Yi Xingyun was marveling at this, Yang Pan didn't even move from his spot. Tens of thousands of purple spear lights began to appear around him. The moment they shot out, Yi Xingyun didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power, intending to block this wave of attacks first. Unexpectedly, after a loud laugh from Yang Pan, his figure appeared before him like a flash of lightning and instantly struck out. The two attacks collided head-on, but to Yang Pan's surprise, the blue bracelet that had been resisting his attacks suddenly disappeared. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He saw the blue halo pull him in from behind like a hurricane, and Yi Xingyun was waiting for this very moment of distraction. His left hand suddenly grabbed the Shangmang divine spear. The next second, as his right hand gathered power, he swung down with great force and directly split the divine spear in two. The sudden attack clearly caught Yang Pan off guard. But how could Yi Xingyun give him a chance to breathe? He flashed forward again. A punch flew out, hitting the bullseye. The impact made Yang Pan violently spit out a mouthful of blood. Blue spiritual power instantly erupted from his body. He directly shouted out the words, "Spin, Starfall Wheel," facing the intense attack that was like a vortex shuriken. Even though Yang Pan was protected by the Tiamong Horn God armor, he ultimately failed to block the attack. His armor was broken, and he was defeated. He fell heavily from the sky to the ground. And after launching this attack, Yi Xingyun also began to pant heavily due to the massive energy consumption. But just as he thought he had won, he shouted out with all his might. The audience also cheered for his spectacular fight. Yi Xingyun still didn't forget to look back. He waved to Jiang Luoli to report the good news. This made Luoli pout. What does this have to do with me? Why is he reporting to me? It's so annoying. Suddenly, a sense of crisis washed over her. Jiang Luoli shouted, "Idiot, don't be careless. The match isn't over. Quick, look behind you, he's not down yet." As soon as she finished speaking, an attack as fast as lightning was already upon him. This time, it was Yi Xingyun's turn to spit blood with a shocked expression. Immediately after, the crowd heard Yang Pan's voice again. "What damn ancient Yi family? Just an ant. You should feel honored to be defeated by this sword." And as an ancient long sword was brought out by Yang Pan, some of the more experienced elders recognized this sword. It was the ancient divine weapon, the Pan Emperor Spirit Sword. Seeing Yi Xingyun, who had taken a full power blow from the Pan Emperor Sword, about to fall, a large hand suddenly supported him. With Jun Xiaoyao's help, he was saved from complete humiliation. The Yi family elders rushed over at the sound. Seeing that his injuries weren't too severe, they breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly took Yi Xingyun off the arena to treat his wounds. And seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, Yang Pan finally got serious. "Jun Xiaoyao, you're finally here. Today, I'll let you see just how powerful my Pan Emperor Sword is." The demon child's descent opens a new chapter of the feast. The magnificent arena displayed the divine dynasty's foundation. Two children were seen merely waving their hands. A brand new final stage was thus created out of thin air. The divine child sighed. If these people were in modern society, it would be a colossal waste not to have them in infrastructure construction. In contrast, his opponent Yang Pan's face was dark. "Yun Xiuyao, I will definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy." As soon as he spoke, it made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. "I say, buddy, look at the sorry state you're in right now. Even if I beat you down, others will laugh at me for an unfair victory." After saying this, he gave Yang Pan no chance to retort. "My time is precious. Competing with trash like this is simply a waste of time. So I've made a last-minute decision. Everyone present, I'll count every single one of you. Anyone who wants to challenge me, Jun Xiaoyao, can come on stage. Whether it's 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people, I, Jun, will take you all on at once." As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Pan, unable to bear the humiliation, was about to lash out. But he was silenced again by a sentence from Jun Xiaoyao. If you wanted to shut up, you have to knock me out, just like you did to young Master Jiang. If you can't do that, then stop barking like a dog here. Hurry up and change into a clean set of clothes, then come back and wait for your beating. Understand? Hearing this, even the big shots of the Panwu Divine dynasty couldn't sit still. They hurriedly ordered their subordinates to immediately prepare a new set of clothes for the champion marquis. What an utter disgrace. At this moment, an aura suddenly erupted from below the stage. I am Wang Gang of the Northern Land Wang family. I have long heard of the Divine Child's great name. Please grant me your guidance today. Immediately after, as Wu Mingyue's gaze focused, another figure appeared out of thin air on the arena. Strangely, when asked for his name and family background, the man in black only said he was a nobody, not worth mentioning. Although Jun Xiaoyao felt a somewhat familiar aura, since the other party was unwilling to reveal himself, he didn't ask further. But Wu Mingyue, on the high platform, could no longer sit still. Could it really be him? My feeling can't be wrong. He really came as he promised. The Panwu monarch beside her obviously noticed his daughter's loss of composure. But to protect the man in black, Wu Mingyue could only lie and say she didn't know him at all. And the Panwu monarch didn't ask further, but only issued a warning. It's good that you don't know him. Remember your status. The scene returns to the arena. Jun Xiaoyao once again confirmed that no one else from below would answer the challenge. Only then did he sigh silently. His gaze returned to the three people on the arena. Come on, babies. Let's begin. Wang Gang was waiting for exactly these words. He had long been impatient to fight the Jun family's divine child. Thus, he was the first to charge out. The first move he used was the Wang family's ultimate technique, the Vajra Pagoda hand. In response, Jun Xiaoyao merely raised his hand slightly. The two attacks collided head-on. This made the audience below gasp. This Jun family divine child is too arrogant. But Wang Gang on the stage wasn't thinking that much. He just wanted to go all out to gauge the gap between them. But even so, seeing Jun Xiaoyao casually block his full power attack without even moving a single step, Wang Gang finally couldn't hold back his doubt. He asked Divine Child, "What body cultivation method do you practice?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't respond after hearing him. He just suddenly opened his hand and grasped Wang Gang's hand. The next second, as a surging aura emanated from him, it not only made Wang Gang's eyes widen instantly, but even the Panwu monarch on the high platform couldn't help but stand up. Impossible. This aura is actually the great Luo immortal body. The boy just narrowed his eyes. But it was enough to make the monarch of a great dynasty break out in a cold sweat. Because based on the spiritual power the boy displayed, it wasn't hard to judge. His body cultivation technique was precisely the so-called immortal and indestructible body of an immortal, the great Luo immortal body. A legacy of the Tianyuan Supreme, one of the 9 great heavenly books. The thing recorded in that ancient book had actually appeared before her. This made Jiang Xingyi gasp in amazement. Only when Jiang Luoli cast a questioning gaze did she explain. The so-called 9 great heavenly books are 9 wondrous books that have existed since the birth of the immortal domain. Some say they were written by immortals. Others say they are manifestations of the heavenly Tao. In short, each book represents an ultimate path. And judging from the aura emanating from young Master Xiaoyao, it is likely the book of the body recorded in the 9 great heavenly books. Watching Jun Xiaoyao create a storm from nothing, the two challengers' eyes burned as they each had their own thoughts. Only Wang Gang laughed out loud. His face, full of fighting spirit, looked at Jun Xiaoyao without concealment. To think I could fight against the legendary great Luo immortal body. What an honor. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao was clearly happy to indulge such a martial arts fanatic. So he immediately and humbly stated that his aptitude was dull. It took him a lot of time and immortal essence to barely refine a mere 20 great Luo immortal bones. Wang Gang understood this kid was humble bragging again. So he stopped wasting words and focused his energy into a single point. He flashed in front of Jun Xiaoyao and unleashed a flurry of attacks. As they dodged and weaved, Wang Gang's momentum made Jun Xiaoyao sigh in admiration. This is how a young man's spirit should be. Seeing the two of them trade blows, fist against fist, with such exhilarating freedom. The man in black's attention turned to Yang Pan beside him. Aren't you going to fight, right? You must have been scared stiff. Truly a piece of trash. I really don't know what qualification someone like you has to be the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. As soon as he spoke, an enraged Yang Pan was about to explode on the spot. He wanted to curse out loud, but was suddenly intimidated by the man in black's aura. It was obvious from the spiritual power displayed by the man in black. He was also a cultivator at the great perfection of the Gi realm. As the words "a debt of blood must be paid in blood" left his lips, he struck out with an azure dragon claw. The man in black instantly joined the battlefield, forming an encirclement with Wang Gang. In contrast, although Jun Xiaoyao recognized that this move should be from the azure dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon nest, upon closer inspection, there were some differences. But the man in black had no intention of giving Jun Xiaoyao any breathing room. He blasted out another move, the Azure Dragon Devour. Wang Gang beside him didn't hold back either. He condensed a divine fist and charged straight for Xiaoyao. Seeing the scene become more and more intense, many onlookers began to discuss it. They praised the Northern Land Wang family and the young man in black for their impressive skills. The Jun family's divine child, fighting 1 against 2 with ease, further demonstrated his status as the leader of the younger generation. Hearing this, Yang Pan could no longer control the rage in his heart. In his eyes, everything today was supposed to be a stage set for him. How could he let someone else become the main character? Therefore, Yang Pan put his hands together in front of his chest. The next second, a long, emerald green sword began to slowly emerge from his body. Pan Emperor's Spirit Sword, come forth. All of you go to hell. At the same time, outside the Pan Emperor ancient city, people were still discussing how spectacular the martial contest inside must be. If they could sneak in a watch, it would be worth dying for. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. Immediately after, people saw the ancient city, which, even though it was daytime, was illuminated as if it were the end of the world, dazzling and terrifying. Just how terrifying was a full power strike from an ancient divine weapon. Even the barrier around the arena nearly collapsed. If not for the caster desperately maintaining it, it would have collapsed in an instant. Thus, the spectators at the edge of the arena were spared from disaster and let out a sigh of relief. When the smoke gradually dissipated, even though Shao Chun had activated the immovable Azure Dragon Bell to protect himself, the power of the ancient divine weapon, the Pan Emperor's sword, still injured him. As his clothes were torn to shreds, people finally recognized that he was indeed a dragon from the ancestral dragon nest. At this moment, Yang Pan thought only Shao Chun had blocked the attack. Unexpectedly, he was proven wrong the very next second. Jun Xiaoyao was seen standing in the middle of the arena, completely unharmed. He first disdainfully patted the dust off his clothes. Then he looked forward and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This move isn't bad. It's just a pity that the halberd is a weapon. That's why a weapon can only unleash its greatest power in the hands of a suitable person. But you actually borrowed the power of that halberd. How utterly disgraceful. You are not worthy of being the master of that sword at all. Before the words had even faded, and before Yang Pan could respond, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Only then did everyone remember there was another person on the field. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. He then also began to mock Yang Pan. Despite wielding an ancient divine weapon, you only know how to pull off petty sneak attacks. I imagine if the Pan Emperor halberd had consciousness, it would feel ashamed for you. After speaking, his gaze turned to Jun Xiaoyao. He stated that he was already a spent force and could no longer fight. He could only hope for another chance to spar with young Master Xiaoyao in the future. And as Wang Gang was helped off the stage, the audience below erupted. The topic of their discussion all turned to champion Marquis Yang Pan, who was accustomed to sneak attacks. To use such despicable methods and still hold a high position for so many years. It seems the Panwu Divine Dynasty is really running out of talent. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay much attention. He spread his large hands and declared he was going to get a little serious. So the two of you on the stage better be careful. At this moment, Yang Pan cursed angrily in his heart. Just as he was thinking he must kill Jun Xiaoyao to prove his might, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly flashed and disappeared from his spot. By the time he reacted, he was already in front of him. Yang Pan, coming to his senses, could only assume a defensive stance to block the attack. At the same time, Shao Qin behind him raised his dragon claw and struck out instantly, but it was still easily neutralized by Jun Xiaoyao. After breaking free, Yang Pan gathered the spiritual energy in his body and swung his sword at Jun Xiaoyao again. Pan Emperor Halberd's might, annihilation of all life. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao turn his head, Xiao Chun seized the opening and instantly struck with a move, Azure Dragon Demon, subduing art. A terrifying explosive sound swept over. However, people never expected that both of their attacks would be completely blocked by Jun Xiaoyao again. Taking a deep breath, a light was seen slowly appearing behind Xiaoyao. The moment a massive golden elephant revealed its magnificent form, the 5 words "divine elephant suppressing prison force" were uttered. All eyes, both on and off the stage, were focused on the giant elephant. And just as people were guessing what this was, only one person at the side of the field showed a shocked expression, muttering incessantly, "Xian, is it you?" Peerless prodigies engage in a shocking clash. Unexpectedly, in a 2-on-1 fight, they were still at a disadvantage. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to gather his power to end the battle, a sudden sense of crisis came over him. The moment he looked up, he could only rely on instinct, retracting his hand and blasting his spiritual energy upwards to meet the sneak attack. A terrifying explosive sound swept out by the time Yang Pan and Xiao Chun landed. The two of them also had confused and bewildered expressions as the smoke gradually dissipated. Only then did people see the true face of the attacker. It was actually another prodigy of the younger generation of the immortal domain, Feng Xian Yi of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. By the time Feng Qingling realized Feng Xian Yi had disappeared, it was already too late. She saw Jun Xiaoyao exhale a turbid breath and begin to mutter to himself, "Why didn't you answer the challenge earlier? But come on stage now." As soon as the words fell, Feng Xian Yi bounced away and landed. A laugh escaped his lips. "If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. I don't like the look of you and suddenly want to beat you up. Is there anything wrong with that?" When these words were spoken, everyone thought Jun Xiaoyao was going to be enraged. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian Yi was the one to strike first. Purple flames rose from his hands as he rushed straight for the divine child. But when he saw the golden flash emanating from Jun Xiaoyao's body, he slammed on the brakes right in front of him. However, he wanted to wait for an opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao didn't give him that chance. A golden light was seen suddenly erupting. The moment the Jun family's art of war was unleashed, that extremely terrifying aura actually shattered the dueling arena's barrier in a single blow. Feng Xianyi, who was hit by the attack, violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string. But only a breath's time had passed. As immense purple flames surged up, the moment a pair of wings appeared from Feng Xianyi's back. He once again rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao with all his might. Others might not have known, but Jun Xiaoyao, as the main combatant, noticed something was wrong, because this guy seemed unable to feel pain, only charging recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Chun and Yang Pan exchange a glance. They decided to seize the opening and attack Jun Xiaoyao from 2 directions again. After being easily neutralized by the divine child, Feng Xianyi's fist was already arriving. As Jun Xiaoyao dodged backward, he instantly gathered his strength and landed another heavy blow on Feng Xianyi. Unexpectedly, the heavily injured Feng Xian actually tried to get up and continue attacking. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood the trickery involved. Feng Xianyi's appearance made it seem like he was being controlled. In other words, someone in this venue definitely wanted to use him to kill me. At this moment, the purple fire around Feng Xian had turned blood red. And outside the battlefield, Feng Qingling, also from Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, was most familiar with this move. That was the forbidden art of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, the Phoenix Heavenly Fire. Legend has it that this fire can burn all things to ashes. Even the caster themselves would be implicated. And Jun Xiaoyao, facing such an ultimate move, although he had a way to withstand this blow, he definitely couldn't guarantee the caster's safety. Jun Xiaoyao, go to hell! With a loud shout, Feng Xian once again charged at Jun Xiaoyao with scorching flames. But just as the divine child was about to summon his supreme bone, he suddenly froze, his expression stunned. Not far away, Feng Qingling was seen kicking Feng Xian with a precise blow. The moment she knocked him to the ground, she still wasn't satisfied. She grabbed him by the collar. She gave him a series of slaps while muttering, "You motherfucker, you even used the Phoenix Heavenly Fire. You really think you're hot stuff? Do you think this makes you look cool and imposing? If I don't beat your legs into knots today, I'll write my name backward." This was followed by Gimme Back My Beauty Punch. After a series of combos, Feng Qingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hoisted Feng Xianyi up and was about to leave the battlefield. At this moment, hearing Jun Xiaoyao call out to stop, she thought he was going to pursue the matter. She shouted loudly, "He's just a kid. Why are you getting serious with him? Master, for my sake, please let him go." But Feng Qingling had clearly misunderstood Jun Xiaoyao's intention. "Miss, I was trying to say, it looks like you're about to strangle him to death. Dreaming is supposed to be a wonderful thing. But why do I feel so much pain?" The realistic pain forced Feng Xianyi to open his eyes. He then saw the culprit, Feng Qingling, who was putting him in a joint lock. But seeing Feng Xianyi wake up, Feng Qingling still had no intention of stopping. After another round of education with her fists and feet, Feng Xianyi then realized he was in the medical room. He heard that the injuries on his body were all from the recent battle, and that he had been like a mad dog, trying to bite Jun Xiaoyao to death without letting go. At first, Feng Xianyi thought it was a joke, until he saw Feng Qingling's serious face. Only then did he realize it was all true. "Aching. Since it has come to this, can I assume I'm gonna be killed?" Seeing him in tears, Feng Qingling hurried forward to comfort him. "No, you won't. I've already made a deal with him. As long as I sell my body a little, he'll let you go." Hearing this, Feng Xianyi fell silent once more. Without a word, he straightened his bed. He was about to rally his spirits and go fight Jun Xiaoyao again. In contrast, Yi Xingyun, who was also recovering from his injuries nearby, could only continue to feign sleep and hug himself awkwardly upon seeing the two flirting. At this moment, listening to Feng Qingling's questions, Feng Xianyi also had a blank look on his face. Because from the moment he saw Jun Xiaoyao's golden elephant dharma body, a surge of energy suddenly appeared. It was as if that giant elephant was constantly watching him. Then his mind became chaotic, and he couldn't remember anything clearly. Speaking of which, Feng Xianyi thought that with his injuries, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be much better off. Unexpectedly, following Feng Qingling's directions, he saw that the battle in the middle of the arena was still ongoing. Facing Yang Pan's entanglement, he used a move, the immortal slaying halberd art. It directly hit the target head-on. A mouthful of blood sprayed out violently. But even though he was almost out of strength, Yang Pan was still unwilling to give up looking for an opportunity. Seeing Xiao Chun and Jun Xiaoyao clash again, he gathered his energy using his last bit of strength. He raised the Pan Emperor Life Halberd and swung a fatal blow at the two of them. Facing Yang Pan's all-or-nothing gamble, Jun Xiaoyao wasted no more words. As golden light flashed from his hands, he actually caught the attack with his bare hands. And he even had the leisure to mock him. "If you could truly unleash the power of the Pan-Emperor Life Sword, perhaps you could really pose a threat to me. But right now, you are like a pleasant goat waiting to be slaughtered. You are no longer worthy of being my enemy." After speaking, his hands instantly came together. The attack was reflected, suddenly shooting out a shockwave. Yang Pan, hit by the laser beam, lost all his momentum. The precious halberd was knocked from his hand. Gasping for his last breath, he still tried to crawl and retrieve his precious sword. Unexpectedly, he was stepped on by a foot. Looking at Xiao Chen's emotionless face, a strange feeling instantly surged in the Panwu monarch's heart. Xiao Chen's hand was seen exerting a powerful suction force, aimed directly at the Pan-Emperor Life halberd on the ground. Seeing the precious halberd being snatched, Yang Pan desperately grabbed Xiao Chun, still demanding it back. The next second, he was kicked away, flying straight towards the Panwu monarch. However, seeing the Panwu monarch's shocked face, Xiao Chun wasn't afraid at all and just raised the Pan-Emperor Life Sword, looking ahead. "Come, Yun Xiuyao, this is the final battle. We will determine not only the victor, but also life and death." Jun Xiaoyao showed a puzzled expression. That feeling of déjà vu was wildly sweeping through his heart. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Man was no longer pretending. Today, he was going to completely tear off his disguise and settle the old score with Jun Xiaoyao fair and square. "Stop thinking. I am that Grand Prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom you once humiliated, Xiao Chun, a vengeful ghost who crawled out of hell to seek revenge on you." These words instantly caused a sensation in the audience, because everyone had heard the rumors. The Jun family's divine child had once single-handedly destroyed the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Now, facing each other again with such a deep-seated hatred, this was going to be a show. The halberd swung, tearing through clothes and drawing blood. The clean slash, used with focused intent, made Jun Xiaoyao finally admit that Xiao Chun was indeed better than Yang Pan. But the process is too rigid. It must be because the Pan Emperor halberd has not yet acknowledged you. As soon as the words fell, Jun Xiaoyao was seen striking out with his palm. Xiao Chun hurriedly dodged and moved back. After landing, he had no time to think. Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed in front of him again, but Xiaoyao would never have expected how much Xiao Chun had prepared for today's battle. Facing the attack, Xiao Chun held the Pan Emperor halberd in his left hand and chopped down forcefully. As Jun Xiaoyao defended, in his right hand, he gathered power, and an energy chain instantly formed. Tearing through the air, it blasted straight towards the divine child's abdomen. Xiaoyao was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chun also understood that this was far from enough. Blue dragon scales slowly formed on his skin. After the evolution was complete, his aura actually rose by several levels on the spot. Interesting. Although I don't know where you learned this true dragon technique, you did indeed injure me. As a sign of respect, let me show you something good. As soon as the words fell, Jun Xiaoyao's body was enveloped by the azure sky ancestral dragon armor. Xiao Chun now understood that in the Tianyuan secret realm, that ancient dragon bone had indeed fallen into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Filled with immense hatred, Xiao Chun dived forward. In response, Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, not yielding an inch. The next second, the two great divine abilities clashed head-on. However, because his magic power was not yet enough for a prolonged battle with the enemy. Therefore, Xiao Chun once again brought out the Pan Emperor Life Sword. The power of the sword pierced through the void and accurately hit the target. When the smoke cleared, it was discovered that not only was Jun Xiaoyao unharmed, he even had the leisure to speak arrogantly. The last one who made me use this move was the Nether Dragon Supreme from the Ancestral Dragon Nest. I hope you can also withstand this second technique of the Supreme Bone. Hand of God, go! As the words were spoken, the law followed. A giant golden hand tore through the void and charged down from the sky. That devastating momentum was comparable to a divine punishment descending upon the world. At this moment, the old fellow hidden in Xiao Chen's body finally couldn't help but scream frantically. Xiao Chun, run! This is a supreme level move. You can't block it at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, blinded by hatred, had clearly gone mad. He actually wanted to go all out, pouring his spiritual energy into the Pan Emperor Life Sword to resist the divine punishment. The two attacks clashed again. A terrifying explosion instantly swept out. The storm lasted for a full tens of seconds before slowly dissipating. As Princess Mingyue's worried gaze searched continuously, she saw that the center of the arena was covered by a giant handprint. She saw the unharmed Jun Xiaoyao standing there. Before everyone could react, as a figure flickered in and out of sight within the smoke. A roar once again echoed through the heavens and earth. The next second, a sonic boom suddenly erupted. Xiao Chun, holding the sword with both hands, flashed in front of Xiaoyao with a strike containing all his spiritual energy. That unstoppable offensive momentum seemed as if it would turn the tide in an instant. But just as everyone thought the battle was turning, and the divine child was about to be defeated, unexpectedly, where the halberd's edge pointed, Xiao Chen's attack actually stopped in midair. Then, everyone heard a sentence from Jun Xiaoyao. You want Emperor Dao halberd out. That extremely terrifying force even blasted a crater tens of meters deep into the ground. When the smoke cleared, people couldn't help but show looks of pity. Wu Mingyue's last straw of hope in her heart completely withered, seeing the defeated Xiao Chun in a near-death state. A suction force suddenly surged, aimed directly at the Pan Emperor Life Sword inside Xiao Chen's body. Snatching the precious sword and holding it in his hand, people finally saw clearly. The one who acted was precisely the monarch of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Before Jun Xiaoyao could react, a voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts tournament venue. The might of the Jun family's divine child is indeed well-deserved. It seems the choice for the prince consort is now beyond doubt. Before the words even faded, let alone others, even Zhang Luoli saw through this old man's calculations. It seemed this guy originally intended to use this martial arts tournament to build up momentum for Yang Pan. But if someone could defeat Yang Pan, he could also conveniently recruit them under his command. So no matter what, it was a win-win situation. It's just a pity that his calculations were probably going to fail, because Zhang Luoli had personally experienced it. Jun Xiaoyao was not someone easy to manipulate, and the facts were indeed as she had expected. Jun Xiaoyao was seen taking a step forward and looking at the Panwu monarch. "I say, old fellow, what makes you think that throwing out a princess treated as a pawn gives you the qualification to form an alliance with my Jun family?" At this moment, the Panwu monarch, in contrast, had clearly prepared his response. He loudly promised that if the marriage was successful, he could get a chance to enter the Panwu mausoleum. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be moved by this reward, the Panwu monarch seized the momentum and waved his hand, about to hold the wedding immediately, to take this immense fortune into his pocket. Unexpectedly, a sentence from Jun Xiaoyao once again plunged the venue into dead silence. "I say, what's your hurry? The competition isn't over yet, is it? Who knows? Maybe someone will come out and defeat me in a moment." As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of an extremely fast, explosive gust of wind suddenly swept out. Flashing in front of Xiaoyao, without a word, they threw a punch directly at him. This comical scene instantly left the Panwu monarch with a questioning look. One must know that based on the strength Jun Xiaoyao had just displayed, he was probably unrivaled among all the younger generation present. Who knew that a Cheng Yao gene would suddenly appear at this moment? However, any discerning person could see the state of these two was as if they had prepared in advance. In the end, Feng Qingling actually defeated Jun Xiaoyao easily with a move called the Crow takes a plane. What the hell? Are you two treating my Panwu Divine Dynasty as a stage for your two-person show? However, Feng Qingling didn't care about all that. Pointing a single finger to the sky, her face flushed, she roared. "I, Feng Qingling, on behalf of the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, announce, if the Panwu monarch doesn't mind that I'm a girl, I am willing to become the prince consort and even marry into the family." The 80-year-old king was playing with fire and got burned. The martial tournament to recruit a prince consort was actually won by a girl in the end. Her lively and cute appearance made the audience unable to hold back their laughter, because the clever people could see it clearly. The Jun family's divine child never intended to win this competition. In contrast, Feng Qingling, who had suddenly jumped out, resorted to this desperate measure to repay Jun Xiaoyao for the mercy he showed by not killing Feng Xini. However, doing so also caused the Panwu Divine Dynasty to lose all face. "I say, my worthy friend, this joke can't be taken this far. What logic is there in this world for a woman to be a prince consort? Or are you two here just to humiliate my Panwu Divine Dynasty?" But after hearing this, Feng Qingling directly objected, stating that such things are very common among the ancient royal families. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the aura suddenly released by the Panwu monarch, just as tensions were escalating between both sides. Jun Xiaoyao stood up, patted Feng Qingling's shoulder, and looked forward. "Panwu Divine Lord, straightforward people don't speak in riddles. It is absolutely impossible for me, Jun, to become the prince consort. Why don't we all give each other a way to step down gracefully? But then again, although I have no interest in the position of prince consort, I am very interested in taking a look inside the Panwu mausoleum." As soon as these words were spoken, seeing that the Panwu Divine Lord was on the verge of erupting, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and wasted no more words. He casually snapped his fingers. The crowd then saw a golden light suddenly flare up in the sky. The next second, it smashed directly into the ground. When the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, because the person covered in injuries in the crater was none other than the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. A terrifying pressure was instantly released from the Panwu Divine Lord's body. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao unhurriedly took out a recording stone. "Don't be hasty, Divine Lord. It's not too late to get angry after everyone sees what your precious son has done. As soon as the words fell, the moment the recording stone was tossed out, an image was projected into midair. It showed Jun Xiaoyao interrogating a person who had tried to assassinate him. And from his mouth, it was learned that the employer was none other than the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. Recognizing the assassin as a blood-robed assassin from Netherworld Banquet Heaven, everyone couldn't help but gasp, because most of the people present were the genius elites of their respective families. They absolutely could not tolerate being in danger while attending a banquet. Seeing the Panwu divine dynasty being pushed into the eye of the storm, the monarch himself was lamenting his misfortune. He angrily cursed the third prince for being brainless, certain that he must have colluded with Yang Pan to carry out the assassination. At this point, the Panwu Divine Lord intended to brush the matter aside by claiming there was no evidence. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted again halfway through his sentence. I think I might be able to prove that young Master Xiaoyao's words are true. As her voice fell, the heavenly zither maiden ignored the surrounding discussions and just looked forward. She stated that after the zither competition, she left the Xinqiang Pavilion with young Master Xiaoyao. She discovered that blood-robed assassins were secretly following them at that time. And looking back at the guests in the Xinqiang Pavilion, then, only the third prince had the ability to contact Netherworld Banquet Heaven. As her voice fell, facing the third prince's curses, the heavenly zither maiden actually revealed a wicked smile. Because the third prince's attitude was clearly a confession without being forced. At this moment, the Panwu monarch was about to grind his teeth to dust. To think that his lifelong fame was now being trifled with by a mere youth. If only the Pan-Emperor Life Spirit Sword was in his hands. At this moment, before he could finish his thought, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the third prince. Immediately after, people saw an energy chain descend from the sky. Just like that, it directly separated the third prince's head from his body in an instant of chaos. By the time the Panwu Divine Lord reacted, it was already too late. Only a head, covered in snot and tears, was left falling to the ground. "Bastard, who dared to kill my son?" As light rapidly gathered in his hand, the Panwu Divine Lord, hair standing on end with rage, aimed and shot straight at the sky. Unexpectedly, not only was his full power strike easily neutralized, but it was also turned back to blow the Panwu Divine Dynasty's imperial palace to smithereens. The aftershocks of the battle between the two sides swept out, but judging from the zither music coming from the sky, Jun Xiaoyao already understood the identity of the newcomer. Immediately, a figure was seen stepping through the void, slowly emerging. As a sentence was heard, the figure gradually became clear. "I killed him. Do you have a problem with that?" White hair, double pupils, plus the ancient zither in her hand. Anyone with a bit of experience would have probably already figured it out. This person was none other than a member of the Divine King's trusted followers who followed the white-robed Divine King, Jun Wuhui, the double-pupiled zither maiden, Agio. As the terrifying pressure bore down on him, the Panwu Divine Lord broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Miss Agio take action, the Jun family elder who had accompanied Jun Xiaoyao to the competition could only sigh. No longer choosing to be a bystander, he took a step forward and shouted, "Your Panwu Divine Dynasty is quite full of itself, huh? How dare you collude with Netherworld Banquet Heaven to harm my Jun family's divine child? Are you tired of living?" The aura of a Supreme Realm expert was instantly released. The Panwu Divine Lord was momentarily deflated. He stated, "The Jun family's divine child wasn't injured. Your Jun family hasn't suffered any actual losses, right?" At this moment, before the elder could speak to rebuke him, Agio was the first to step forward, raising her head to reveal a contemptuous gaze. "Our young master is fine because his strength far exceeds the prodigies of his generation. But if this had happened to another family, would they still have the chance to seek justice?" As soon as this was said, it immediately sparked a heated discussion below. They knew very well that if it weren't for the Jun family's power, the Panwu Divine Dynasty wouldn't even bother to reason with any other family. Moreover, hiring an assassin to kill a family's heir is equivalent to a declaration of war. Such a person's death is not worthy of pity. At this moment, due to Agio's appearance, and because he was in the wrong, the Panwu Divine Lord could only swallow this bitter pill. He admitted to the third prince's crimes, saying he had already received the punishment he deserved. However, before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted again. Merely punishing the third prince is probably far from enough. The Panwu Divine Dynasty's actions this time have touched the reverse scale of all immortal factions. If you don't make a solemn statement, I'm afraid it will be difficult to appease the masses. Damn it, being publicly reprimanded by a child. The Panwu Divine Lord's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. Jun Xiaoyao, don't go too far. The person is already dead. What more do you want? Oh crap, you're furious? I'm filled with rage myself. As his voice fell, the divine child took a light step and looked at the Panwu Divine Lord again. When you allowed Yang Pan to wantonly criticize me, trying to use me as a stepping stone, when you allowed your youngest son to collude with Netherworld Banquet Heaven and act recklessly, did you ever think a day like this would come? To be honest, I really want to declare war on your Panwu Divine Dynasty right now. But once a war starts, the ones who suffer are the common people, not arrogant fools like you. So you better remember this. The ones saving you are precisely these ants you once trampled underfoot. Otherwise, once my Jun family strikes, the only outcome awaiting the Panwu Divine Dynasty is death. At this moment, the boy standing next to the Panwu monarch suddenly stepped forward, questioning what Jun Xiaoyao's demands were. Stop beating around the bush and speak directly. And who are you? Are you qualified to speak with me? How outrageous! I am the first prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Oh, so you're just a little brat who only knows how to show off from behind his father's coattails. And just as tensions flared between the two, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be bothered to argue with a noob and was the first to call a halt. He stated, as long as you agree to 3 things, I can let this go. First, thoroughly investigate the crimes committed by Yang Pan and give the victims the justice they deserve. Second, for the crimes committed by the third prince, give the victims the compensation they deserve. As for the third, your arrogant and incompetent Panwu Divine Dynasty will bow its head. Publicly apologize to those victims. This is what you owe them in the first place. At this moment, when Jun Xiaoyao said these words, everyone present was stunned, because they all knew very well that people in the immortal domain are born with distinctions of high and low, noble and humble. For the naturally noble royal family to bow their heads and apologize to the common people was an unprecedented event in all of history. But at the same time, the oppressed people felt a sense of relief in their hearts, because they knew that if not for Jun Xiaoyao today, they probably would never have witnessed such a heretical scene in their entire lives. At the same time, a sigh suddenly came from the depths of the imperial palace. While shocking the Panwu Divine Lord, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at a certain palace behind him. At the end of his line of sight was an old man sitting cross-legged. Immediately after, the old emperor's aged voice echoed in the Panwu Divine Lord's mind. Do as the Jun family's divine child says. Also, as a token of our apology, grant the Jun family's divine child special permission to enter the Panwu Mausoleum. Hurry up and get it done, damn it. At this time, the old Panwu monarch knew very well in his heart that one Jun Xiaoyao was already terrifying enough. Not to mention there's also a Jun 16, against whom he had absolutely no chance of winning. He didn't know what had gotten into this old monster to make him suddenly appear here. Nothing special. I was just buried underground for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Do you think that reason is necessary? As soon as Jun 16's words fell, the old Panwu monarch nearly pissed his pants in fear. His inner thoughts had actually been read. This meant that the gap between the two of them was no longer just a little bit. At the same time, at the entrance of the Panwu Mausoleum, the Panwu Divine Lord faced Jun Xiaoyao and reminded him again. You only have one chance. If you come out, you can't go back in. Hearing the barb in the Panwu Divine Lord's words, Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother arguing with him and chose to ignore it. Without even a glance at him, he walked straight into the mausoleum. He had just walked into the Panwu Mausoleum and hadn't had time to investigate his surroundings when the great door of the mausoleum behind him was closed and sealed again. Then, from observing the surroundings, the style of this Panwu Mausoleum was clearly different from the crude style of the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove. In comparison, the Panwu Mausoleum was more like a complete imperial tomb. Even the surrounding terracotta warriors were carved to be incredibly lifelike, as if they could come alive at any moment to attack tomb raiders. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao took a step and suddenly triggered a mechanism. Immediately after, a light flared up. A formation that increased gravity appeared before him. And the dangers were far from just this. The moment many points of light appeared on the walls, Jun Xiaoyao already understood the mechanism. He gathered his spiritual power and threw it out, forming an energy shield that instantly blocked all the hidden weapons. It wasn't hard to tell from the arrowheads that they were clearly coated with poison. And just as Jun Xiaoyao took a few more steps inward, what he had long expected indeed happened. The surrounding terracotta warriors actually came alive. Without a word, they began to stab at Jun Xiaoyao. Since it had come to this, he decided to go all out. The divine elephant's autumn-suppressing force and the art of war were combined into one. The moment it was released, it directly shattered and annihilated all the terracotta warriors. However, facing this mess, Jun Xiaoyao began to feel a little regretful. Given that Panwu Divine Lord's petty character, he'll definitely flip out when he finds out I almost destroyed the front hall of the mausoleum. Forget it, it's no big deal. Since it's already done, I'd better slip away quickly. After passing through the front hall was a long and deep corridor, lined with burial chambers on both sides. But from their empty appearance, it wasn't hard to tell that this place had long been looted by those worthless descendants. In this situation, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but complain. In a godforsaken place like this, could there really be clues to awakening the sacred body phenomenon? And at this moment, from the deepest part of the corridor, a terrifying aura was released. The sound of clanking iron chains also echoed in the quiet mausoleum. Interesting. After so many years, I can finally smell the scent of a living person again. A gust of sinister wind blew over. Sheets of talisman paper suddenly swept out from the depths. With the principle of since I'm already here, I can't leave empty-handed, Jun Xiaoyao approached the ancient pagoda and slowly pushed open the door. An ancient aura from 1,000 years ago instantly filled his entire mind. However, as soon as Jun Xiaoyao took the first step, he smelled a faint stench of decay. Before he could react, an iron chain suddenly shot out, whipping straight at him. If not for his super strong perception allowing him to dodge the attack in time, he would have probably lost his life here. A beam of light shot out. It finally stopped at the ceiling and began to emit a dazzling light. The moment he averted his gaze and opened his eyes again, a burly, savage-like creature flashed in front of Jun Xiaoyao. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless killing intent. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was preparing for a big fight, the creature actually turned its head away again. It ran under the light source and began to dance with joy, so happy it was practically doing a jig. At this time, the nail stuck in the monster's back suddenly caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. He raised his hand, just about to offer a greeting, when he saw the monster's eyes flash with red light. Without a word, it turned and threw a punch at Jun Xiaoyao. Living people are hateful. All of you die. As its voice fell, the monster had already arrived in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Judging from its attack, which could numb Jun Xiaoyao's hand, and the unique aura it emitted, it wasn't hard to determine. This creature was actually also a desolate ancient sacred body. However, the difference from Jun Xiaoyao's desolate ancient sacred body was also very obvious. The unique golden blood chi of the desolate ancient sacred body had actually been dyed dark red. The unscrupulous bastards of the Panwu Divine Dynasty must have done something to it. At this moment, the monster that had been attacking with brute force suddenly stopped and began to look around. Jun Xiaoyao, watching intently, also noticed something was amiss. Its self-awareness is not strong. Its actions are entirely based on instinct. Its cultivation realm has already broken the fourth shackle, reaching the saint realm. He figured that if not for those nails sealing its cultivation, with those last few attacks, it probably wouldn't have been so easy for Jun Xiaoyao to defend with his current strength. Now, he needed to find a way to control it and see what secrets this creature was hiding. A small golden spear condensed in his hand. It flew into the air and instantly shot towards the chains on the monster's body. After pinning it in place, Jun Xiaoyao leaped to a high point and pushed off the wall. The next second he flashed directly behind the monster, placing both hands directly above its head. Sur sa chine technique, instant cast. Immediately after, the monster's memories appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Initially, the boy was just an insignificant grain of sand in the vast lands of the Panwu divine dynasty. Until that day came. Everything changed, until one day, a great figure came to the shop, saying he could introduce him to the royal family. The boy originally thought this would be the beginning of his dream. He never expected the result to be the descent of endless darkness, as his desolate ancient sacred body was discovered by the great figures of the Panwu divine dynasty. An inhuman experiment began on the boy's body. For the first 2 years, the boy was constantly on his knees begging for mercy, hoping they would release him. But as time went on, his body had become numb from the day-after-day experiments. The boy understood that resistance was meaningless. Only the flames of hatred burned ever stronger in his heart. One day, his resentment actually attracted an ominous sign, and many people lost their lives because of it. The experiment to recreate Emperor Panwu was forced to a halt. After that, the boy was forever imprisoned in this sunless underground palace, lonely for an unknown number of years. A roar burst from the monster's mouth. Its violent power instantly surged, while successfully binding Jun Xiaoyao with the iron chain before he had time to react. It was too late by the time he felt a great force on his leg. The monster roared, gathered its strength, and instantly flung Jun Xiaoyao away, smashing a crater several meters deep into the ground. The monster was still not satisfied. While shouting living people, "Go die!" it raised both hands to the sky and once again gathered a terrifying energy blast. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was seen getting up and slowly walking to the monster. He gently caressed the rapidly spreading red qi with one hand. An extremely sorrowful emotion struck him to the core. Jun Xiaoyao clearly knew that the desolate ancient sacred body should originally possess the ultimate yang spiritual energy that exorcises evil and wards off disaster. Now, it had been twisted by resentment into such a terrifying, baleful aura. Panwu divine dynasty. What in the world did you do to him? I'm afraid this monster's soul has long since dissipated. What's left here is merely a shell driven by hatred. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao no longer hesitated, with the intention of freeing him, as they were both of the desolate ancient sacred body. A golden light suddenly erupted in front of the monster. Sacred body phenomenon. Myriad saints pilgrimage. In an instant, along with endless brilliance that illuminated the entire world, the bodies of saints gradually emerged. Golden fragments filled the sky and scattered down. The next second, they all rushed straight towards the monster. However, not a trace of fear could be seen on the monster's face. There was only endless yearning and longing for the light. One must know, the monster could no longer remember how long it had been since it last saw sunlight. Therefore, ever since that sky full of light appeared, the monster was already heading towards liberation. Jun Xiaoyao turned back confidently with a smile. I said, "Do you want to come with me? I'll take you out to see the real sun." As soon as the words fell, the monster seemed to understand. It actually laughed at Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if the monster had returned to its ignorant and innocent appearance from its youth. But once the resentment dissipated, it could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at this scene, Jun Xiaoyao could only clench his fists. "Rest in peace. I will find the light you seek for you." Jun Xiaoyao caressed its body. The golden light dissipated, leaving only the heavy body falling to the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyao understood clearly that a living person could not be put into a storage pouch. Apparently, after its resentment vanished, this guy had completely turned into a puppet. He collected his emotions. His gaze shifted and finally landed on the very center of the Great Hall. It was the statue of the ancient powerhouse, the Panwu Great Emperor. On the sacrificial table were books covered in dust. He casually picked one up, and when he saw its contents, Jun Xiaoyao almost flew into a rage and cursed out loud, because the book detailed everything from the past few hundred years. All the experimental records of the Panwu divine dynasty's attempts to recreate the Panwu Great Emperor. Damn those bastards. What kind of immortals are these beasts cultivating? They are nothing but heretics and demons. Just then, a piece of paper pinned under a table leg caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. Thinking about the style of those lunatics from the Panwu Divine Dynasty, what was pinned underneath was likely a real treasure. He opened it, and, as expected, it really did record the Panwu Great Emperor's insights on the desolate ancient sacred body. It's a pity such a precious thing was used to prop up a table leg. Causing it to be damaged is such a waste of a heavenly treasure. Jun Xiaoyao carefully put the item away. He looked up at the statue again. With such unfilial descendants, I wonder what your thoughts would be? After saying this, he pursed his lips. After brushing the dust off his body, he actually knelt directly before the statue. Xiaoyao knew in his heart that although he was not a descendant of the Panwu Great Emperor, he had just received his insights. Therefore, he decided to perform a grand kowtow. Unexpectedly, after the third kowtow, the long-lost system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. The Panwu Great Emperor has accepted your kowtow. He has decided to entrust his inheritance to you. Congratulations on obtaining a 7-star reward. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant light burst from the Panwu Great Emperor's statue. The 5 words Pan Emperor's Sword of Time appeared in his mind, and a treasured sword filled with the aura of ancient times materialized in his hand. At this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly struck. In the next second, Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt something wrong with his body. His age was increasing, time was flowing away. The sword intent contained within the treasured sword was actually eroding his body. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao possessed the great Luo immortal bone. The indestructible immortal bone was just right to resist the decay of time. However, even so, Jun Xiaoyao still felt a wave of lingering fear. He thought that if he hadn't obtained the heavenly book before, he would have been drained dry by this sword just now. The power of an emperor's armament is truly not to be underestimated. And just as Jun Xiaoyao was marveling at this, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest. It must be the Sword of Time resonating with the supreme bone in his body. Could it be that the next divine ability from the supreme bone is related to time? But then again, if this Pan Emperor's Sword of Time has been stored here all along, it means that for thousands of years, no descendant has come here to worship their ancestor. How truly pathetic to think about. The Panwu Divine Dynasty's martial arts competition to select a prince consort officially concluded. However, the tale of the Jun family's divine child single-handedly confronting the entire Panwu nation became a laughingstock for everyone in their spare time. At this moment, a customer's expression froze. Ignoring the food he was still chewing, he rushed to the window. Everyone, come look. It's the Jun family's divine child. Didn't that guy enter the Panwu mausoleum? How'd he come out after only 2 hours? In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao, hearing everyone's discussion, just smiled faintly without any response. It was Jun Zhangjian who couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what treasure did you bring out of the Panwu mausoleum?" I saw that even the Panwu divine monarch's gaze towards you changed. But Jun Xiaoyao was clearly unwilling to answer this question. So, Jun Zhangjian could only purse his lips and said that since the grand event was over, shouldn't they be heading back? Not yet. At least, I want to see the Panwu divine dynasty start taking action to fulfill my 3 conditions. Don't worry, it won't be too long. At the same time, the series of actions by the Jun family's divine child in the Panwu nation spread to almost every corner of the entire desolate heaven immortal domain in just half a month. First, the scene shifts to the Bianluo Sacred Mountain. Haha, what a disgrace for the Panwu divine dynasty. They should have given up that seat of an immortal force long ago. The scene shifts again to Little Western Heaven. A figure was striking a bell and chanting Buddhist scriptures, but was suddenly reminded by his master. Your heart is too chaotic. How can you achieve the perfect 16-foot golden body if you are so concerned with external matters? Looking again inside the Myriad Treasures Merchant Association's building, a sigh mixed with a sinister laugh was about to escape. Pork, third prince. I clearly warned you not to provoke that person, but I also didn't expect him to be the famous Jun Xiaoyao. I must find a way to get in touch with him. The view returns to the Jun family's Divine Island in Huang Province. At this moment, the area outside the Jun family's mountain gate was already packed with people. Everyone had gathered for only one purpose: to welcome the young master out of seclusion and celebrate for him. After the time it takes to drink a few cups of tea, following the direction people were pointing, a giant hand appeared faintly in the sky. A blindfolded figure, riding a strange beast, appeared impressively in midair. Look, Lord Ling Tsong, who was training in the ancient Forbidden Land, has really returned. This person was precisely the Jun family's first sequence, Ling Tsong. After landing, he first bowed to the clan elder in thanks. Just as the elders started to laugh, he heard Ling Tsong suddenly say, "On my way here, I heard that our Jun family has produced another interesting junior clan brother. Is this true?" These words immediately made the elder laugh heartily. "That's right, he is indeed an interesting child. Speaking of which, he's your cousin. Let's go back to the mountain first, and I'll tell you all about it." Finally, the scene shifts to a corner of an unknown village. A series of memories flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The doting love and high hopes his father, the emperor, had for him at birth. At 16, he lived up to expectations and reached the divine palace realm. That should have been the beginning of a carefree life of enjoyment. But all of this was shattered with the appearance of Jun Xiaoyao. Since then, he would be woken up by nightmares of Jun Xiaoyao almost every night. The torrential rain poured down on him. Many villagers were busy packing up their stalls to take shelter from the rain. Just then, two children suddenly ran toward Xiao Chun. "Big brother, are you okay? Dr. Lu's house is very close. Do you want me to take you there to get treated?" Strangely, Xiao Chun suddenly let out a sinister laugh. In the next second, an extremely gloomy monologue echoed in his mind. "Little thief, find me 99 portions of blood from young boys and girls. Little thief, find me 99 portions. The blood of young boys and girls. I will then grant you one wish." As the voice faded, Xiao Chen stood up and walked towards the two children. "I don't need your help right now. Don't be afraid. It will only hurt for a moment, and then it won't hurt anymore." The boy cuts the hair of a corpse in the middle of the night. He not only forces the attendant to watch and learn from the side, but also says this can improve one's cultivation realm. It turns out the source is not the corpse, but this woman who is playing the zither. Within this zither music is the intent of 100,000 people drawing their swords at once. It is of great benefit to those who cultivate the way of the sword. When the song ended, Jun Xiaoyao turned and came before the woman. "Miss Agio, can you tell me what kind of person my father is?" As soon as he spoke, the zither music clearly paused. But what Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect was that this old maiden in front of him gave a reply as whimsical as a child's. "Your father is an incredible fighter, and he's also very arrogant." How does that damn evaluation sound like a good person? However, when Jun Xiaoyao asked about his father's whereabouts, Miss Agio's expression changed, and she refused to answer. She only said that since even those closest to you haven't told you, it means the time is not yet right. Wait patiently. You will know sooner or later. The scene shifts to a magnificent building being engulfed by a great fire. On a dark and windy night. "Old pal, what's the next line?" A good day for murder and arson. Accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter, the fire spread more intensely, becoming uncontrollable. Overnight, the news that Netherworld Heaven had been completely annihilated spread throughout the entire desolate Heaven immortal domain. People couldn't imagine that a massive assassin organization, once famous in the immortal domain, could be uprooted by the Jun family in just a few hours. All its members were slaughtered. At this moment, in the Panwu imperial dynasty, Wu Mingyue also heard the news. She thought this was the Jun family's warning to the Panwu divine dynasty. But even so, what could a grain of sand like her do in front of the Jun family now? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared hanging upside down in front of Wu Mingyue. It startled her so much that her reflex was to throw a punch. The visitor was none other than Feng Qingling, who had recently won the position of Prince Consort. But she hadn't come to chat. She was here specifically to inform Wu Mingyue. "You know a person named Xiao Chun, right?" It turned out that on her way back to the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Feng Qingling suddenly discovered a mountain village emitting a strange aura. A closer look made even Feng Qingling gasp. The entire village was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone in the village had been slaughtered. When they landed to investigate, at first they thought it was the work of demonic cultivators, until they discovered the marks left by an attack on the wall. Her companion who had fought him before would never forget it, even in death. This move was definitely from that youth named Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Wu Mingyue clearly couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and shouted, wanting to plead innocence for Xiao Chun. This scared Feng Qingling, who backed away while sighing. I've delivered the message. Whether you do anything about it is up to you. In any case, it's not the people of my myriad phoenix spirit mountain who died. As she finished speaking, Wu Mingwei suddenly reached out and grabbed Feng Qingling. She stated that Xiao Chun would never kill the innocent unless they were truly guilty. Take me there, I want to see for myself. The once bustling and lively city had now become a field of ruins, a devastating sight. An entire bottle of blood from young boys and girls was already overflowing, but it was still far from the target, still short by 100. As long as I collect enough essence blood, I can release that ancient freak. Looking at this sole remaining descendant in the world, although the Azure Dragon ancestor was also very worried about his state, Xiao Chun, whose eyes were blinded by hatred, was single-mindedly thinking about how to get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. The Azure Dragon ancestor could do nothing about this. He could only let him act recklessly and walk step by step into the abyss. At the same time, on the mountaintop of the village, even after witnessing the tragic scene with her own eyes, and hearing Feng Qingling's testimony, Wu Mingyue still refused to believe that Xiao Chun had done all this. To find the truth, she decisively rose into the air and headed straight for the path Xiao Chun was walking. The scene of their first meeting resurfaced, but the state of mind of both had long since changed. A strange laugh rang out inappropriately. What? Has the eldest princess come to humiliate me? Then, hearing Wu Mingyue's soft question, Xiao Chun didn't hold back at all. He said that he had nothing now. There was only one reason supporting his will to live on. As long as he could get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao, it would be worth it even if he died without a burial place. If you want revenge, just go find Jun Xiaoyao. Why are you indiscriminately killing the people of my Panwu divine dynasty here? These words made Xiao Chun laugh out loud again. Yang Pan has killed far more than I have. I didn't see that stopping you from having romantic moments with him. Wu Mingyue glared angrily and was about to retort, but was suddenly grabbed by Xiao Chun, who covered her mouth and nose. Mingyue, in the end, this is all your fault. If you had just obediently married me and let me use the power of the Panwu divine dynasty for revenge, none of this would have happened. She struggled and broke free from Xiao Chen's grasp. As she shouted, "You're insane." Xiao Chun began to laugh wildly to himself. I went insane when Jun Xiaoyao annihilated my entire clan. You're only realizing it now? Ha ha! Wu Mingwen knew very well that if she didn't stop him now, Xiao Chun would surely fall into the abyss. A spiritual light flashed in her hand, and an immortal sword appeared. She raised her right hand, aiming directly at Xiao Chun. However, this action not only had no effect, it even further enraged Xiao Chun. His spiritual power surged wildly as he charged directly at Wu Mingyue. The former lovers had turned against each other. Both sides attacked without holding back, their blades drawing blood. But compared to the attacks of Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao, it didn't even tickle. However, the attacks launched by Xiao Chun were also completely blocked by a shield-type magic treasure. The successor of an immortal force is truly different. You always have unexpected magic treasures on you. Facing Xiao Chen's cold sarcasm, Wu Mingyue leaped into midair. The 4 words Panwu sword art left her lips. In the next second, countless sword gleams shot straight toward Xiao Chun. But even so, when the smoke cleared, what came out was still Xiao Chen's mocking laughter. Didn't I tell you? Your sword doesn't even tickle. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chun, clad in dragon scale armor, threw a punch at Wu Mingyue. Her figure crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string. Before Wu Mingyue could recover, a furious roar was heard again as a sonic boom erupted. At this moment, Xiao Chun was like a demon from the abyss, ignoring all danger, only wanting to kill the enemy before him. A loud explosion echoed through the clouds. On the cliff, the 2 spectators' expressions also grew solemn. I say, aren't you going to help her? Feng Qingling looked listless, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. This is her karma. Others have no right to interfere. Her gaze returned to the battlefield. At this time, Wu Mingyue's heart was also filled with mixed emotions. She thought of the little moments between them. She couldn't help but ask herself if she had ever truly liked Xiao Chun. In fact, back then, she might have just been looking for someone to help her escape the clutches of evil. As for who this person was, it didn't matter at all. But it was precisely this Wu Mingyue who gave Xiao Chun the hope of revenge, causing him to fall so deep that he ended up like this. Thinking of this, Wu Mingyue suddenly laughed strangely, facing Xiao Chen's attack again. With that same cold indifference, Wu Mingyue chose not to move. She let Xiao Qin's fists sink into her body. Blood instantly gushed out. But Wu Mingyue felt no pain at all. Even in the last few seconds of her life, she was still trying to persuade Xiao Chun. I am liberated. You should give up. The Jun family is a behemoth. Even with the full might of the Panwu divine dynasty, it's impossible to shake them in the slightest. Live on. As her voice faded, Xiao Qin's eyes suddenly became clear. As he shouted, Mingyue! Inside the imperial city of the Panwu divine dynasty, the eldest princess's life tablet suddenly shattered. A series of cracking sounds echoed. It caused the white-haired old man to break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide open. He had gone mad and mistakenly killed his beloved with his own hands. Now, finally clear-headed, he shed tears of regret. The Azure Dragon ancestor looked with heartache at the hope of his entire clan. Before he could speak, a sense of crisis suddenly struck. There was no time to react at all. The Azure Dragon ancestor could only rely on his instincts. He took a blocking stance, desperately protecting Xiao Qin behind him. The smoke cleared, and his gaze tightened. Who is it? How dare you attack the eldest princess within the territory of the Panwu divine dynasty? The Azure Dragon ancestor recognized this person as Wu Mingyue's Dao protector. Without a second word, he turned, picked up Xiao Chun, and was about to flee. The Dao protector snorted coldly. He unleashed his full power and instantly threw a fatal blow. With nowhere to hide, the Azure Dragon ancestor decided to fight to the death. He forcefully threw Xiao Chun away and roared, Xiao Chun, run. As long as you live, the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom has hope of being restored. You must live on. As soon as his voice fell, he resolutely turned and charged in the opposite direction. The scene shifts to within the Jun family's divine domain. Clan brother, I just wanted to take 10 immortal sources and was told they had to be given to the divine child. Isn't this far too biased? Indeed, the clan is truly too partial to the divine child. Even some of the resources that originally belonged to you, clan brother Ling Song, were allocated to the divine child. Now that you're back, you must put him in his place. After hearing the direct complaints from the two Jun family sequences, Jun Ling Song smiled faintly and let out a breath. Are you two complaining to me? At these words, Jun Daolin and Jun Shiyu first gave an awkward laugh. Then they quickly stated that they were just making small talk, with no other meaning. The Jun family bestowed upon us the title of sequence, not for us to scheme against each other. If you're not convinced, you can go and compete. I heard he defeated 4 top-tier peers in the Panwu divine dynasty. If you could do the same, you would naturally enjoy the family's resources with priority. Hearing this, Jun Shiyu's imposing manner clearly weakened. Thinking of something, her gaze shifted again. Clan brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. Clan brother, do you know about this? The 9th maiden has become the divine child's Dao protector. The scene shifts to a quiet wetland. Feng Qingling took out a small knife and looked at Wu Mingyue lying on the ground. She slashed directly at her wrist. Fresh blood spurted out and flowed straight onto Wu Mingyue's wound. I said, take it easy. Do you have any idea how precious your blood is? As soon as the voice fell, Feng Qingling's charming smile prompted Little Black to complain again. You were too bold this time. You actually stole Wu Mingyue away during the gap when those 2 big shots were fighting. Tell me, what on earth are you saving her for? I brought her here. If I let her die just like that, I would feel a pang in my heart. Besides, the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty is already dead. The one reborn through nirvana is just an ordinary cultivator. Whether shedding the halo of the eldest princess is a blessing or a curse for her has nothing to do with me. What exactly is the product of combining blood and tears? Xiao Qin now had the answer in his heart, but even after experiencing the most painful moment of his life, that he still chose to follow the voice in his heart. He had to crawl to his destination, even if it meant crawling. Give up, stay away from the Jun family, and live well. As long as you live, the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom has hope of being restored. The last words of his beloved Wu Mingyue and the ancestor before his death rolled and echoed in his mind over and over, under the constant conflict of 2 emotions. That at one point, Xiao Chun even thought of using death to escape his troubles. Just then, in the pool of blood, a dragon's head suddenly rose slowly from the water. Let me see who's here. Little one, you truly haven't disappointed my expectations. As soon as the words fell, a medicine bottle uncontrollably floated out from Xiao Chen's body. The strange aura emanating from it made the dragon's soul almost laugh out loud. What a delicious aura. I didn't expect you to actually collect double the essence blood. Speaking of which, what happened to that remnant soul that was with you? These words once again struck a nerve in Xiao Chun. He angrily rebuked the dragon soul. I've already found what you wanted. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? However, the dragon soul was highly spirited and had no intention of ending this interesting topic. You humans always use a loud voice to hide your inner panic whenever something happens. That remnant soul must have perished, right? Let me guess, it definitely died protecting you, right? Xiao Chun, in a murderous rage, roared at the sky. Only after seeing him like this did the dragon soul smile with satisfaction. Its gaze shifted to the medicine bottle, feeling the power within, even one as strong as it couldn't help but be moved. It couldn't help but ask Xiao Chun, how many people did you kill? Isn't this the essence blood of virgin boys and girls you wanted? Tell me, are you now shedding crocodile tears? Xiao Chen's words once again made the dragon soul's body tremble with laughter. Little one, as far as I know, essence blood is a source of innate life. Even if some is taken, one can still live for thousands of years. With proper care, they can fully recover. But you chose the simplest and most brutal method of killing, huh? Xiao Chun was at a loss for words. He could only use the excuse that lowly people don't have spirit pills and elixirs, and a quick end is better than a life of suffering. But how could these words deceive a 1,000-year-old dragon soul? The dragon soul was so amused that it actually began to imitate what Xiao Chun had once said. Even if I, Xiao, were to be chopped to pieces for such a depraved act, I would never agree. However, all talk and jokes aside, the dragon soul finally sprinkled the essence blood into the blood pool. I always keep my word. Speak. What is your wish? At the same time, outside the blood pool, a behemoth rose from the water. The commotion was so great that it had already attracted a crowd of onlookers. Look quickly, it seems like a mountain has collapsed over there. At this moment, the behemoth gradually emerged from the water, slowly revealing its true form. People thought it was an immortal manifesting. They began to kneel and worship it one after another. Among them, some knowledgeable people saw the truth at a glance. That's the ancient dragon palace. Go back and inform the elders. A behemoth slowly rose from the sea, revealing its true form. It was actually a living dragon palace. That extremely ancient and solemn sense of pressure that was already suffocating Xiao Chun. But compared to it, he, as small as a grain of sand, still endured the fear, looked up, and asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" However, the blue giant dragon seemed to have no intention of paying attention to his words. It just laughed sinisterly to itself. Lads, it's time to get up. As soon as the words fell, right before Xiao Chen's eyes, that the entire dragon palace began to tremble violently as if it were alive, accompanied by several giant dragons soaring into the sky. That they landed on the ground. When the smoke dissipated, they had revealed their human forms. These strange people, who had dragon horns just like Xiao Chun, arranged themselves in formation. All of them clasped their fists, bent at the waist, and bowed. Generals Azure Dragon, White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Red Dragon pay our respects to Princess Long Ji. At this moment, Xiao Chun was completely stunned by the scene before him, because he discovered that the cultivation realms of these few people were all above the Saint Realm. They were Saint Lord Realm experts. They were only one step away from the Supreme Realm. But what terrified him even more was to make these Saint Lords willingly bow in submission. But then what kind of identity would this Princess Long Ji have? A dragon claw lifted gently. In the blink of an eye, as a slender jade leg appeared, a voice also came from Princess Long Ji's mouth. Kill the current divine child of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Is that your wish? At these words, Xiao Chun immediately snapped back to his senses. That's right. As long as you can kill him, I'm willing to pay any price. However, before the princess could reply, the 4 dragon generals took a step forward and flashed in front of Xiao Chun. Who is this lowly creature? How dare you bargain with her highness? A terrifying pressure instantly descended. Fortunately, Princess Long Ji spoke up in time, allowing Xiao Chun to escape disaster. All right. This is what I agreed with him from the start. Little thief, you have already paid the price. I will fulfill my promise. There is no need for you ants to declare your loyalty again. After speaking, she turned her gaze to the young man who had appeared beside Xiao Chun at some point. Kulmin, I grant you an audience. After the newcomer's self-introduction, it was learned that this person was a descendant of the dragon clan from the ancestral dragon nest stationed here. After thousands of years of separation, darkness once again descends upon the world. Princess Long Ji couldn't help but tease the young man. Do you know who I am? The young man's figure paused, and the force of his kneeling rapidly increased. This boy may be young and ignorant, but I can still feel the ancient imperial aura of the Azure Dragon lineage from your highness. I have already sent someone back to the ancestral dragon nest with a message. It won't be long before someone comes to welcome your highness. At this moment, compared to Princess Long Ji's calm and composed demeanor, Xiao Qin's mind had already exploded. One must know that the Azure Dragon ancient emperor was an existence equivalent to a great emperor of the human race. Could this evil dragon really be a descendant of a dragon clan great emperor? A fierce wind suddenly rose, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the horizon. At the edge of their vision, countless giant dragons emerged from the clouds. The young man chanted incantations frequently. In the end, even he transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Princess Long Ji smiled. She leaped down from the roof of the Dragon Palace. All right, it's time for us to go and greet the dragons of this era. The 4 dragon generals understood immediately. They rushed forward to clear the path for Her Highness. In the clouds in the sky, countless divine dragons intertwined with each other. Dragons in the sky, a chorus of 10,000 dragons. This divine miracle quickly spread through the nearby streets and alleys. A few days later, people were discussing the news that had spread over the past few days during their leisure time. Have you heard? The royal descendant from the ancestral dragon nest has sent a message. They say they want the Jun family's divine child to come before them and surrender. However, it's quite surprising that the Jun family's divine child hasn't responded at all. The scene shifts to Jun Xiaoyao's residence in the inner court of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. A distinguished guest has arrived, and without wasting words, gets straight to the point. I wonder what you're thinking, clan brother Xiaoyao. Why haven't you responded to the ancestral dragon nest provocation?